So there's a line out the door. Well, I got to admit some false advertising, and next time we're reproduce this or my sponsors do, we're going to probably have to change the name. And why is that? Well, it's simple. This is called Ultimate Hyperforce Electrolyte Drink Mix. But it's really a superfood post-workout, pre-workout. That's why it's Ultimate Hyperforce and more, I guess you say. Hydration, energy, vitamins, minerals, health. Yes, it's Friday morning here at the Hotel Orloff. Paranoid Android says hi, Drew. Drew says hello back. It's 8 a.m. All right, so the system. You know where your children are. Here is here is Alan the cat, who may like to say hello to you. Hello, Alan the cat. So, yes, as it turns 8 o'clock here in rural Retreat, Virginia, we're trying to stay awake. And we've been predicting that, but now they're everywhere saying so. Yes, it's that's actually yesterday. It's 10 days and 17 hours until the election. Boy, Rumble has a lot of commercials now. I'm watching yesterday's Alex Jones show on Rumble, and they've got commercials literally every 4 minutes. They're pulling this thing like YouTube did, where you have to pay them to get rid of the commercials. Well, see, sun is rising. We're going to go vote today. Remember, our sponsor is Dr. Pepper. I used to love this stuff. I hate it now. Well, I mean, it's not that I hate it. I don't drink it because it's foul, filthy chemicals that are, but it's great for you. So please support our sponsor. Donna Lauren and Dick Clark and Richard Speck all say it's great, but I've stopped drinking it. I've stopped drinking all soft drinks or pop. You may call it soda pop, whatever, depending on what region you're in. But I guarantee you, it's gonna get you. It's gonna get you. Okay. Well, we're looking at comic books here because we're a bunch of nerds. We already looked at this box, didn't we? I need to take this back upstairs. Yeah, we looked at that. Detective Comics through the Fantastic Four are part of my 1960s Fantastic Four run. That's not what I want to do. Zig, when they say they're going to sack them, and they throw a curveball, that's probably not going to happen because it's so hard to pull off. 95% chance they're going to stretch it out, create violence, and then say, see Trump settler and blame everything to Trump and its supporters. Yeah, I don't think we're going to know the winner on November 5th. They're going to stretch it out. Yeah, they're going to. Mysterious pipes are going to break. And okay, well, who cares? It's only the fate of our nation. Okay. Harping on this, to get this out there as a central issue, which is now launched. It's now out there. Yeah, I don't think many people are going to be able to watch on Friday morning, but that's all right. I'm not working today. And then now it took another week to get all right, we had to talk about it. That's comes from okay. What's in this box? Cross your fingers will be mixed up with Rogan Mara and Trump. And once there's a debate about this, and we see, and the public learns that they're gearing up for martial law, the Democrats. Oh, look at this. It's a copy of Comics International, Special Collector's Edition. It's 10 all-color super special stories by Rich Corbin. It's issue 1. I don't remember how many issues came out of this title, 4 or 5. I don't even know how. Okay, I just got a message that the milk lady's going to be here in 15 minutes. I got This lady delivers fresh milk right from the cow, and my wife, I guess, pays her with Venmo, and she shows up with this milk, and just like the old days, when you get the milk in bottles. Um, okay, so she's going to be knocking on the door in 15 minutes, so I have to go get the bottle, the last bottle, to give back to her. It's basically like the 1950s here in Rural Retreat. Um, when Captain Strangelove visited, he gifted me with an old bottle of milk. Look at that. It says protected by Otto Radke Dairy. I don't know if you can even see that. Look at that coolness. Let me get in better light. Oh, look at that. Strange Life has shrink wrapped the top. I guess to protect the cat. How do I display this on where you can see it? Maybe it needs to have some light behind it. Yeah, I think that's the case. Okay. You stay. I just started a show and I accidentally dropped the phone and it ended that show real quick. So you may have seen that this morning. Okay, if I hold this paper. uh, I had to frame this, man. This is a student did. Oh, let me show you. This was this is drawn by a sixth grader. Um, Man, the light is so terrible here in Rural Retreat, Virginia. Anyway, maybe if I put it down and look at that. Can you see that? Come on, man. What's wrong with you? Okay, look, it's there's Deja Thoris being she's been imprisoned by a Thark, and there's John Carter going, wow, he's fallen in love with her, and there's Woola, the Martian dog. It says John Carter seen a woman. She had long black hair, copper skin, and beautiful. John Carter meets Deja Thoris, and yeah, so that's I used to read *A Princess of Mars* with my students, so that's a sixth grader interpreting a book from, when was it written, 1911? So, okay, my quest is to go upstairs and get a milk bottle. Be ready for this milk lady. So I have to let Alex Jones entertain you for a moment. that we're now able to move the needle against the New World Order, and they cannot stand it. That at this massively critical, urgent, existential moment in history, despite all the attacks and all the threats and the Justice Department investigations and the 5 grand juries they had open on me, and couldn't find anything criminal because it didn't exist, that I'm not in prison right now is because of God and God working through you. And it's all been worth it. I'm not a victim. I'm a warrior in a war, and I got scars. And I asked to be in a war. And I love being in the war. And I love being a good. Big retailers don't want you to have this zoom lens, but there's nothing they can do to stop it. So there's this new super powerful binocular, and it's got the zooming power of a military-grade sniper scope. It's already banned for most big retailers for being too powerful. And now the company behind it is cutting out the middleman, selling over 1.5 million units in the last month, all without those big retailers who just jack up the price tag. What makes this powerful zoom lens unique is that it can be attached to your smartphone camera to make movie quality pictures and video footage. Now this thing has been featured on Fox, ABC, NBC, you name it. But here's the kicker. Some folks are saying it could be banned soon. Why? Because the Product Safety Committee thinks civilians shouldn't have access to something so powerful, something designed for military use. So while it's still legal, people are scrambling to get their hands on one before any restrictions hit. Originally, this was made for military use, essential for military sniper teams during recon missions in the toughest environments. And now it's been adapted for us regular folks. It's called the Opti Hawk binocular, and it's black. Originally developed for the U.S. Special Forces, this compact zoom lens lets you zoom in on stuff miles away. And the kicker, it takes photos and videos with this insane clarity, like those fancy DSLR cameras. It's using military-grade optics technology to magnify 30 times more than any other binocular out there. Stick it on your phone and you're shooting movie-quality footage. It's tough as nails, too. Waterproof, freeze-proof, and can handle the desert heat. And man, the uses are endless. Whether you're hiking, stargazing, getting on a concert, or even playing spy, this thing's got you covered. Since hitting TV, they've sold 2 million units in the last 30 days. And get this, by cutting out the middleman, they can offer it at a much lower price without the extra markup. Lucky for us, the company behind Opti Hawk is doing some market research and giving away their zoom lens to first-time buyers for 50% off in the U.S. Yeah, you heard that right. You can get it at half price today. Thousands have already jumped on this promo. Just fill out your shipping info and they'll send you the Opti Hawk at 50% off. This is a limited time deal and stock runs out fast. Last time they sold out in under 3 hours. So why risk paying full price tomorrow when you can get it for 50% off today? Check it out now. Scan the QR code and grab your half price. A good guy. And these damn scars are like works hard. And they're reminders. I mean, the real ones and the physical ones and the emotional ones and the spiritual ones. God put me right where I'm supposed to be. And all the attacks I've gone through in my life, and all the bad things that happened to me, made me who I am and made me stronger so that I could hold the weight now as it intensifies. God was forging me like a sword in a smith. So this is the milk bottle I got to return. Over and over and over again. Paranoid Android says, great poster of Untamed Mistress. Indeed. All right. Now the sword has been sharpened and it's ready. They're going to get the invaders money, so they were. Oh, I thought you were talking about the TV show, The Invaders, or the Seven. I haven't been listening. I've been upstairs. I went upstairs to get the milk bottle to return to her, but it hadn't been washed, and there was still a little milk in it. So I had to pour that for my wife to drink, who's still awake and still hasn't gone to sleep from last night. And so there's a little bit of milk left in that. So then I had to wash it. So anyway, I was trying to show you a milk bottle, and I got distracted. I don't know how to. I'm trying to find a piece of clear white paper to hold it against so I can show you the design. Maybe I just use this shirt. I don't know, man. You can't see anything. There's a little drawing of a 1950s baby there. You can't see anything. I had to start a collection of milk bottles all together in one spot. Let's put it below the Christmas tree. Oh, is there someone trying to come in? Oh man, it's holy smoke. Hey there, what's up? Can you hear me? I don't
I
think
can
I'm
hear
hearing
you.
your
Can you hear
sound.
me?
Let me turn this down. And now we got all the latest here. Um, there's something up with your sound there.
Can you hear me now?
I think I'm hearing something. Oh, maybe my sound's not turned up. Oh, my sound was completely turned down. You're fine. Okay, talk.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, it was me all along. I had the sound on my phone turned all the way down. I am so sorry. I probably look like an idiot to everyone because you were probably
No,
they were
no.
hearing you, and I was said I can't hear you. Oh,
So what are
Zork
you
is saying,
doing? What are you doing today?
well, it's just there's no work today, so
Oh, okay.
I'm off, and there's a milk lady about to show up. So I was talking about how it being like I guess it hasn't been since the 50s here. Oh, she's at the door. Okay, I gotta get London. Drew, stop.
Zork, good to see you.
Sit down. Thing of Trump 20 years ago. Second. Where does I put the milk bottle? God dang. And that turns into so then that's the story. And that's all they did Trump 300,000 children 4 years into the country, then erase identity and stop DNA testing. And not their parents. Oh my God. Fly them all over the place. Give them the go and then no one can find them. Some of them do get found, DHS whistleblowers, and they're in sex slavery and in physical and labor bondage, even at the time. There were times they go show you the kids in slavery, they would just cover their ass and admit it. Do they report on all the whistleblowers in Congress? No. I'm sorry. Yep, you're fine. I'm fine. Dead. I've had some of the whistleblowers who testified to Congress in studio to start crying. We've been doing it decades. This wasn't going on before. It starts happening. Then it stops under Trump. Then it more than quadruples under Harris. Oh my God! I put
Paranoid
the milk bottle
android.
by the door,
Hi.
and
Hi. Good to hear from you.
I put the milk bottle by the door, and I didn't know where I put it afterwards, and I had to go. I was running all around trying to find it. Okay, I'm gonna go take this upstairs, and then I'll be right back.
Cool.
His mother got on a plane that was flying to Europe and said, "I don't have a bottle. I don't have formula. I don't change my baby's diaper." When she landed, the CPS would be there. But when the government does it, it's okay. These people are sick. Oh, but Trump, somebody said, and if he says he's innocent, they'll sue him in New York and win $87 million. Because the judge told him in that case, you cannot say you're innocent. And in Texas and Connecticut, the judge said, I'll sanction you. And she did sanction both my lawyers, and she still did it. If you say you're innocent, I'm going to put you in jail. They're show trials. It's rigged. They have movie cameras in there. It's scripted. And I know most of you know that. But I thought I knew a lot of stuff till those trials 3 years ago.
almost 3 years ago. And I mean, it was, I looked on both judges' desks. I was up there testifying, and I saw the same scripts and notes. They had the same film crews. It's all rigged. They already found me guilty. I knew that, but it's just, there are people that have joined the dark side. They've joined the globalists. They've joined the bureaucracy. They've joined the deep state. And they just think they can do whatever they want, whenever they want. Yeah, there's Letitia James in New York, put in by Soros, promised to put him in jail, ran on putting Trump in jail. And these guys all think they're movie stars. Yeah, you are movie stars. You're playing the villain. You guys are jokes. And now they're all, Trump gets in me, I'll go to prison. You deserve to go to prison. But that won't be Trump's main focus. It'll be securing the border, stopping World War III, finding the missing children, getting the economy turned back on. Hour number 2, straight ahead. Share the link. It's an info war. Real Alex Jones. Share it, share it, share it, share it, share it. We're announcing ultimate HUD report.
Okay, so sorry, man. Now everything's cool. What does it say here? Zork says, oh, that's Zork talking to us. Zork, they will magically provide them weapons from Connex boxes that appear just like the bricks before the BLM riots. Skip Savage says, it's a cool cat Friday morning at the Hotel Orloff. Paranoid Android. Hi, Crypt Keeper from Castle Hills. Hi, Crypt. Drew was an Air Force MP dog before she retired. And I salute the guard dog, Drew. And Zork says, when James Carville called for Democrats to take up arms, he's referring to the plan to cut the invaders free money and drop Canex boxes of weapons in the street for them. Oh, okay. Yeah, things are going to get weird. So what's been up in San Antonio?
Yeah, it's not good, man. I don't know how much detail I want to go into right now. If you stream later today or this evening, I might jump back on and give you more details. But it's not good, man. Like, San Antonio is a big blue city, and it's just being run down. Crime is just out of control. That Tren de Aragua is in San Antonio.
What's that?
They've like take Tren de Aragua's that Venezuelan gang,
Ooh.
and they've like taken over one of the apartment complexes here. And I've talked about, we have that migrant resource center. It's run by Catholic Charities, and they're putting all these illegal immigrants in like a 900 unit apartment complex. And so like Tren de Aragua took over the apartment, like 200 units in this apartment complex. And, they're running drugs and guns and prostitution and child sex slaves. I mean, it's just a nightmare. And this is like right down the street from where I live. Do you remember the old San Francisco Steakhouse?
Yeah.
Yes, that area now, like the old San Francisco Steakhouse is still there, but it's not a restaurant anymore. It's like a private for weddings and business events, stuff like that. But that area where the old San Francisco Steakhouse is, it's just been taken over by illegal immigrants and this Venezuelan gang.
Oh, were you reading that? Sorry.
I mean, it's not good. There's a lot more I can talk about that's just not good. I don't really want to. I don't really want to talk about it right now. I don't want to ruin your morning or anything like that.
Oh, my morning's always ruined. But you're welcome to talk about it. But if you don't want to, it's fine, man. Have you thought about getting out of San Antonio, or you think you're safe up there like the Omega Man in the penthouse?
I'm kind of stuck here, man. I think
ignored by doctors at first.
Kind of like getting back to the economy and everything, this Bidenomics.
Of life.
I really can't afford to move right now. You know what I mean? I can't.
In the medical industry.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, well, all right. So you don't,
Was invented.
you rent, you don't own. It's not a condominium, you rent it.
Yeah, I rent.
Okay. 'Cause I was
That
thinking
is
if you
like
owned it, you could.
thankfully they haven't. I've been able to lock in my rent. Like they haven't raised my rent, and I've lived here for 3.5 years, and the rent hasn't changed.
Okay.
But yeah, I'm just kind of like the Omega Man, living up on the 11th floor.
Yeah, okay.
But if we kind of talk about, like not facing reality and stuff like that, and like if I watch a lot of YouTube or movies or listen to music or whatever, and I can insulate myself, well, yeah, everything is great. But when I look at the news and what's going on outside, like again, just right down the street from where I live, man, two kids, a 14-year-old and a 16-year-old kids just got shot doing a drug deal. Like they're dead. It was a drug deal gone bad right down the street from where I live. It's just gotten really bad. Crime is so bad. I could go into all kinds of stuff of what the district attorney is doing, all the blue. It's all funded from Austin. It comes from all. This guy is our district attorney. He gets his marching orders from Austin about. They arrest someone, and I guess the district attorney sends this. What is it? An NGO, right? An NGO sends them. Like, here's a person that was arrested, and this is what they were arrested for. So then Austin tells them, okay, this is what you're going to charge them with. This is what the bail you're going to set. And here's their payment for their bail. So it's like a spreadsheet, and they just pay them. They pay everyone's bail, like just bulk payments of bail. So all these criminals, it's just like a revolving door of criminals just coming in and out. It's just incredible, and it's scary. I'm scared, man.
Yeah. Well, yeah. I mean, the area you're in is okay.
I
Or
mean,
it's no good area.
it is. I mean, I guess it's okay as long as I stay in my high tower.
Well, I mean,
But
to go
like
out,
when
I mean, as far as going out to get food and comic books, whatever the necessities are.
I
No.
I don't know, man. Like I said, I just drove past an intersection, and I was all happy, but I had no idea that two teenagers just got shot in a drug deal that had gone bad. I drive to get the comic books, and I think I've told you about that migrant resource center is right across the street from where I get comic books. So there's just like hundreds of people just walk. Horrible.
Yeah. Yeah, it's just like I increasingly just wonder, you're just doing these happy comic book shows where you show all these covers and everything, and people are just ignoring. I don't
Right.
want to talk about politics. I want to talk about how wonderful it was in 1973 or whatever.
Right.
But yeah, I don't know. Oh, someone's trying to come in. There's a private chat message. Oh, from the 9th Space Marine is coming in. Oh, let's see what he's up to. Add to stage.
Good morning, gentlemen.
Hey, how are you doing?
Doing okay considering. Hey, Crypt, I feel your pain, brother.
Hi.
It's bad. It's way worse than most people understand.
Yeah.
Okay, so yeah,
We've had over a
Texas. We're
quarter of a
all
million
originally
PLA
Texans.
Chinese troops come across. They're in the CONUS. They've been here for over a year. Some of them. They have weapons. They have drones. They have uniforms if they want to wear them. Although I don't think they will initially. The gangs are bad. The terrorists are bad. The Chinese PLA troops are worse because they're real good at what they do. We haven't even seen them make themselves known yet, but we will.
Okay, so if either of you need to get out of Dodge, you're welcome here. We've got room here.
Gratu, that
I'm
is
not even
incredibly
joking.
kind of you, but listen to me. They have flown these people all over the country. Even you're not safe. They'll come to you too.
Yeah.
There is no safe place. They've distributed them. Now, obviously, there are larger contingents in the cities, but they've flown them even to Mayberry. Like there is no place that doesn't have at least a contingent of these people nearby. And James Carville yesterday said that if Trump wins the election, Democrats should, quote unquote, and this is a quote, take up arms. That's never been said before in a political sense, at least not in any of our lifetimes. And I tell you, ex-military intelligence, special operations, just ex-military in general, we've had groups. We've been tracking this stuff since the beginning. We know what's going on. A lot of the stuff has come through Doc Chambers, who warned Trump about the man pads that we tracked coming across the border. Those are the shoulder-fired anti-aircraft rockets, call them man pads. 3 teams of Iranians, but that's just a dip in the bucket because we have so many different groups here in such large numbers. I mean, you have criminal organizations that they didn't just send a few of their people. The entire criminal organization moved from, say, Peru to, California. The entire, you got to understand, we have been invaded by probably just north of 50 million of the world's prison trash and low IQ unwanted. They flush their toilets right into America.
Well,
yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I've been out of it, for a couple of years, and so I don't know, Zork, if you're a fellow Texan. You grew up.
Yeah, my family was in Texas since 1763. My family is one of the first 13 original European families to come to Texas.
Yeah, my family goes back to the, what do they call it? The old 100, the first 100 families.
Before the Austin's big 300. My family's the first 13.
Yeah, you've got us beat, but we have a farm going back to the 1830s. Well, yeah, actually, my when the Battle of San Jacinto happened, the Texan soldiers, the night before, camped out on the McCarley farm, which was my family farm on my mother's side, and they pulled up all the fence posts and slaughtered some of the cows to eat, and the fence posts to make fire. Yeah. Well, maybe they didn't make fire.
While the Yellow Rose entertained Santa Anna, so he
So years later, the widow got compensation for the state of Texas for the fence and the cows.
When my people came here, this was Spain. Well, I'm not even in Texas anymore because I had to leave a couple years back for the same reason you did, Gratu.
We still stay here because we still kind of think we're there.
Yeah, you're in a better position for sure, Gratu. But look, they're already, and Doug Hagman was talking about this last night. By the way, if you guys don't watch Doug Hagman, you should. He's a really nice guy. He's a Christian, and he's just a really nice man. But they've been sending trucks to Walmarts and Costco's to remove food under the National Defense Authorization Act. They're taking food off the shelves. They're not delivering it. They're removing it. They this is communists always use starvation. Reference the Holodomor in Ukraine right before World War II. But they do it in every place that they take over. They use food to control people. They starve them out. But this is a perfect storm, and we're 10 days out. So listen, all of you people, please finish whatever preps you need. Most importantly, make sure you can start a fire, and make sure that you have as much drinkable water as you can, because the sewers are going to turn off. I guarantee it. And not only that, there's a real danger if you're in like a city sewer system. When that thing loses reverse pressure, what goes into the toilet will come back out into your house.
Okay.
So
I
I don't think it'd be a bad idea to turn off the water on election night just to be safe.
Are we even on the air? Because Gotham City's saying service is unavailable message I keep getting. Is anyone hearing this?
I was monitoring. Let me see. No, we're still up. We're still up.
Okay, I don't know what he's talking about. Normally, he's not someone to play a little prank.
No, but it could be a local problem for him, is what I'm saying.
Okay,
I still show us as up.
He's in Mesa, so Trump was there yesterday.
This is Rex 84 modified. This is Red Dawn, but it's been modified.
He's probably trying to join us, and it's telling him.
Oh, he's trying to get into the show, maybe. Yeah, he's not even at work
I'm
yet.
showing you real choppy. I'm only hearing syllables.
Am I choppy?
No, you're smooth, Gratu.
Okay, yeah, Mike, you're a little choppy. Might be your wife.
I apologize. I'm normally on a better mic. I'm in a different office that doesn't have quite as good a mic. But I feel this is really important. I want you people to protect yourselves, because what is coming down the pipe in a few days is BAD.
Okay, I guess he's trying to type. Oh shoot! I guess he'll come back. I think he's trying to type what maybe he's seeing, and they won't let him put it on the chat. So they're probably watching this right now. We probably
people do not panic. Panic will get you and others hurt. Don't panic. But this is serious, and you need to take the next 10 days and make them count.
Is part of the military under the control of Trump?
No.
Okay,
military's gone.
The stories that there were generals that recruited Trump and said, we really need
all of the military that is opposing them is outside the military now. You have combat vets, people who were kicked out. That's your freedom fighters, ex-military.
Okay.
The active duty military their equipment is busted, their morale and esprit de corps are destroyed. They're staffed with people who can't run a mile. And all of their leadership are communists. The military is gone. Don't count on any help from them. As a matter of fact, count on them to come try to hurt you.
Oh boy. Well, so do you think there's going to be a problem before Election Day or after Election Day?
I just don't know, Gratu. We're so far into uncharted waters here. It's anybody's guess.
Don't history-making events always happen on Fridays?
That's what Mark Twain said. Mark Twain, aka Samuel Clemens, said history does not repeat itself, but it rhymes. Meaning, yes, it kind of repeats itself, but there's things that are different every time.
Why do things happen on Fridays? So they'll be forgotten by the news cycle before Monday?
Usually, yeah. In the news cycle, they'll do stuff on Friday.
So when the bad guys do bad things, they do it on Fridays, hoping that it just
a lot of the time, not every time. Like don't count these as like hard. These are not gospel. These are just general rules. Sometimes it changes. Sometimes they throw you a curveball.
So the spotlight today, from what I can see, is Trump being on the Joe Rogan show. Does Joe Rogan only has guests in he's not going to have him remotely? I mean, doesn't Joe Rogan always want the guy, right?
I don't know about Trump and his people. We've sent open source and on the ground verified intelligence to his people to try to keep him alive. But we're not part of his organization. We're just helping where we can.
Well, Joe Rogan is like the biggest. I mean, not everyone. It's weird that he's not a household name, but he's still the biggest thing in the world. I mean, because I don't think that if you meant, I don't know. I just wonder if the average person knows his name, or do they? I mean, it's not like Johnny Carson,
I don't
but
know.
I think he's bigger than Johnny Carson. But then a lot of people don't know his name.
I can't speak on that. I mean,
Anyway,
the
he's
media.
huge, and Trump going on there for 3 hours, which is how long he normally talks to people, is really that's an important thing for the election because that's going to bring in a
Yeah,
lot of young people.
I know that Trump is counting on a landslide turnout. So even if you don't believe your vote counts, just go out and throw it. Just I mean, just help us out. Hail Mary, Hail Mary. Just go out and vote, please,
Yeah.
because
Well,
and
well,
even if Trump wins, we're in for a hell of a ride. You understand?
oh
This
yeah, it's I'm aware of that. They people don't remember don't man, I just what really broke my heart is Kevin from Gotham City. He sent me a 2-page long uh diatribe from Cassandra Peterson yesterday about how horrible Trump is, and I'm thinking, oh, Elvira, you
Yeah.
can't do this
Well,
to me.
they
So I've
keep
been
saying he's bad, but they can never come up with the reason why. It's just a general
well,
he's bad
it
or he's
was well,
racist or
she
whatever,
Cassandra
and it's
Peterson.
unsubstantiated.
It's that he's bad for the LGBT group and he's against abortion. It's that basic thing because she recently came out and said, "Well, I've been living with a woman for
Uh,
years."
I don't. I can only speak for myself. I do not support LGBT whatever. I do not support homosexuality. I
I
believe
thought
that
you were, I
marriage is
do not
between a
support
man and a woman
Elvira.
only. So I
Yeah.
can't speak on that because I oppose every thought they have.
Well, so I have to switch to. Well, I've always favored Vampira, but I've got this Elvira pinball machine. I've got all this Elvira memorabilia. I guess I still like the character of. I guess I can like
Yeah,
characters and
I
not the
can't watch
person
half
that
the old
plays.
movies I used to like now. Like I used to love Tom Hanks and the Man with One Red Shoe, and I can't watch that movie anymore.
Well, I recently my wife wanted to watch the Godfather movies, and she said she'd really heard. I mean, she'd seen she had heard the Godfather Part 3, which is the one everyone hates. She'd heard that that had important stuff in it that had something to do with everything that's going on. So she wanted to see that, and it really isn't up with the other two. But watching those again, Robert De Niro's still a great actor. I mean, he was great. I mean,
I can't even
I
look at
can't, I
that guy
can't,
anymore.
I know, but he was great. Taxi Driver, Raging Bull. I can't, why? It's like there's not many.
I just I Groucho, I want to stress over and over and over again. Please, you guys do not panic because if you do that, you're going to get a lot of other people and yourself hurt. But don't
Yeah.
underplay this. This could not be more serious and could not be more real.
Um. Okay. So.
Got 10
Um,
days. 10 days. You can do a lot in 10 days. But you got to
okay.
move your
But
behind.
but it actually something could go. It could be before
Yeah,
the 10
no, you're
days.
on borrowed time already, but you probably have about 10 days.
Okay.
You need no,
We've
look,
got the dog and the cats stocked up. It's just we need to get a little more water and
what? Oh man, look, I'm going to give you everything in order of importance. First and most important thing is fire, because if you can start a fire, you can boil water and purify it and drink it. Okay, so and also
so
you can start a fire to keep warm, start a fire to cook things, et cetera, et cetera. So number one most important thing: be able to start fire. Have a bunch of Bics, a bunch of matches, whatever it is. Those little
what
Nesbit
you would do
tablets,
is
those are great.
you do it outside and boil the water outside.
Yeah, you take like get a bunch of Nesbit tablets, Gratu. They give them to you in the military. They used to, and you can boil water with them. They burn for about 15 minutes, and you only need to boil the water for about 1 minute, truthfully. But you need to go ahead and boil it for 3 minutes just to be absolutely sure. Okay, so like you take water, you strain it through like cheesecloth or a t-shirt or whatever you got, and then you boil it for 3 minutes and then let it cool, and then you can drink it or what have you. But you need to have fire making ability. Then after that, you need potable water. Like if you have a Berkey filter, go buy 5-gallon jugs or 5-gallon military BPA free water bottles on Amazon and fill them with Berkey water. You need at least 25 gallons per person in your group. And that's going to get you through 1 week. It's going to give you enough time to find more. Okay.
Okay.
And then you need to have 90 to 100 days of dried food. That's the third most important. After that, you need
what would you suggest as far as dried food?
at this point, anything you can get, cans of food, the prepper stuff. I don't care. Like, they're removing food from Costco and Walmart. Go there and get as much canned food as you can. It doesn't matter. Canned food's not your first choice. But at this point, it's so late in the game, it'll do. Anything will do.
Yeah.
And as long as you keep canned food in a cool, dry, dark place, it'll actually last like years past the expiration date.
So, Count Chocula, how long can you survive on Count Chocula?
Yeah, no, get rid of that stuff. That stuff is filled with heavy metals and sugar. You don't want.
I know. But I mean, just to get through this, whatever. I don't know what the supermarket.
I don't know. Here's the deal, though. You say get through, and I know most people think that way. Once this kicks off, there's no telling how long this goes. This could go on for a decade.
So it's basically, we could be living in Mad Max world the rest of my lifetime.
Yes, and it could be very spotty and regional, like an area with a bunch of rednecks. That area is going to do real good because the rednecks are going to get out there of their own volition and clear the roads, fix the power lines, fix the generators, all that stuff. But if you're in a place like, San Antonio or Chicago or LA, those people have no skills. They can't do anything. They're all helpless. It's going to be really bad there.
Most of the people here have farms, or they, if they even live in town, they still have a farm. It's just like
another thing. If as of today, you're at where you're at, so you got a plan to survive where you're at.
Yeah.
Okay. If this goes down in a big collapse way, and it very well may, if you try to go to some rural city to go hang out with the rednecks, they're going to shoot you on sight because they do not have enough resources to be helping you. So you now are locked into wherever you are. Make it work.
Yeah.
By hook or crook, make it work.
Yeah. Oof. Well, we know you're serious when you don't come on with a voice.
I couldn't be more serious. And I love playing. I love doing the characters. I mean, I love you guys. Like, you're so much fun. Like, I come and watch you guys to take a break from what I do the rest of the time.
Yeah.
But I care about you people. And I'll be straight up honest with you. If this goes down the way I think it's about to, no matter what you do, most of you are not going to make it. This is Leviathan. This is a 300-foot tsunami wave, and you're standing on the beach. It doesn't matter that you have SPF 50 sunscreen and a floaty.
You're saying there's no chance that just everything will be okay. There's no chance.
I wouldn't say no. I would never say there's no chance, because there weird things happen in history, and I am not. I'm not a magician. I'm a person with experience, and I know how to analyze things. But that doesn't make me all knowing.
What about the factor of God intervening? I don't know if you're religious.
Yeah, pray. Do it. Pray. But look, God works through us. So first, finish your preps, shore up your location, form defense packs with everyone around you that you can, and throw a vote. Then go home, lock everything up, put one in the pipe, and I think all you know what I mean by that, and then pray your behind off.
So God helps those who help themselves.
Yes, God does help us, but he uses us as tools. So don't sit around waiting for like salvation to drop from the sky into your lap. You have to actively take a part in it.
God damn, what was that last Saturday? Those chemtrails were insane.
And it's not just your area. That, like, they were hitting other areas after that. Cliff High has analyzed this stuff. It's aluminum oxide mostly. There's other stuff in it, but it's mostly aluminum oxide. Aluminum oxide is given to human beings to make them more compliant.
What is, just throw that channel name?
I don't, Justin. I don't have one. This is a throwaway account. I don't make myself.
Oh, he doesn't do. He's not a YouTube guy. He just comes on here just to terrify us. Just kidding.
Well, I don't want to terrify you, because the truth is I love talking about
the things you're going to
comic books and all this old stuff. Man, I love it to death. But that, I come here to take a break from the stuff I'm telling you now.
Right.
And the reason I'm telling you now is because I give a damn. I don't want you people to die if it's preventable. And what we're going into, and please, God, for the love of God, do not panic. But it is dead serious. James Carville came out last night and said, if Trump wins, Democrats should pick up arms. That has never been said in any of our lifetimes in a political election for president. These people are against the wall. They're guilty of multiple crimes. If Trump gets in, they're going to be found guilty of those crimes. And a lot of them are high treason. And the penalty for high treason is firing squad. So do you see? They see themselves as dead already. So they're willing to do anything. And I mean anything.
Justin, are you talking about Cliff High? You said
Yeah,
you mentioned
Cliff
something
High
earlier.
is a very, very good source. He's a brilliant man. He's the one who made Windows 3.1 work. No one can say he's not a genius. He is. And they get on him because he'll entertain any topic because he's that brilliant. He's not scared of any topic. So he'll discuss aliens and stuff like that. But
he's also a kind of a science fiction guy, so he'll love.
Well, no, he's a computer engineer. He's one of the top computer engineers on planet Earth.
I know, but what I mean is he loves science fiction.
Oh, sure.
So he will talk about the fun stuff too, and some people think that discredits him, but no, he's
just because like computer engineers in the early 80s loved Steely Dan, and they almost universally did, doesn't mean that they're gonna go like Hey 19 with some 19-year-old. You know what I mean?
Yeah, right. Well, I guess Rumble was a good place to see stuff like maybe Cliff High, but now Rumble's become unwatchable with these
ads. Yeah,
and
you've got to use the Brave browser. That's the only way to defeat them.
Do what?
The only way to defeat the ads on Rumble is to use the Brave browser and watch on a computer or tablet or phone.
Well,
they have
watching
Brave
it
for
on
the
my
phone
TV
too.
here, and it's just like I'm watching yesterday's Alex Jones, and there's commercials every.
Yeah, you're gonna have to hook a laptop up to your TV and use it like a big video monitor.
Yeah,
and then watch everything through the Brave browser to get rid of the ads.
How is that? Why is Rumble just trying to make some money because they know everyone?
I don't know. Rumble is owned by Peter Thiel, and Peter Thiel was he was Elon Musk's partner in PayPal in the 90s. Yeah. And he's a homosexual, and I don't trust him. Okay. I know that's going to make people mad, but I don't care. That's how that's what I believe, and I'll stand behind it.
Yeah. Well, there's a lot of commercials. That's all I know, and I just.
That's the thing. Like, people have gotten in their bubbles, and now they can't believe that half the nation thinks 180 degrees opposite than they do. This is the danger of staying in a bubble.
They wake up. They say it's 50% of the people, or it's dead heat. I don't think it is.
Those polls are absolute nonsense. The Kamala campaign has totally collapsed over the last week. This is going to be a landslide, and so these people know that if the vote, although the interesting thing is Kamala has to verify the results, which is a complete conflict of interest.
Oh my God! Yeah, when is that? That's never happened before.
It's never happened before.
The president, the incumbent, the
listen,
last president is.
We all better hope
it's
that everyone
the
votes.
Vice president running with the president saying, "I'm out of this." It's weird.
Yes, we all better hope that everyone votes for Trump. He wins in a landslide, and when they decide to try to refuse to honor that we have some old. But still in shape special forces guys that fly into Washington on little birds with cowboy hats blaring Van Halen. That's what we hope happens.
Yeah, well, I don't know, man. So we just got to vote, and
we're in the deepest trouble.
All I can see is what I've noticed is they waited until the whole World War II generation and the Korean War generation is either no longer here or in
the conservative boomers that all died of Agent Orange. Yeah.
Even the boomers are up there. Trump.
Yeah, we're the elder statesmen of our society now.
Yeah. Trump and Biden they're baby boomers.
They are, and they're on both of them are on death's door. Yeah.
Well, Trump seems a little more vigorous than that, but
he's not looking so great though. I mean, he's definitely ready for the pasture.
Yeah, but boy,
he's in this because there's no other choice.
He's been, like he does 2 or 3 things a day.
I mean,
Justin says, never mind, you won't have the internet in 10 days. It may be sooner than that.
well, and listen, if we do have the internet and this doesn't happen, I don't want anybody saying, well, you told me to do this. Listen, I don't know what's going to happen. All I know are conditions for this to happen are here. And we just had Kamala Harris call Trump Hitler officially. And we just had James Carville tell Democrats to take up arms.
Yeah,
they're
officially desperate when they start pulling that.
Yes.
And then Trump's saying, well, she's obviously on something. Right. She's
we have been invaded by up to 50 million of people that were in like South American prisons.
Yeah.
And they're giving them free money. What do you think is going to happen when they cut off that money? Yeah. And, you know, as far as arming them, you can fit 2,000 AK-47s in a Connex box. And you could just back a truck up and drop that off in the middle of the street. Have at it, boys.
So, yeah, there's another commercial. I'm recording it, so because they're about to knock him off the air. They're confiscating his studio. They're going to put it all up for auction.
And that is completely illegal what they're doing to him.
They're trying to take his actual name. I mean, he's no longer going to be able to call it InfoWars. Yeah. They're making it where
the cabal. Trump has called this a vicious government, and it's not a government; it's a cabal. Yeah. The Supreme Court broke constitutional law on December 14th, 2020, when they refused to hear the Texas case, the Texas challenge against the 2020 election. They did not have the authority because the Constitution said that any dispute between two or more states gets automatic standing and automatic priority over everything else. The Supreme Court refused to do it. Then on January 8th, the Joint Chiefs of Staff released an unprecedented letter to the American public supporting the coup. That's why they focus on J6, because they don't want you thinking about what happened 2 days later on J8 when our Joint Chiefs of Staff sold this country out. You've been living in a coup government for 4 years.
Yeah.
And a lot of these people are communists.
Yeah. Well,
and they're not going to relinquish power because they know if they do, they get brought up on charges. And if they're found guilty, they get the firing squad. So it's in their best interest to start World War III, unleash these illegal invaders and arm them, do whatever they have to do to make sure that they don't get arrested. And if they prevent Trump from taking office, then they can prevent that. So that's why it's so dangerous right now. You can see how desperate they are.
Don't the other leaders of other countries know what's going on?
Yes, everybody but Americans knows what's happening. Yes, what I mean, you ought to see the news outside this country. Everyone knows.
Putin's not going to take the bait, and just, I mean, because obviously he would have already.
And you got to ask how many Russian special forces have come across that border? Are they there to help or hurt? But we've lost dozens of trains, 300 food processing plants. They've poisoned a fifth of our arable land with that stunt in Ohio with the train. I mean, we are under attack.
Swept under the rug. All these things are happening that are like stuff that in World War II they would be.
Yes, the body count so far has exceeded World War II.
But between the bioweapon and they're just being, oh well, that was just a natural event. You know, it's like
right. This is called fifth. This is fifth generation warfare.
If the blinders were taken off of us, it would be the Battle of Maui.
Yes,
and it's like, and it would be
yes.
the news
because they're using
Maui
weather.
Today, thousands were. It's like, oh, it was just a fire, and there was some wind.
Right, they're using weather like artillery. Okay, it's the same effect. Instead of firing a bunch of guns off a battleship, they're using our weather modification capabilities. And if anyone who thinks that's not real, go look at the patent office. We've had these abilities for 100 years.
I drove a car 3 blocks to go vote in minus 20 degrees weather, and I'd have never driven a car in minus 20. And it's like it's like you're in another planet. The cruise control light comes on, the radio doesn't work. It's like the weirdest noises. Is like, what's happening? And I went there because they put in a blizzard that hasn't happened in 80 years right before the voting. And then you know, right after Biden got in, a month later, all of Texas gets frozen, you know, because I guess out of revenge for us not voting for Biden.
Sure.
I don't.
Yeah, they said openly. Remember when they said openly before they, in my opinion, stole the 2020 election. They said those who aren't with us there are going to be consequences. They use neuro-linguistic programming when they speak. They won't tell you exactly what they're going to do, but they're going to tell you do something.
Well, the
Or they're going to do something.
Mike that was just on, I hope he comes back on. I don't know what.
Yeah, come back up, Mike. This is important.
Well, he's got internet. Well, he's got a weird computer issue, but he used to have a YouTube channel. It was taken down, not for political reasons, but because he was doing whole features on Playboy centerfolds from 1966.
Right.
And he was showing
and like kids can't have access to the hardest core gay porn ever with a click of a mouse.
But anyway, he's a great guy. He's a comic book guy, but he's out of San Antonio. He was frozen down in San Antonio. I was frozen up in between Dallas and Fort Worth. He had a pipe break in his house, and it ruined a bunch of comics. Luckily, they were a bunch of 1990s Spawn comics that there's billions of, and he had billions of copies of them. But it just as easily could have been, Silver Age Marvel comics. But
I didn't plan on coming up. I only came up because this is so dire, and I'm using the word dire. It's so dire.
Yeah, I know.
So I just want to give a quick rundown to everybody, so everybody's absolutely clear. You have 10 days. Finish your preps. Try to get as much fire making ability, clean drinkable water, food,
matches, water. You could cut branches off of the trees in your yard.
Well, hang on. Just let me give the rundown real quick.
Oh, sorry.
In order of importance, fire making ability, number 1, most important. Clean drinkable water, number 2, at least 25 gallons per person in your group.
Okay. Dried
storable food or canned food, as much as you can get. I would say at least 100 days, but at this point, just as much as you can get.
Yeah.
You need to have medications. If you're on any medications, get them now. Get them now. Make sure you have some Tylenol and some basic stuff, right?
Uh-huh.
And plus, if you're on any medications, get extra and get it now. Then you want to have something to defend yourself with, something serious, something you know how to use. And if you don't know how to use it, just get something. If the lights go out, the people that come to you are experts in violence. They will not hesitate. There's no time to talk. If someone comes on you or onto your property at you, you have no choice but to drop them instantly. There's no time to talk. Violence happens in quarter seconds and seconds. You don't have time to talk. Okay, that's terrible, but that's just reality. And then you need, on the other side of that, you need to have batteries, lots of batteries, radios. If you only have one radio, get a CB, because CB is easy to use.
Yeah.
And trust me, nobody uses CB right now. But if the phones go out, everyone will be using CB.
So radio stations, some will stay on the air.
Some maybe, but I wouldn't count on them. You need a CB and a ham radio, but mostly you need a CB because it's so easy to use. So most people will be using CB. After that, people will be using ham radios. After that, GMRS radios.
Okay.
But if you can only get one, just get a CB.
Mm-hmm.
That you can get one for around $50, a small one. Just anything will do. You can get a suction cup antenna and put it on top of your car, and you can be mobile and still talking to people.
Yeah, we used to have a CB. I don't know what happened to it. In 1976.
You need to grab one real quick. If you get on Amazon today and order one, it'll get there in time.
Yeah.
So you need batteries, lots of Duracells, lots of Energizers. If you can have a solar generator or even a diesel, great, go for it. But at least stock up on a bunch of batteries and make sure you have radios. Get a couple of Baofeng radios, little walkie-talkies. Those do everything. Okay, and they're cheap.
Yeah.
Get a couple Baofengs. So then after that, you want educational material, books on how to fix a broken leg or triage stuff. Get a EMT manual or something and start reading it. And then after that, make sure you got a deck of cards and a bottle of whiskey. Okay, because if it all else fails, let's play some cards and get drunk before we're dead. Okay, and make sure you have candles, lots of candles.
Yeah. Okay. All right. I've got. You know, I somehow they were talking about bad things happening right before that freeze in Texas, so I bought a bunch of flashlights. I need to check the batteries on those.
Yes, make sure everything's good to go. If you have a weapon check it, lube it, ready to go. You got magazines, load them now. But just make yourself as hard a target as you can. Get with your neighbors and say, look, if something goes down, you want to work together? Okay, do that today and tomorrow.
Well,
and
here's
then
an
if you can
advantage.
get out of the cities, get out. If you can
Yeah.
get out of the cities, get out. If you can't, harden your position and then just brace for impact, people, because it's coming.
Well, the one advantage is the guy that lives across the street. His dad is the sheriff, and the sheriff
Sure.
told me about.
But the
a
problem
mile
is
away.
what's he going to do if you have like 300 people from the nearest city that are hungry and ruthless and don't speak English, and they'll just overwhelm him. You're going to have to work with him. Make sure you go talk to him and say, look, if you need deputies, I'll let you deputize me first time. No complaints.
Well, the nearest city is an hour away.
It doesn't matter. They have cars. They'll make it.
Oh my gosh, you're not helping me.
Look, I wish I could sugarcoat this, but it's too late. It's just, this is what it is. And you know what? It may not happen. And you can say, oh, Zork's an idiot and he did. But you know what? If it doesn't happen, none of what I'm telling you to do will hurt you. None of it. It will only make you more resilient.
There's been a rumor for years that there's going to be a day when the emergency broadcasting system comes on, and they're going to knock out the internet and all the TV stations, and all you'll get is this emergency broadcasting system, and they'll show 6 hours of footage showing how evil and satanic everybody is.
Yes.
And
Yes.
and the
Hungry
good guys
people
are gonna
become
do
cannibals,
this.
folks. That's an uncomfortable thing. No one wants to talk about it, but it happens every time.
Alex Jones talks about it. He's going,
The
"Oh,
fairy
my
tale
neighbors."
Grimm is about a time when basically a volcano erupted in the Pacific, and it put so much ash into the air that it caused a mini ice age in England. And Hansel and Gretel, the real stories of what happened were much more gruesome. Yes, people were eating their kids.
Oh my gosh. Well,
It gets that bad.
oh my gosh. Well, so maybe I was looking forward to pumpkin pie on Thanksgiving. I've got a
Yeah, no doubt.
shit, man. Well,
You got to use the Eagle brand condensed milk, Gratu, to make it good. That's the secret to good Texas pumpkin pie.
so the Amish will get through this. I don't know. I imagine they will.
You need to make as many friends in the next 10 days as you can. You need to get as many preps in as you can. You need to go vote. Please, God, go vote. I know a lot of people think it doesn't matter, and maybe it won't, but at least you can say you took the last full peaceful measure. Please
we're
vote.
voting as soon as she wakes up. She hasn't been. She has. It sounds corny, but she picks up on what's going on. I'm not saying she's psychic, but she's one of those women that has.
And you know what?
This show, she senses in.
This show is hokey and old, but go watch the old TV show Jericho.
Okay.
Does everybody remember that? Now that's like a WB hokey version of what I'm talking about. But you know what? It'll calm your nerves and it'll at least get you into the headspace. Okay. So while you're prepping, like watch a show like that to get in the headspace. And look, even if you do all this, you may not make it, but doing something is better than nothing.
I mean, it's not funny, but it's
the gallows humor needs to come out because that's how serious it is.
Right. Well.
So listen, I've got to jump down. Somebody come out and talk to Gratu. You guys talk amongst yourself on this. Help one another. Please, God. Vote, help one another. And, let's see if we can pull our country through this. I don't know if we can, but man, we're all Americans. For God's sakes, help one another, please. Okay, folks, I got to go. Good luck, everybody.
All right. Take care, Zork, the 9th Space Marine, the Centaur that is okay. So let's and on that note, let's this doesn't even fit me. Gosh darn you, Dollar General. Yes. Howdy. Look, I have to remember how I can create the storm. What is it? How you do it? Like this? Nope. Oh, not. Oh yes. Barazul, you forget everything you just heard. All is well. Everything's going great in the United States. We're not about to be taken over by communists at all. That was just all. That was just all a humorous little segment on the show, ladies and gentlemen. She says, "God bless you all." Of course. Um, yeah, that Kamala Harris is just, it's like, ha ha ha, I'm filled with joy. That woman's pure evil. It's like, you take your God out of here. You can go to that other rally down the street where they believe in God. We're a bunch of communists here. Anyway, well, I'm sorry that Mike disappeared, the Crypt Keeper of Castle Hills. He said, now, my plan for the day, here's the thing. Right now, I would be down voting, but my wife has been feeling bad. She's in a lot of pain. She has, well, she mentioned the other night, so I guess it's not, I mean, she has this problem with endometriosis. She's got two hernias. She's just got all these problems, and she's been in a lot of pain. But as soon as she wakes up, we're going to get down there and vote. Um, and do what we can, buy, we got to get supplies, but we also have to get Halloween candy because they're all coming Sunday night, which will interfere with the Trump Madison Square Garden rally. But which they're can you believe that they're saying Trump is a Nazi because he's going to have a rally at Madison Square Garden? Because back in 1937, there were a bunch of American Nazis that had a rally there. So obviously, I mean, this is how insane they are. But anyway, this is a magazine. We were looking at this earlier. Um, I never saw this on the newsstand. I don't know if it was only through mail order. I mean, it looks like it was a newsstand magazine and it's got the price and everything, but it's unlike most Warren magazines. It's got like a thick hardcover, not hardcover, cardboard cover. It makes it, a little more durable. And on the back, it shows the other Warren magazines: creepy, eerie, Vampirella, Spirit. They don't show famous monsters. They're just showing the comic books that Warren's, because these are essentially comic books. Some people that collect comic books, they ignore the Warren books, and even they ignore the Marvel comic magazines. I mean, they're comic magazines. Yeah, but there are some collectors that just, they say, I don't want to go down that rabbit hole and buy magazines. Well, you're crazy, because this is where it's at. There is great stuff. Um, I don't understand. It was all these are comic books. They're listed in the comic book price guide. They're just a little bit bigger, so you have to get some boxes that are bigger. So deal with it anyway. So this is a man. Look at this, yeah, picture of a young Richard Corbin. Um, he's one of my favorite artists. He passed away years ago. This is reprints of a lot of his stories. Look at him drawing Vampirella there. And his art was unlike anything anyone else did. He used an airbrush, and it's just wonderful stuff. So this is a color prestige book that came out in, I thought, about 1975. Let me see if July 74. So to me, this is the real heavy metal. I like to me, heavy metal wouldn't exist without Comics International. And because when heavy metal started, they always had a Richard Corbin story. And heavy metal was based on a magazine out of France, which I always called Metal Hurlant, but apparently it's Metal Hurlant, or Metal Hurlant, something like that. I don't know. I'm not French. My mother side of the family was French, and so she was half French, half Irish. My dad's side of the family, half Irish, half German. So that means I'm 50% Irish, 25% French, 25% German, Russian. I don't think Putin. I think Putin is knows what's going on. I don't think he's gonna. I think, yeah, I don't think he's gonna be tricked into anything. Oh boy. So that was. We do need to stock up. You know, whether or not you think it's all conspiracy theories. I know that. I know the Democrats aren't going to just say, "Here are the keys to the White House." Yeah. You know better than that. Okay, what? Oh, I'm wondering why I have this magazine in my hand. Um, oh, I see why. This is this box that I just pulled out has my later Vampirella comics. This is Vampirella, August 1980, issue number 89. So from about the time that Battlestar Galactica was on the air. I have never seen anyone wear a Battlestar Galactica jacket. Um, this kid has a helmet, but I don't think they ever sold helmets. I don't know. The helmet actually would be pretty cool. I mean, they're supposed to. This is supposed to be Egyptian. Everything was kind of Egyptian themed on Battlestar Galactica because you're supposed to realize, oh, in ancient Egypt, they were relatives of these guys. That they're not Vampirella, but these guys trying to get back to Earth to reunite with their. So this is 90. I need to look. I just Ron Ely just passed away, Tarzan, and I saw there was a parody of Tarzan in Mad, and I don't know if I have that issue of Mad. It's where Alfred E. Newman is an organ grinder, and next to him, instead of a little monkey, it's King Kong. And I don't know if I have that issue. I'm thinking of going up and getting a box and seeing if I have that issue and looking at the Tarzan parody. But I don't think I've ever owned that issue because I don't really remember the Tarzan parody in Mad. Anyway, so Vampirella was better in the 70s. This is we're going into the 80s, and you turn it around on the back and it's all Star Wars toys. Well, that may be nostalgic for you and everything, but to me, Warren magazines were better when they were. See, here's Vampirella number 93, and again, it's Star Wars. And I love those early Star Wars movies and everything, but the 70s Vampirella books would have monster ads in the back. Um, this is not my original copy. I bought this because this has been bought. This is 94. Looks like someone owned this that had the grubby fingers syndrome. You see how they've their grubby fingers have disgusting. Anyway, by this point they were running on fumes. You see, this is a recycled cover, and then they have this is an older cover, and then this was another older cover, and that was an older cover, and they're recycling things. I open it up, I see Battlestar Galactica ads and Yoda mask and all Star Wars. It's like, oh, I have this. I got that for Christmas morning. I still have it down in the basement. I can show it to you if you're interested. They're still selling posters of different Warren magazine covers. And they still have some of the old monster stuff. It's just Empire Strikes Back, Star Trek, the motion picture. Because there's always, like, if you don't know Warren magazines, always had a catalog at the back. Like, really, the whole, um, probably whole last fifth of the magazine is a catalog of amazing stuff you could order from their company called Captain Company. Yeah, this whole back part of the magazine is all ads. Some people don't like that. I love it. That's why I love Warren magazines above the others. This is a Interesting artist here. This story, that looks almost like a real photograph there. Who is this artist? I don't recognize him offhand. What? Author and illustrator. His name is Artifact. Artifact. What a strange name. Is that a Christian name? Is that from the Bible? I don't think so. Okay, well, Vampirella is a great magazine. This is oh my gosh, they would have some brutal violence in this, they're showing a knife plunging into a girl's chest there. This is definitely this is an episode of Panther. She was a Panther girl. It's called Druids. She's up against Druids. Panther was yeah, this was definitely a, would you call this PG-13 or would you call this R? It's more close to R. Who is this artist? Let's see. I think I recognize him. It's yeah, Rudy Nebris. There's that Battlestar Galactica ad again. March 1981. We were right at the end. The early 80s were the end of Warren. I was very disappointed with Warren for a magazine they put out called 1984. They later changed it to 1994. It had great art in it, but it was a very it was sleazy. I mean, yeah, I mean you could call this sleazy, but that that was real sleazy. Real sleazy. This is April 1981. Yeah, this is Vampirella past its heyday. I'm so April 19. Oh my gosh. 96. This is a good cover, but it's marred by the UPC code. I always hated that. This cover for issue number, darn, it's the 100th issue. It's 5 different covers combined into this collage, but it's not any new, nothing new. There's 101. But this is just, I had a whole box of Vampirella, and this is the stuff that wouldn't fit into it. This is issue number 102. 103. She doesn't have to change into a swimsuit because she just wears it all the time. So, 104. I don't know when did they go under? They're real close to going under. Here's 106. I guess I don't have 105. And then I'm at 109. We just thought this would go on forever. You never thought you never thought Warren would disappear. It was around your whole life. Here, March 1983, I'm about to graduate high school at this point, and you just think, well, it's been around. Vampirella started when I was 5, and it's been around my whole life. And the other Warren magazines, Creepy and Eerie, were starting about the time I was born, and Famous Monsters is around 7 years before I was born. It's just stuff that's always going to be there. You think it's just always going to be there, but it wasn't. And Vampirella went under, and I don't know if that's the last issue or not, but it. Wait, 112 would be the last issue. That is 112. Okay, so this is the last issue that Warren put out of Vampirella. The last issue. I mean, Vampirella is still published today by a company called Dynamite. It's nothing like this. It's ridiculous, actually. Oh, they're still selling Flash Gordon books. That's good. Great. They're still selling records of old time radio shows and Super 8 movies, monster masks. This is kind of painful. This is the death of Vampirella. What exists today is, I mean, she's got like pointy elf ears and stuff, and it's nonsense. Okay, so Warren went under, and then someone, I guess, at an auction, this company called Harris bought the name Vampirella. Basically, so this came out later. This is very valuable because it's apparently wasn't there aren't many out. I don't know how many they printed. It was at the newsstand at Forum 303 Mall, the mall that caused Zork, who was just on the phone with us. That's how Zork found me. I was doing a show up at the Forum Mall. This was for sale at the man. What was it called? I think it was called the Century Bookstore. They're right there at the Forum Mall, right near the Piccadilly cafeteria. But this issue of Vampirella was a new issue put out, and it looks like it's a Warren magazine, but notice it doesn't say Warren. And so this is sought after. This might be worth a couple $100, maybe more. I don't know. I have to look it up. Vampirella 113. Is it? Do any of you 15 people watching? Could you check on mycomicshop.com and check out Vampirella 113 and see what it's going for? I am just curious. I'm not selling it. Trust me. So after that, I have that Comics International, and then I have this. This is Panther, the Panther Girl. They started another. This is from Warren. It's premiere, and I guess it was meant to be the first issue of a series. Either that or it's a one shot. This girl that turns into a panther, and she had started in Vampirella, and so I think this just reprints her origin story and a bunch of. It's very much like a Vampirella, but a shapeshifter, and I think that this character has been brought back by that Dynamite comic book company too. And but man, Star Wars was like the Beatles. It just overwhelmed culture, and there was Star Wars everything. Panther. And then Warren would put out magazines to cash in on things that were going on at the time. Like if there was, like I think in 1979 there was a trifecta of 3 Dracula movies that came out at the same time. There was Dracula with Frank Langella, and there was Love at First Bite, where they got George Hamilton, who's famous for his tan, to play Dracula in a disco comedy Dracula movie. It's kind of weird for Dracula to have a tan because Dracula doesn't go in the sun. But and then I think they had a remake of Nosferatu right about that same time with Klaus Kinski. So it was like a Dracula time. So they put out Dracula 79, a magazine with a bunch of Dracula stuff. This Ring of the Warlords, this was because Ralph Bakshi was coming out with Lord of the Rings in the movie theaters. And this is a painting that I think was originally on the cover of Eerie. They just recycled it. And in here is going to be a bunch of stories that are kind of Tolkien-like, that have fairies or goblins or, that kind of thing. And so they just reprint. And this is a great story from Wally Wood, The Curse, which I think is from the 60s or maybe early 70s. Look at that Wally Wood right off of the Topps monster cards. It's this is a great story. Dave Stevens did a poster of these characters from the story that I still have a copy of it still rolled in the shrink wrap. But this is one of those great stories. You know, the hero at the end turns back into a lizard. I'm sorry to run it for you, but it's yeah, stories from Warren over the years that they can kind of make you think are fantasy. Here's another here's another Wally Wood. Look at that guy with like kind of a Mars Attacks head. That's kind of what it looks like when I look in the mirror every morning when I get out of the shower. But it's just great stuff, you know. A little bit of a bunch of Wally Wood stories in here. Here's a story about Merlin, but let's see this Wally Wood story. You've got there's the centaur, different stuff. But this is a cool magazine to have. Is it worth any money? No, this is probably a worthless magazine. I don't think there's any collector value to this. I should have it shrink wrap. I should have it bagged and boarded. Yes, I know that. But what can I say? And of course, Star Wars was big, and Battlestar Galactica was big was sort of big on TV. So so this was to cash in on Battlestar Galactica and Star Wars. Look, it's got all you need is an A, and it's Galactica, and then you got the wars from Star Wars, and you get and so then this will sell a lot of copies, and it even has all about Galactica and a Star Wars on the back. So. And they also did these magazines. There was a magazine they put out for Star Wars and Close Encounters. Oh, someone is talking here, man. It's tough to make fun comments and talk comics after the doom and gloom from Cool Cat Zork. Yeah, well, I'm doing it. What am I gonna do? Just cry? I know things are gonna get bad. As soon as she wakes up, we're gonna go vote. We're gonna get more water. And, you know, what can you do? You know, I mean, Gotham City Comics says, "Do you have the 1966 monster calendar you can show?" What? Or do you know if they made it with two different covers? Monster calendar. Warren had a monster calendar. Are you talking about the Don Post calendar? Because if you're talking about the Don Post calendar, I only have individual pictures that people have cut out of the calendar and sold, you know, at flea markets and stuff. I've never owned the calendar. Um, so you know, here, of course, they're showing that Buster Crabbe as Flash Gordon is the ancestor of your character's son, and he says yes. And he said, "Do you mean this, that, or the other thing?" And he says, "I think he means the Don Post. I don't have the Don Post calendar." Don Post was a mask maker, and he put out a calendar of people, you know, close-ups of the monster masks he put out, and I don't have that. No, just science fiction stories. Yikes! And then this is and they're getting good stuff. Wally Wood art, and then this Battlestar Galactica article was probably right out of the pages of Famous Monsters reprinted. So this is just a book put out to cash in on a craze at the time, but it's a wonderful little piece of history and everything. I think, and this is something I bought when it came out. Um, Indiana Jones was big, so they put out this issue of Rex Havoc, Raiders of the Fantastic, to sell it to people thinking it's something to do with Raiders of the Lost Ark. But as I recall, this, let me look through this magazine. Rex Havoc, I think, was in that 1984 magazine, and it was very uh, R-rated. Well, I think they added a, I don't know. They've got this talking Godzilla character here in this story. I think this is either a cleaned up version or it was always clean and they added stuff to make it R rated for that 1984. I don't really remember the story on this. This might have started as, I don't know. This is pretty good looking stuff here. I mean, it's only been 40 years since I read this, so I'm sorry. Illustrator is Abel Laxama. Abel Laxama that's a weird name. I've never heard of Laxama. Is a good illustrator. This is something I bought back then. Is this my only copy of Blazing Combat? It might be. This is another title that Warren put out during the Vietnam War, and it's you know, what Warren was doing was bringing back EC with Creepy and Eerie. So if you look at Creepy and Eerie as basically modern versions of Tales of the Crypt and Vault of Horror, then this was their version of Frontline Combat and the war comics that Harvey Kurtzman was editing for EC Comics. And you got a Frazetta cover here. There's another great cover with a tank. I thought I have that. If I might have it in another box, but this comic didn't last very long. I don't think that the PXs, the armed services stores, were really thrilled about stocking this magazine because it's very, it's anti-war. But so were the EC war stories. I mean, it's hard to put out you put out a pro-war comic, it comes across. I don't know. Now this was something. The Rook. Creepy and Eerie started doing anthology horror, and then Eerie around 73, 74 started to have a series. Like Vampirella was a series about this character Vampirella, and then they later had Pantha and that Cassandra McKnight or whatever, different stories that continued in Vampirella. Well, Eerie started to have stories about a character called Coffin, and one called the Spook, and one was called I just don't remember. Dax the Damned. He was kind of a Conan sword and sorcery character. Well, they started this character called the Rook, and he was a great character. He's this time traveler. He has a time machine. Looks like a rook, like a rook chess piece. He's got this friend who's a robot, and then his ancestor. He rescues him from the Battle of the Alamo right before he was supposed to be slaughtered, and he brings him along with him on all his voyages through time. This is about the time that Lord of the Rings came out. So this issue is a special issue that reprints all the stories of the Rook up to that time, and this was a really good character. Uh, never been, never heard any rumors of it being made into a. Yeah, here's the old guy that's rescued from the Battle of the Alamo. It has a great feel to it, just the old guy from out the Alamo and the robot kind of have a Human Torch thing, kind of banter going on, and this is a neat comic. The Rook. There's a different Rook coming out now that's nothing to do with this. That's also a good comic, but it's just happens to have the same title. It's part of that Geiger universe, whatever. The Rook. And so they reprinted all his stories, and then I think right after that, they gave him his own regular title. And this fantastic Richard Corbin cover. Look at that. The Rook shooting this purple robot. See, most of these comic channels, they just show, here's the Rook. I got it from mycomicshop.com. Here's this, here's that. And what I like to do, and what I propose we all should do as part of the Gratu Army on all our respective channels, is you show a book that has memories. I hate that box is there, but what can you do? You need to, with a book, either talk about your memories of buying the comic, having it bought for you. You could talk about how you sought after that book for years and how you finally found it. Telling me that you bought it on mycomicshop.com, you just clicked a button and had it sent to you a few days later. That's not an interesting story. I like stories that go with the comics. Now, let's say that the comic came out before you were born. Let's say you've got a World War II era comic book, and you just like, well, you don't have any story that goes with that. But the story you would do with it, what you've got to do is you've got to open up your book, and if and you look at the month and the year, and then you say, well, in the World War II, this battle had just happened. This is what people in the United States were worried about when this magazine was on the newsstand. This, you know, what music was playing on the radio that that kid might have listened to that bought that comic book originally? What what might they have been listening to on the radio? What might the people that made that comic have been influenced by? Who is that artist in that May 1943 comic imitating? Are they imitating Alex Raymond? Is it is it based on a Tarzan story they'd read when they were kids? You've got to, I look at what we're doing is we're museum curators. We have this collection. And if you can't talk about the things that are in the collection, you can say, well, I bought this here. It's cool. I bought this there. It's cool. You need to be able to have a sense of the context of the time period that something uh, came out of. So you need to know. And if you're not interested in that time period, why are you buying the comics of that time period? Because you heard Comic Tom tell you that it's a valuable comic? I don't know. This is the copy I bought off the newsstand. It looks brand new. Yes, it didn't have a backer board. You saw that. You know, it's not in my light because I've treated it nicely now. So, in fact, this is like insanely, brilliantly new. I'm kind of shocked how white the pages are. Anyway, look at all those model kits. That was a big part of my childhood. I like people that talk about their childhood and stuff, and the spirit was also coming out from Warren at the time. See, this is great. Why is this not filled with Star Wars? Well, it is there. Speak of the devil. I mean, I love Star Wars. I love the first three movies, the real three movies. Yeah, you say I love the first three movies. You mean episodes one, two, and three? No, they weren't. They were. I guess now the modern idiots call them episodes five, four, five. What would they call them? Four, five, and six. Yeah. No. Anyway, they've got some Mego dolls for sale. They've got Super 8 versions of the Marvel superheroes cartoons. Oh, we got some message coming in here from Mesa, Arizona. The calendars I always see on eBay have Wolfman on the cover, but I found one with Frankenstein. Wonder if you know anything about that. Do you remember what the ad for it in Famous Monsters shows? No, but I can go through my Famous Monsters here and I'll find that ad. If it's from 1966, so I'll look in the 1965-66 Famous Monsters, and by God, I'll find that ad. If not on this stream, I think I'm doing a stream tonight. I think I got clearance from Cleo that it would be okay because last Frontier Comics was asking if I could come on Friday night, which makes it sound like I don't know if he confirmed. He was asking if I'd be on Friday night. I thought that meant because maybe he could come on tonight. So I will probably try to do a live stream tonight. And I need, damn, you know what I'm most worried about? The apocalypse. My wife keeps saying, hold off on making an order with Kevin until Halloween. And I'm saying, because of our finances. And I've got everything written in my pocket that I'm going to get from him in the next order. But then I'm thinking, if the apocalypse happens, what if I never get my package because the cities are in flames? That's what I'm most worried is, am I going to get my comic books from? That's not what I'm most worried about. But trust, selfish thoughts go through your head. Anyway, what is that? I guess they put out a best of the Blazing Combat magazine. I didn't know about that. They even got some. Is Biotron? What is he? Is he a what do you call it? A transformer? Or what is he? Is he a transformer? Because it's weird that he's just called Biotron. New 12-inch tall mechanical robot you build. But it doesn't mention Transformers at all. He's just being sold as Biotron. Man, I love this stuff. Oh, they got a little color section. I just trust me. Damn, this artwork's good. No one ever talks about the Rook, Oh, John Goris is here. I always wanted that coffin pendant with the dirt from Dracula's castle, but it's probably dirt from Pennsylvania. How is anyone ever going to prove it? They probably it was from the garden at the Captain Company. Anyway, now that I don't have that plastic, I will show you this wonderful cover a bit better. Anyway, I'm not trying to be an influencer. Don't buy these books right now. Buy stock, like Zork was saying earlier, stock up on food and water or whatever. And these books will still be around. Maybe they'll be dirt cheap in the world of Mad Max. That looks like we're moving into. Let's see. With the word bio and Biotron, I assume he's some sort of cyborg. Yeah. Brought to you, it came with a certificate of authenticity. Yeah, I was just seeing the ad for it. Oh, you're being fun. Yeah. Justin, they will make good kindling, though. Yeah, really. I wonder how many people actually stored these, on a shelf with the spine out, like National Geographic's. I really love the Rook. Great character. But if you're buying comics that came out before you were alive, you should know about the history of those comics. And if you're buying books from your childhood, you should be able to talk about what was going on in your life about the time of that month that book was out. I think that's my philosophy. Here's Rook number 2. I think that makes for more interesting viewing. It's a Bob Larkin cover. Do I have the complete series? I mean, these are basically worthless. Nobody buys them because they're not key issues. Number 4, so I'm missing 3. If you got 3, let me know. Okay, so that's 4. Then here's 6. I guess I don't have them all. Here he meets up with Sherlock Holmes. I wish. Yeah, looks like I'm buying it every other month, so I go from 6 to 8. Oh, did I have 9? I don't know why I don't have all of them. This is not a childhood copy. Well, it wouldn't have been a childhood copy anyway. 1981, man. I'm a April of 81. Well, I would have been a junior in sophomore in high school. But this condition of this is not the way I would treat a book. Look at major spine ticks. Damn. Good stuff. All right, that's number 8. Number 9. When I hear number 9, I hear Mike, the Crypt Keeper of Castle Hills, doing the Beatles thing. Number 9, number 9. But come back on, Mike. God darn it. He was on earlier. With dire news about what's happening in San Antonio, and then Zork came on. issuing a wake up call. I'm only here showing these books because I mean I'd be out. Damn, another commercial. I'd be preparing, but I'm waiting for my wife. Yeah, she's not been feeling well. Now, there's a new company called Warrant, not to be confused with Warren, and they've been doing new books that look like the old Warrens. And this is Vampirus Carmilla, which is their version of Vampirella. And it's got some of these people that are veterans from Warren. Don Glut, he wrote a lot of stuff in Warren, and he also wrote for Gold Key and created characters like Dagar or Dagger or whatever. And these people work for Warren, so they're trying to really make it look like the old days. And there's another magazine called it was called The Creeps. It was based on Creepy, and now they've got now they had to change the title to Shutter. This all started during this Vampirus Carmilla started during the pandemic. See, that really looks like a Warren cover, and if you look down here, it's San Julian. It's a guy that did a lot of art for Warren. It was great. So he's apparently still alive and kicking, and that's great. Sometimes they'll get like here. There's a Frank Frazetta cover, so that makes it look very Warren-like. Now, this is a Frazetta painting that was never used by Warren. So they're a company that I have two copies of this. Look, they even used the old Warren-looking font. I'm not sure how I want up two copies of that. I've got there's a new issue of this I've got to get from Kevin. This is these look almost, just flipping through them, you would think it's still the Warren days. They're pretty close. Some art more than others. And in the back, they even do a fan club like Warren would do for Vampirella and Creepy. They don't have a lot of ads at the back. This is an ad for back issues that looks very much like the Warren ads. They don't have a lot of merchandise for sale. They have some. They have posters like Warren would have of their covers. And a lot of ads from Frazetta Art Museum. Frazetta Families buys ads in these. So this is a box that starts with the end of Vampirella. It's got some one-shot Warren stuff, and then I have my fake Vampirellas, which are pretty great. I mean, this is, I believe, it's the very last cover art from Richard Corbin before he passed away. That's just a darn shame that he's gone, man. He was so great. Big part of my childhood. This one had some damage, that came that way to the comic store. And I had a subscription to this from a local comic store. And so he said, you can keep that one. And he got another one that didn't have that. And apparently that's something that happens from time to time, because Kevin got had some similar damage on a one recently. This is Vampirus Carmilla number 8. Sometimes these books show up to the comic store already damaged. This one is number 13. I guess I don't have all the issues. This cover looks like it's right from Warren magazines. I almost would think this is an old painting that they got. Damn, who did this cover? This really makes me feel like I'm looking at a Warren magazine from 1972. They do a good job, man, I have to say. Here's number 14.
Yes, they have the cheapest data television. Sir, they're blaming you for this.
This one is based on a painting on a cover of one of the very early issues of Vampirella, and it's different. I mean, these monsters are different, and that's different. The girl's different, but it's from San Julian, who I think did the original painting. So you can't say it's a rip-off because I think he's doing a salute to himself. But it is an original painting. And here's the Vampires Carmilla 2023 annual. Big thick thing, $9.95, a little more expensive than the Warren magazines used to be, but looks just pretty good thing, man. Pretty good. Pretty good. And Shutter. This is number 2. I guess I don't have number 3. If your comic store doesn't carry these, and I don't think most comic stores carry these, you can find them at Barnes and Noble, because Barnes and Noble has a giant magazine rack, and you would look and say, if you go in there, and I never go to malls, I haven't been in one in years, but I get these magazines from Gotham City Comics in Mesa, but they still have all these magazines you would have thought don't exist anymore. Because you think there aren't really any magazines in production anymore. And I guess they're printed in small enough quantities that they can at least stock. Uh, that's the phone number. You can at least stock the Barnes and Nobles in the malls. This cover is a Frazetta painting that was used by Warren. I don't remember on if it was Creepy, Eerie, or Vampirella, but they're reusing it. It's kind of weird when they reuse a painting that Warren already used, but I have a bunch of Vampires Carmillas in my collection that I haven't bought yet that are in a cabinet at Gotham City Comic. I probably maybe a whole year's worth that I've got to buy, but so they'll be added to this box. Gotham City Comics says Ben Cooper Wave 3 just shipped if Captain Strangelife's or Spinner Studios is watching. Well, okay, cool. Well, hopefully they'll be watching. We can, what the hell time is it, man? Oh, it's about 10 o'clock. I wonder if the Trump coverage has started yet. Okay. Oh, wait, there's more Shutter magazines here. Here's Shutter number 9. That's a pretty cool cover. Shutter 10. That's a cover that was printed slightly different coloring on a Warren magazine. I think that was on a Vampirella cover. Here's number 11. Oh, and here's 1984, which was Warren's attempt to. They did Comics International before Heavy Metal, and then Heavy Metal became a big hit. It was put out by Matty Simmons, the publisher of National Lampoon, and then Warren put out this magazine to. And I just, it's this magazine really disenchanted me when it came out. I just thought, oh, this is such a disappointment, and I don't even know if I should show, because I mean they had you know so much nudity in this. Frank Thorne, uh, that did Red Sonja, did this character Gita of Alcazar, and it's Red Sonja, but with but an R-rated version of it. And then Richard Corbin did this strip, which is kind of like Den, except the guy's kind of a mongoloid, and I don't know. It's called Mutant World, and then a lot of just beautiful art. It's just the problem with it is it's just really when you read it, it's it's very juvenile. It's like this beautiful art, and it's like they're insulting the reader. It's like just put, I just found it insulting. Like they were, oh, we got to put the F word in here a bunch of times because the people reading this are morons. It's like, don't do that. This could have been great. The art's great. If you just, I don't know. That's how it struck me then. Um, it looks like I didn't come back until issue 13. By then they changed it in 1994. There was a lawsuit, I think, from the Orwell estate, where it might have just been that it was so close in on the calendar to 1984 that it started. This one has a great cover, number 17. I have to admit the cover is great. All these dead robots that have been killed by this robot killer. These kind of magazines used to exist before the internet. Plastic figure and playset collector from October '93. And they're just magazines for people to collect stuff like what we were looking at the other night, the Marx toys. Here's all about Yogi Bear toys. Um, oh, Gotham City Comics got to ship out as much as I can these next 10 days. Who knows what will be left of the city? Were you watching earlier when Zork was on, Kevin? That's, yeah, that was pretty, okay. Library 88, good morning, all. This is the stuff. Library Myra Greenblatt. Myra Greenblatt says, hello, everyone. Hey there. It's early for you, isn't it? 8 in the morning. Yeah, not that early. Um, if this channel disappears from YouTube, you know it's because of today's episode. Because I don't know that YouTube's kind of a communist run organization. They kind of don't want you to know all this stuff, man. Indian warfare. It's Marx had a playset called Indian Warfare that apparently, I had that. I'm just looking at that, realizing where the hell is that? I had that. I had this whole set. I guess I still have the Stagecoach. I'm looking at this and realizing I owned that 100%. I owned this. I still got a lot of these crazy. I'm sorry, Native Americans. I was about to say Indians. Yeah, I have got a TP, or either that or they reused these parts in the Fort Apache one. I don't know. They may have done that. Hey, I noticed that guy came back. The guy that was the monster collector that made fantasy Marx play sets. He made his own play sets, putting together pieces from different things. I forget his name, but he came back. Is doing new episodes now. For a while, he kind of dropped out. Um, Library 88. Yeah, sometimes the material is carried solely by the art. I remember finding many books unreadable even as a young kid, and I would blur the text out with my eyes and soak in the art. Yeah, but it just seemed like 1984 was appealing purely to the prurient interest, and like they were saying, oh well, heavy metal has nudity and heavy metal has curse words. What is that just says hello? I just got a phone number that just says hello at the top. What the heck does that mean? Diamond just closed another warehouse, so there's only one left now. Crazy part is there's two different rival gangs working there and having gang fights. Different gangs of comic distributors or gangs of actual criminals. Okay, Michael Dodd. Yes, that's his name. Yeah. Meyer says, I was telling Kevin that he used to come on the show pretty regularly. Yeah, he did. And he would come on the show, and not on my show. I don't think he ever came on my show. Did he? I think he would come on Graphic Man's show, and he did an interview with him exclusively, like he was his new discovery. And then he would come, and then he just like decided I can't come on anymore because on Wednesdays I'm playing cards with the guys, or I've got some game going, online gaming or gambling or something. He couldn't. I don't know if there's gambling. I don't want to slur him, but he had something going on Wednesdays. Hey, I can't come on anymore, and he just kind of bowed out and disappeared and didn't put anything else up on YouTube. He just disappeared. Dr. Fibes disappeared. He took everything off of YouTube, stripped it down. He took all his pictures off Instagram, and has disappeared as well. In fact, I think his channel's still up, but I don't think there's anything on it. So I don't know. Some people just do a duck and cover, and maybe they're the smart ones. So it looks like I have a bunch of toy magazines in here now. Here's G.I. Joe Action Figure Exchange, December '89. Gotham City says actual gangs. They are temp workers. They used to use prisoners. Now they use gang members. You mean that all the comics we buy are being packed by gang members now? Or wait, Diamond, do they even do comics anymore? Marvel's done by some company that used to do children's books, and then what is distributed by Diamond? Do they still do DC, or does DC have their own distributing arm now? Back in Time collectibles ad. This toy, it's just look at that, man. G.I. Joe, Pride of the German Army, 1966. They had, because you have G.I. Joes, and like, who are they going to fight against? Are they going to fight against your sister's Barbies? Or the Barbies, is there going to be a Barbie army? So they actually, they made a German soldier, G.I. Joe, and they made a Japanese Imperial soldier, G.I. Joe. And those things are very valuable now. You can't, oh, and they have a Russian infantryman and a French resistance fighter. I've never seen, the only time I've ever seen all of these in the 1990s, this friend of Joe Riley, well, an ex-friend of Joe Riley, was a toy collector. He says, you got to come with me to this toy place, and in Irving, I think it was in Irving, Texas. He said, this place, it was, no, it was in Oak Cliff. Oak Cliff, I believe, is in Oak Cliff. Oak Cliff um, is where Lee Harvey Oswald lived. And even and you can look, if you drive around Oak Cliff, you can tell this was a paradise in the 1940s, 50s, beautiful 50s houses. But by 1963, it was a real scummy area. That's where the movie theater was, the Texas theater that Lee Harvey Oswald hid out in, and he lived there too. And his wife lived separately from him, and I think she lived in Irving. Anyway, he said this toy store is in Oak Cliff, and so we went there. It was run by a African American lady, maybe in her 40s. This was in the 1990s, and she had this display case, so real hot. Every GI Joe. I'm talking about the real GI Joes, not. No offense to those of you that grew up in the 80s, the little GI Joes that they had the Marvel comic about. The 12-inch GI Joes, every one of them, the 1960s GI Joes, and I guess even into the 70s Kung Fu Adventure Team era, she had every one of them. They weren't for sale because I asked her, and she says, "No, that's my GI Joe collection." I'm thinking, I mean, first of all, you think, okay, GI Joes it would be a guy collecting them, and she didn't seem it's like, why is a middle-aged African American woman collecting GI Joe? It didn't seem to fit the demographic. But she says, I just love GI Joe. I just picked him up at garage sales at thrift, and she had every one of them. Probably $1 million collection there. But it was a doll store. That's what she had. She had a doll and toys. And I got giant Shogun Warrior from her, and that's where I got my Herman Munster doll up there. I mean, she had great stuff. This guy was right. Her store was incredible. It just Usually toy stores are run by fat old guys like me, and it's like you don't expect a woman to run it. You wouldn't expect a woman to run a doll store, but she had all the guy stuff. That was a one of those things where I look back on it. Was that a dream? Did I really see all the GI Joes in one spot? Man, Rumble will not stop with these commercials, man. Anyway, what are people saying here, man? That makes sense. When Meyer told me your channel, I thought I may have missed a block of your shows somehow. No, no. He was more someone I it seems like he would be my friend because he's into the same stuff I'm into, but I think we were only on a few streams together, and I was kind of trying to, hey, I don't think I ever lured him away to do a stream with me. Um, he has a tremendous love for all of that. I think a lot of his stuff was more recently acquired through eBay. But I think some of it went back to his childhood. But yeah, he had everything. It was just, he had just about everything. It was pretty good. But maybe I could get him on maybe sometime soon. Library 88, the Diamond Boys versus the Booklet Bloods versus the Comic Crips of Order Fills and Castle Hills. Oh, okay. Oh my gosh. I thought you were giving me real gang names, but no, they tend to have numbers in their gangs. Oh yeah. Those were the days. This was a great magazine. Meyer, you know about this magazine, Model and Toy Collector, number 12. I guess it's the first issue I got. Um, you can probably guess when this came out. Spring of 1989. This came out when the Tim Burton Batman movie was made. And this magazine, I remember, and they're promising next issue monsters. And look at that. It's like all that, I mean, this. So, oh my goodness, look, Kevin. So there was also a big magazine like the size of National Enquirer, bigger than that, called Toy Shop. This is all pre-internet. This is how people, look at that Batarang. It just has pictures of all the Batman toys. And then later, I think they made book versions. There were books put out based on articles from this magazine. Now, this is a fantasy ad. There was never a Batgirl model kit on her motorcycle, but this is a fantasy ad. Like, what if there was? And here's what is this? Ooh, this has reproductions of the Aurora directions for the Batmobile. It's. I think this company later put out a whole book of all the directions for all the '60s model. Yeah, just all the 1966 wave of toys, and just this is a great magazine. I would love to, if find earlier issues. Number 12 is the first one I got. This was just sold at a mainstream bookstore called Book Stop, I believe it was called, right by the evil Parks Mall. The Parks Mall was built, and that evil mall that was kind of an ugly mall was built, and it caused the mall that Zork and I grew up going to be destroyed. The Six Flags Mall and the Parks Mall were victims to this giant Parks Mall that came along. This is collectible models, toys, and various other memorabilia from the 50s through today. Saucer Man, Ed looks good. Hey, did you have a lot of traffic from the Trump rally in Mesa? Because it was in I looked it up and I think it was like 19 minutes away from or was it was something. It looked like it was real close to Mesa. He was there last night. Or no, maybe yesterday afternoon. Then Trump was at something last night, and there were like these Hawaiian dancers dancing. And this guy came out that looked almost exactly like The Rock. He sounded exactly like The Rock. I thought, man, they've got The Rock showing up like Hulk Hogan showed up, but it turned out to not be The Rock. But he was so close to The Rock that it was almost almost false advertising. I better have the monster issue or something's wrong with it. That's 12. Okay. Oh, I'm fooled. I thought, well, here's issue 13, but it's not a monster issue. There's Batman, but no, it is a monster issue. But because Batman was in theaters, they had to put him on the cover. But in reality, it is a monster issue. Here's the Bob Morris Monster Collection. Right up the street, but no, he didn't come by. He could have handed out comics like French fries. Well, you should have invited him. Can you imagine Donald Trump in Gotham City Comics, man? He would have loved it, man. Here's an ad that I think it says it ran in the New York Times in 1966. I think it also ran in Boy's Life, but it's an unusual Aurora ad, a comic strip with all the the monsters. Some of this stuff I don't have a photocopier, but I should photocopy. All the stuff about the Aurora. I mean, all this stuff is available now on the internet. But here's the Godzilla directions. But it's not as much fun as holding it in your hand. You're not looking at a screen that glares at you and damages your retinas. And ads for the Munster model kit. There's an article on Bob Burns. Yeah, he could have handed out all the worthless comics you've got in the back room that you can't sell. Donald Trump could have signed them, and then they would have become valuable objects. Then this is a summer special. That's when the Dick Tracy movie came out, which seems like the Dick Tracy movie came out not long after Batman. Like, was it a whole year later or was it less than a year? This one, the paper looks a little more dingy. I think that maybe they used a cheaper quality paper on this, because I can see it even in the TV screen there on my phone. But this is looks a little more aged. Dick Tracy. Let's go ahead and talk to Montana. You're on the air. I guess it wouldn't hurt if I went out and got some water. Or maybe, I don't know. But with the next issue, they went to a square bound format where it's This must have been when the Shadow movie came out. Yeah. And it has slick paper and it feels more like a coffee table book. Full history of the Shadow, merchandise. Here's an interview with Shelley Moldoff. This really is and then back then, if you remember, there were all these model kits being made by fans that were molded in resin. Oh yes, they are the same people that put out. This is an indispensable book, Aurora History and Price Guide. It's the same people that put this out. They're out of Akron, Ohio. Wonder if these people are still around. Maybe wonder what they're doing now. They have stuff on the Marvel. Yeah, see, different people would put out these. Which way do I go, man? Which way do I go? Which way do I go? Let's see. It was years later, that those two dogs in the Warner cartoons. It's like, which way do I go, George? It's like, George is my friend, the big dog and the little dog. I never realized that was a riff on Of Mice and Men, the John Steinbeck novel, that it was turned into a movie. And the big guy was like wasn't he someone that accidentally killed someone? But he was kind of like, not all there. Which way do I go? George is my friend. Pretty sure. Am I correct on that? Yeah. Here's look at that. Someone made a dead man. I think there's a real dead man now that Mego actually legitimately put out that's being sold in Walmart to people that have no idea who Dead Man is. And meanwhile, people that know who Dead Man is that would like a Dead Man Mego figure have no way of getting that figure because Walmart is impossibly far from me. But I need to go fill my tank up in my car. That's one of the first things that you got to do because when they turned off our power in Texas, to keep your phone going, the only way you can do it if you don't have a generator is you've got to go charge it from your car battery. So, but I need to have and I would go out in the car and turn the heater on to warm myself up because it was 0 degrees in Texas outside and they turned our power off for over 24 hours. And then it got colder and colder in the house. Keep some cash on hand too. Yes, that's what I'm hearing. Yeah, because I really thought you were going for a Biden joke. No, no. Myers says you're correct. He wanted to raise rabbits and live in peace. Poor Lenny. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Keep some cash. Yeah, yeah. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. I mean, these are these are like books that really could be put on my bookshelf. So, not having them in a bag and board isn't like horrifying me. These are, this one is 1981, 91. Aliens came out in what, 85, 86. So that had been out for a while. I'm just like, wow. I mean, Kennedy is just devastating it. He's broken through. They're exposing the medical tyranny. Bill Gates has been indicted. Praise God. I just think it's cool that Trump has this army of cool people. He's got Robert Kennedy Jr. that's going to help our health. He's got Tulsi Gabbard. It's really like the Justice League of America or the Super Friends. He's got Vivek Ramaswamy, who's really cool and incredibly well spoken. Who else is there? He's got Tucker Carlson. They're like all these really cool people. I think they're all really cool. And they're all likable people. They're all people that you could, feel like you could hang out with. It's who am I missing? I mean, I guess Vance. I wasn't quite sure of him at first, but during that debate, So he turned to the camera and kind of look at you like, oh my God, are you listening to this asshole over here? That guy's cool. I need to watch. There's a movie about his life called Hillbilly Holocaust or Hillbilly Hoedown or something. I don't know what it's called, but uh, it was made by Ron Howard. And, it's like, I guess they thought Vance was an okay guy until he became the running mate for Trump. I don't know. I don't know if Ron Howard's politics, but I know Hollywood would never make another movie about Vance. Yeah, coming soon in '92. Yeah, I've got that book in the other room. I could show it to you. I have to find it, but I'm pretty sure it's in the other room. Here's a guy in Bentonville, AR. AR is Arizona, right? Because ARK is Arkansas. I don't know. Anyway, where's Bentonville? Here's a guy that just deals in Mighty Mouse premiums. Of course, it's 1992. There's no telling the guy may not be around anymore. Justin, that is one bonus. It will be the end of American civilization, but the next generation will appreciate physical objects again. Yeah, the whole thing of owning nothing. Yeah, I mean, Arizona, Arkansas, whatever. Who cares? It's not like we can cut. Hey, I just saw your ad in the new 1999 winter issue of Model and Toy Collect. Just wondering how you're doing. Oh my God. Then we've got a. This is really bad. I mean, it's. I guess it's a good painting, but I mean, just I don't know. There's something about. He just does not look like. Oh well. Oh, well, oh look, it's David Koresh. No, just all a lot of nerds look like David Koresh. You go to a comic convention back then, you'd see a lot of you'd, you'd have a lot of David Koresh sightings. All this, man, look at all this Green Hornet memorabilia. They really thought the Green Hornet was going to be just as big a hit as Batman, so they made sure all the toys were out, ready to go on premiere night of the Green Hornet in 1967, and it just did not take off and fly like Batman did, mainly because the Green Hornet hadn't been published as a comic book, and since the kids that were watching, that was something their parents knew about. He was more of a radio show character than he was in the movie serials, and there were some Green Hornet comics, but when you think Green Hornet, you think old time radio, and that was just not in the memory banks of the average 10, 11, 12-year old in 1967. So they tried to tie it in with Batman, but it didn't have the same tone as Batman. It was not as campy. It was a little more serious. And, oh, Gary Davis. Hey, Gratu. Good morning. Well, good morning, Gary. You're welcome to come on. I'm just hanging out waiting for the apocalypse, looking at old toy magazines and wondering when I'm going to go in the other room and go to the restroom, which is probably now. I should probably put the link if anyone wants to go. Oh, my gosh. That is issue 18. Do they have Bottle and Toy Collector? Is it in mycomicshop.com's database? It might be. I was noticing it's kind of insulting when mycomicshop.com doesn't have a picture of the magazine that they're selling. It's like certain books, they just think, there's no point in taking a picture of a Gold Key comic or a Mad magazine. It's almost like it's a little snooty, I think. But then, do they have enough manpower and enough hours in the day to take a picture of every single thing that they're selling? I don't know. Hold on. The link to come on is might be laziness. Yeah, quite possibly. I think it's more likely just not enough hours in the day. And some books they just think are not worth it. They're not the only people that care about them are the 15 people that are watching. Okay. I will, damn, I gotta. I'm not normally here at this time of day. I'm normally at work, so I kind of, I guess I gotta check the mail. I'll be right back.
Yeah, it's civil because they all work in the machines, and they did it in Republican districts and precincts only, and they gave the Republican precincts ballots 2 inches too short. Isn't that interesting? Yeah, yeah. And so now the new Ronna McDaniel-Romney routine in Arizona with the Republican Party, who I actually have the biggest beef with, is why are we pushing everybody to be voting early in Arizona? And base your ballot and vote by mail and lo and behold, now Maricopa County is going to need 10 plus days to count everything. Why are we not asking Trump and Kerry Lake, why are you allowing this again? Well, they've fought hard with lawsuits and action, but remember the lady that ran against Lake, who ran the elections, stole it openly, and now we're going to have Kamala Harris be the one that doesn't certify Trump in her own election. That's the VP. So, yeah, this is all, and 60% of folks in Maricopa County, mainstream news, are saying they're concerned and are seeing irregularities. Again, why did the elections work until 2018 and then now going forward? Because it's the last stronghold they've got. And in Michigan, in the key blue areas, they will have, again, more people vote than are registered voters because they just run ballots in the machines. And they've got that 500,000 person, a lot of the names aren't even real. It's people's cats. Literally, they've got cats in California and Michigan, and they just run those, and they've got that phantom base to do it. And so, yeah, we're under tyranny. They don't want to leave. They believe they're going to maintain control. They're trying to get the military ready for martial law.
Yeah, shit.
Into a high-tech smart TV and sounds. Access
See another ad.
and download subscription. No technical knowledge required.
Pardon, I didn't mean to curse on this.
Gives you access to Netflix, Hulu, and more without having to pay for expensive subscriptions.
Okay, so how do you see the Joe Rogan show? I mean, at what point does he film it in the day? Does it come on live? Does it come on in the evening? Gratu had to see a man about a horse. LOL. Okay. All right.
Why are we allowing Maricopa County 10 plus?
Oh, okay.
This has never happened
This is
in the history of voting in Arizona.
I just dropped this. I don't think it was damaged. But anyway, this is fake. I mean, it's not real. It's a fake replica of a Captain Action promotional flyer.
God bless you, Alex, and I appreciate all your products, the DNA Force, Micro Boost, iodine.
On the back, ads for these impossibly rare dolls that were, I mean, it used to be these things were like $1,000 each. They may be more, they may be less, I don't know, but they were sold in the 60s. There was Batgirl, Supergirl, Wonder Woman, and Mara. And they even had a little crypto. They were sold in boxes like that. But girls just didn't go for them. They were, it's kind of like the G.I. Joe nurse. G.I. Joe nurse, you might as well just use a Barbie to be the nurse for G.I. Joe, because the G.I. Joe nurse wasn't as pretty facially as the Barbie doll. So little girls weren't going to buy it to play with their brother's G.I. Joe set. And little boys weren't going to buy the G.I. Joe nurse. I mean, but anyway, it's just all the,
That's why the show's so truthful.
Captain Action was like the thing. The Captain Action figure looked a little like, George Bush. And then you would snap these plastic heads over his head to turn him into Flash Gordon, Superman, Batman, Aquaman, the Phantom, Captain America, Spider-Man, or what is that? Well, Steve Canyon. Yeah. And you get a flasher ring, And then his little friend Action Boy could be turned into Robin. I don't know what the heck that is, or Aqua Boy, Aqua Lad rather. Aqua Boy, what the heck am I thinking? It's those chemtrails. Last Saturday morning, man. They cool stuff. And then DC had a Captain Action comic book that Wally Wood illustrated. Of course, there's Dr. Evil. You could turn him into different villains. Man, they tried to do replicas of this in the 1990s, but it looked like shit. It didn't look anything like. I can't believe people actually collect the replicas. Here's there's the Batman outfit you could get back then. All this stuff that's impossibly rare now. I never got into Captain Action. Well, yeah, well, you have to have been a kid in 1960. I mean, this stuff came out when I was 1 year old, so I probably would have gotten into this if I was old enough. My friend Randy was into Captain Action, but he was class of 1976 and I was class of 1983. So those few years difference I mean, I was all into the Mego dolls in the early 70s. So if I was into Mego dolls, I probably would have been into this. It's what they. I mean, I don't think anyone played with him as Captain Action. You snapped other things on him, and then he became the characters you really wanted to play with because, I mean, Captain Action wasn't that interesting. It was the characters he could become. Oh, he could also be the Green Hornet. I forgot about that. And then it's extremely told you so when really what they have planned and what they're doing. And he had this vehicle. Oh, he could also be. This is yeah. He could be Sergeant Fury. Look at that's so cool. Look at that. I've seen it 1,000 times. That means there's been 10,000 of these. I think that's the only. There was never any other merchandise made from Sergeant Fury that I know of. Interesting that the Lone Ranger, they went with a red shirt. He was more often shown with a red shirt prior to the 1950s TV show. 1950s TV show, most people that watched it, he had a gray shirt on because it was black and white television. But then when people got color televisions, you saw he had a light blue outfit. But if before that, it was never stated. And why did it do that? I'm not doing anywhere close to a thumbs up. Why did it do that? Anyway, AI like what I'm saying. The old on the radio show, you just know he's a masked man. So the old movie serials, they had him with a mask here, I think, with his eyes exposed, and a lot of times you'd see him in pre 1950s. Well, I think Clayton Moore, maybe that started in 49, at the very dawn of television, maybe 50, I don't know. But prior to that, Lone Ranger could just as easily be wearing a red shirt. I mean, it was never told to the radio listeners what color outfit he wore, or or that he wore the same clothes all the time. That's a cool thing. Showing you this over and over, they're all getting trained for possible election threats. Amazing. So I don't even know where I got this, but it's not real. It's fake. We're gonna go to break, take a few more calls, and then hand the baton to the great Jade Heyer, Owen Schroeder. 3 p.m. coming up. We'll knock it out of the park. Every day prices 19 days, so we could be shut down. It's an easy decision to make. They're great products. Really, you will love. What do people say? Some companies, I said, why don't we just put on high quality ones and get? What are people saying here? Which we did. I never thought it was the right thing in business. Like, I didn't think
These are really
Gotham City, there's a Halloween special in Mad Magazine. I saw that existed, but it's not at the Dollar General. That's supposed to be out, yeah, but I can't find it. That has a sea monkey creature from the Black Lagoon illustration. It's not available through my distributors, so maybe it's for bookstores. Yeah, it seems like Dollar General got every Mad special, but they still have the one with the reprint of the Jaws movie poster. It's like I voted for Apex because I voted for Freedom 2 days ago. Good work, Apex. Barbie cosplay. Look at Barnes and Noble, says Gary Davis for that Mad thing. Yeah. Apex says Nurse Barbie, good night, nurse. Gary Davis, I never got into Captain Action. Alex Jones in the background, excellent, says Apex. Gary Davis, he wasn't as popular as G.I. Joe. No, but he was pretty popular for a while. Apex, I love the Migos. I want to get the Atlas Comics line of Migo figures. Yeah, I do too. Although I'm disappointed in the Devilina, but it's a cool figure if it's not based. I mean, because she's based on a character that basically looks like a double Vampirella, and they're not going to go with the skimpy clothes on something sold in Walmart. Gary Davis, he could be all those cool characters. Yeah. Apex, I'd like to see a George Reeves Superman Mego figure. That would be cool. Gary, I love that Lone Ranger TV show. Oh no, it's Dr. Evil, says Apex. Oh my gosh. Is this finished yet? Yes, it is. Okay, now we need to.
This is the second most toxic thing.
Another commercial. Yeah. So I'm gonna get YouTube for. Let's see how the show looks. Oh, Zork. Checking in. Oh, and I collect Migo Eagle Force. I have all the first series, and I'm looking for the most elusive second. I don't even know what Migo Eagle Force is. Someone enlighten me. Are those new figures that are? Yeah, I don't. I mean, if you're looking for it, it must be Walmart thing. Um, okay, what's the Trump surge? The Kamala collapse continues. Hmm. Oh, I forgot I put a Felix the Cat thumbnail for this episode. Terror beneath. Yeah, there I am watching TV. How about that? Okay, so what I want to do is see what's going on. Oh, Right Side Broadcasting is already live.
For people, I see it on my social media.
Oh, this I was wondering. Right Side Broadcasting has there's this guy, I think he's the founder of this network, and I never see him on anymore. He has these new people, but this one girl that sounds like the cheerleaders back in my high school used to always be on, and I haven't seen her in probably 6 months. She's back. So, oh, that's because she's based in Texas. I think they have regional people, and so when
I'm gonna pick that up, or if my
okay. So he did go to Austin. He's there for the Joe Rogan episode, and he must be about to deliver some remarks for that. So I'm gonna say I record all this stuff. It's part of the mental illness, folks. But someday I'll have an archive of everything that happened leading up to World War III or something. So it's all part of me being a museum curator.
You could pay $600 a night for a hotel. That's half.
Uh,
Now we can debunk a few myths. Myth: Vice President
this
Kamala
was
Harris
this
never
was
held as a border.
Trump last night, and what is today? The 25th. So this is Trump.
Despite efforts by the far left media to downplay it, Biden
August
held a televised meeting in
24th.
March 2021, tasking Vice President Harris
And
with
Jones.
migration to the southern border.
Okay, I was recording yesterday. Oh, I got a phone call coming in. What? No.
Let's remember that number. A myth.
What is going on?
Biden administration compared to Trump administration.
Am I still on?
Under border guard Harris, we've had around 24 million illegal border crossers just in 20.
Am I still on?
compared to the Trump administration, where it had 2.4
What just happened?
million illegal border crossers in all 4 years. In fact, every month since March 2021,
I'm still live. I looked down at my phone and it said emergency call because I think I pressed the button. I think on the side of this stupid iPhone, you press the button and it like tries to call 911. So it said cancel and I hit cancel because I think, damn it. Well, I hope the police don't show up. Hopefully I didn't swat myself.
You can look him up.
Um,
He testified a lot in Congress on behalf of the importance of a secure
Okay,
southern border
so
and some of the tragedies that he saw while they're down there. So I'm gonna pull up our schedule really quick. Bear with me. We are at 10:44, so we are actually going to toss it over to studio in just a minute. Miles, if you can.
I can't wait to see Trump on Joe Rogan.
Thank you. Technical difficulties.
So I look at the surface of the disc and make sure there's no problem because I had some problems with the last spindle I got.
A little bit for you guys again. For those who have just now tuned in, my name's Liz.
So I record on this DVD recorder just like you'd record with a VCR. So here's this girl. She's put on some weight, and that's all right. We all have.
Text message. I think for my family. One thing about me is that I am very not.
Oh, that's the new thing girls do is they paint white right on the tip of their nose or right on the tip to make it look like they've got a little pixie nose. It's the makeup trick. I'm glad I'm married because girls today have all kinds of tricks to fool you into thinking they look a lot different than what they really look like. I guess they've always had those tricks. Okay, so I guess I'm only about 14 minutes late for this broadcast starting. So I start my recording and I'm in 6-hour speed. It's kind of like VHS. It's the video quality is degraded. The sound is still the same. So President delivers remarks to the press in Austin, Texas. I bet he's already done his Joe Rogan interview.
Hi, everybody.
And so
we are live. I'm Liz Willis, and I'll be hosting today from Austin, Texas, where President Trump is scheduled to give his
I'm being told to lose weight because of potential cannibal attacks. Only on this show. And I believe him too. Let's see.
Situation at the southern border.
Apex says, what's Eagle Force? Zork says, Eagle Force was the last Mego line. It's what Megaforce, the movie, was based off of. Really? I didn't know that. I thought Megaforce was just like some ridiculous thing they'd created to maybe sell toys, but it was, yeah, I have never seen Mega. They used to advertise Megaforce in the comics, and yeah. That was it. Just looked. God, I bet it's funny now. Zork says they were in the minute work video. It's a mistake. What? 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 I don't. I don't know what you're talking. I remember minute work. Gary Davis. Any word on whether Marvel is going to let me go? Me go. I know the spell check. Re-release their figures. Oh, they haven't, have they? They've only you're right. They've only re-released the. Hey, well, that's evil Disney. They're not going to let you do anything. Hey, I had a 1966 Marvel cartoon playing in the background while I was doing a show a couple of weeks ago, and it caused me not to be able to upload the show until I trimmed out the sound in the background, which is ridiculous. Apex says, "Yes, we're here." Okay, sorry. You were still live. The screen just went black and it was saying emergency. The screen was red and I was thinking, have we gone to war? Apex says Trump and Rogan should be a legendary show. Yeah, I know. I'm looking forward to it. And Zork says, you must trim up. We have literal cannibals amongst us now, and you look juicy to them. Gary Davis, you're fine. Don't lose weight. Yeah, because he wants to eat me. I'm sorry, just kidding. Apex says It's a Mistake was a minute work song on their second album. I bought their first album. I still have it. I don't think I was even aware they had a second album. Meyer says I used to have a Wendy O. Williams poster where she was holding a newspaper with that headline. The guitar solo in It's a Mistake is simple and brilliant. What was the headline? I'm losing the train of thought. What did the headline say on the Wendy O. Williams poster? Uh, Sork says the guitar solo in It's a Mistake is simple and brilliant. I will look that song up, man. Okay. Okay. See, I'll show you they do this trick with makeup where they paint white on this part of their nose, and it they can paint their faces and look completely different. It should be against the law what women do. Well, the Mego Eagle Force toys are are in the very first seconds of the video. Maybe they were distributed more in Australia than here. It's my previous comments, says Meyer. Okay. I'm so confused with the comments. Meyer. I don't see a previous comment. They only show me the last few comments. I used to have a Winnie O. Williams poster where she was holding a head. Yeah, I don't see the previous comment. The AI is deleting comments that are not in any way offensive. Yeah. Apex, the magic of makeup. Yeah, they're listening to this show for sure after earlier. Well, I'm aware that we shouldn't be buying water in these plastic things, but I don't know at this point what alternative I have. Okay, this is this is my tripod that's been repaired so many times. Um, I'm going to put you guys back in the tripod. The tripod, these jaws were pressing in on some button on the side of my phone that was causing it to ask if I wanted to call 911, which I don't. I'm on, man. I do want to see I got a phone call earlier that said hello. That's probably some scam. I'm on, man. Okay. Let me see this was a gift from Captain Strangeliffe, this tripod. It worked well for a while. Because I think he was sick of not being able to see things on my show because the camera moved, or maybe he was getting nauseous, so he sent me a tripod one day. Um, uh, oh, it keeps deleting it. Then don't try to. It's probably something to do with war, and they think you're. Yeah. That's why I never saw your comment. That's why I wasn't following the thread. Okay, so that's what's going on. Last Frontier. By the way, good morning. Yeah, did you want to do a live stream tonight, Last Frontier? That's what I kind of gathered from when you were asking whether I was going on Friday night. If so, I'll do one later on after we eat dinner. Apex, I need a new tripod. How are your comics going, Apex? I know you draw comics. Last Frontier, Mego is releasing Marvel figures, but they will only be available at Disney stores and online Disney stores, of course. Well, if that keeps Mego in business, that's great. Yeah. Skip says, I knew a girl I worked with and saw her every day. She came in one day without makeup, and I said, "Who's that?" Zork, buy these SEPTA 5-gallon 20-liter BPA free lightweight. I don't have time to buy that shit between and I plus we don't really have money to do that for camping and emergency. Okay, buy Scepter 5-gallon 20-liter BPA free lightweight portable water storage container for camping and emergency storage on Amazon. Buy them. Okay, I'll let my wife. I'll let her. She'll be able to do that. Myers says the newspaper said those who are eating will soon be eaten. Oh, okay. How did you get it to come through that way? He says, sure. Okay, cool. All right. That means we're going to have an amazing live stream tonight. Okay. Um, if the world still exists tonight. Anyway, so I don't know. This is what I've got a million of these things. So I'm sure it's killing me. But Apex says FemBat campaign is launching on Sunday, October 27th. I hope everything is a go. I hope the world isn't in flames. That destroyed my GoFundMe with riots. Hope everything is a go. My campaign is currently in review at Fund My Comic. Apparently, in quotes, it's okay. Oh, okay. Going out this weekend, and Skip says going out this weekend, and getting items on the Zork list. Yeah, that's cool, man. If you watch David Nino Rodriguez, he's got this guy 107 that's apparently some ex, I don't know, like James Bond type guy, and that seems to have inside knowledge. But it's almost like Zork is kind of our 107. But some people thought 107 was secretly John F. Kennedy Jr. that he staged his death in the plane crash, and he's behind the scenes working to get vengeance for his father. But anyway, because he put out a book called the kid on the boy at the side of the road, and they thought, oh, that's like when little John was there on the side of the road watching the funeral procession. But anyway, whatever. David Nino Rodriguez is this ex-boxer. It's really funny if you watch him. He'll put the shows that are innocent on YouTube, but he has his own pay channel. It's very cheap, like $1.99 a month. We get it, and he's hilarious. But when 107 comes on, and he'll ask him, "So what's going to happen?" And it's like, "Hey, Mr. Wizard, what's going to happen?" And then 107 will say, "Well," and then he'll start telling these parables from the Bible, and then you could just tell that David Nino, he'll cut to a picture of himself going like this, and, and he's punching the wall. It's like, what the? Why don't you just tell me? It's really funny, man. Anything is better than nothing at this point. If you order anything that has to be delivered, do it today. Don't wait. The supply lines will try fast. I gotta get this stuff from Kevin. I gotta get these comic books. That will help me in the apocalypse. 10 days left, maybe less. Be calm, but keep it moving. Don't waste an hour. I'm wasting it now, but I'm waiting on her to wake up. Maybe I should go, but I don't need her to wake up to get the water. I could actually go do that while I do the live stream. I shouldn't be wasting this water now, but where are my sunglasses, ladies and gentlemen? What else do I need, man? I know I need to get the water. Oh, she said I need to get something else. Oh yeah, I remember. I remember now. She wanted me to get some bacon bits because Drew is having trouble adjusting to the Burt Ward Robin dog food, at least the wet food. So we have to doctor it up, and if we put some bacon bits on it, we're thinking she'll gobble it down. Make sure you have at least 5 gallons to cook with. I was going to say, but how do you cook without electricity? But you would cook with flame. So we'd have to cook in the front yard because we can't really. Hmm. Hmm. Shit, man, if this stuff goes down and we have no power during the winter, that could be kind of bad because there are times it can be, rarely, but it can go down to minus 15 here. I've seen it happen. Um, a camping stove and a gas canister is not a good idea. A rocket stove to cook with wood outside. You know, this house used to have a fireplace. I wish they got rid of it. You can tell where it was. Um, see, there's a mess in my. Anyway, it's messy here, but anyway, so this jukebox, where this jukebox is, you can tell this was the fireplace, but instead now it's just it's empty, it, and it's the air comes through here, you know. So it starts in the basement, and then this goes through the next floor, and then up into the attic. It comes out through the floor in the attic. This is just an air column of air, all right, and then and then I closed this because I was going to do a musical episode this morning, but then the camera fell on the ground and ended that real quick. Let's see. I was trying to keep the sound out. So here on the other side, you see where the vent comes out for this area. So, it would really be more comforting if we had a fireplace. What are people talking about here? You can make a rocket stove with a hand axe and a log. Meyer says an upside shopping cart makes an excellent barbecue. Also doubles as a holding cage for captured reavers. Yes, it does. If you get this stuff and don't end up needing it, then you're resilient for a natural disaster or power outage. We have what? We have power outages now like South Africa, and it's for the same reason, communism. Oh my goodness. Communists. Yeah. Well, so when does Joe Rogan normally? See, I thought Joe Rogan was only on Spotify, but now I realize I guess he's got multiple outlets and he's got his own web page. It's not a pay show. I used to think he was also a pay show, and then you had to wait a while to see the whole show. Maybe I'm thinking of Tim Pool. I don't know. Is Tim Pool kind of like Joe Rogan in their business model? I don't know. And how does Joe Rogan make money if he lets his show out for free? Because does he have commercials or a sponsor? I don't know. That's, Zork says huge corporations always push communism because it eliminates competition. Yeah, it's like the pandemic. They only let Walmart stay open and Target, and all the mom and pop shops were considered non-essential. Yeah, I know of that. Okay, well, small businesses don't, but big business does. Oh, here's my sunglasses. Oh man, I wanted to take a picture of the beautiful leaves, but the wind has blown them all off this tree. That's, oh shoot, that's so depressing. It was so gorgeous, man, and they all got blown off overnight. Man. There was this one tree a few blocks away that was so beautiful. I wonder if the leaves are still on it. I ought to go see.
says it has the potential to affect fields ranging from nuclear physics to rocketry and stealth technology.
Ashley Webster of the Fox Business Network. Law enforcement agencies across the country are cracking down on the troubling spread of child sexual abuse imagery created through AI. States are now racing to ensure those generating deep fakes and obscene imagery of kids artificially can be prosecuted under their laws. Secretary of State Blinken conferring with Mideast leaders today in search of a Gaza ceasefire.
Meeting with Arab leaders in London, Secretary of State Antony Blinken says implementing a UN Security Council resolution can provide the security needed along the Israeli-Lebanese border. We want to see civilians protected. We want to make sure that Lebanese forces are not caught in the crossfire. 3 journalists were killed in an Israeli airstrike in southeast Lebanon today at guest houses. The guest houses were deliberately targeted with premeditation and planning. Sharon Halper, Fox News.
The judge in Alec Baldwin's trial has upheld her own decision to throw out involuntary manslaughter charges against the actor. The special prosecutor in the case will have to decide whether to appeal. I'm Jackie Hello. This is Fox News.
Every 4 years, the world watches. Every corner kick, every save, every pass. The world watches its most beautiful game played at its highest level. And for a moment, the world stops turning for soccer. Bank of America is proud to be the official bank.
I've never watched 1 second of a soccer game.
Supporting smart abilities turned into achievement on the biggest stage. What would you like the power to do? Bank of America and A member. Jesse.
After you use Bounce Dryer Sheets and realize how fresh, soft, less wrinkled, and less staticky your laundry can be, you'll every time. Like those socks that smell like they've been through a marathon. Or that blanket that's got wrinkles on wrinkles. Tidy coworker who keeps distracting you. Okay, Bounce Dryer Sheets can't do it all. But for fresher, softer, better laundry.
Oh, look at that. That's beautiful.
Story of the one.
Look at that Trump flag, man. Cool.
He knows getting the ventilation right is
America.
critical for safety. That's why when questions arise, there's Granger. Granger offers detailed technical product information online at his fingertips, so it's easy to find what he needs. Because when it comes to safety, having answers means he and his people can breathe a little easier. Call clickgranger.com or just stop by. Granger, for the ones who get it done.
I don't feel so good. You do feel hot. Dayquil Kids will take care of that fever. What about my cough? Dayquil Kids has that covered. Will it make my throat feel better? Yes, that too. But will it taste good? Yep.
Trump flag, Trump sign. Excellent.
Well, yes, it's great.
Another Trump sign.
Kids plus fever. Daytime coughing, aching, sore throat, fever, just for kids.
Look at these. Look at these beautiful leaves.
Did you know that Wendy's has any size soft drinks for just $1? Yes.
I need to go to Wendy's, but that's an hour away, man.
$1 Sprite. Or even $1 strawberry Fanta. Okay, could we maybe switch up the sound effect? Please? I'm losing it.
I need to get that ultimate Terminator burger they have at Wendy's.
Gotta be Wendy's.
Limited time only. Price and participation may vary. A la carte only. Not valid in a combo. Exclusions apply.
True Country. 540 KWMT. It's proud
Uh-oh, a Harris sign.
country music DJ Hall.
Oh, no.
Member Dale Eicher.
I don't want to get a copyright claim. You got to turn that music down. Come on, man. What the hell is that? What have I done?
St. Joseph reported 56. Omaha Council Bluffs reported 48. And Sioux City reported 45. Now for a few weather conditions around the region. At Grand Island, it was sunny. The temperature was 46 degrees. At Sioux Falls, it was mostly sunny. The temperature was 47 degrees. At Minneapolis, St. Paul, it was mostly sunny. The temperature was 47 degrees. Once again,
47.
in Creston, it was sunny.
47
The
degrees.
temperature was 52 degrees. Now here is the hazardous weather outlook for portions of central Iowa. For today and tonight, no hazardous weather is expected at this time. And now the extended outlook for the period Saturday through Thursday. Gusty south winds are expected next Monday and Tuesday. Gusts over 40 miles per hour could occur Tuesday. Elevated finer weather conditions may develop at times from Sunday through Tuesday due to increasing wind and
What did I accidentally do? Terrible. I took the station off the. What? Oh my gosh. Oh. Yeah, let's get some water, then we'll get some gasoline. My goodness. And I'm supposed to get some bacon bits also. What did I do to the race?
Here at KWMT Week. Now, really busy out there in the field today and on the road, as Paul noted. Paul Ream calling in earlier on the show last hour. He has picked up dinner for our winners at Feed the Farmer. And that amazing meal coming from
Those red leaves are indeed beautiful, says Zork. Myers says,
Prime rib featured on Fridays.
nice blue sky. It's cloudy here this morning.
Catering such as
Gotham says, Four Seasons. I've heard of that. We only have summer and winter here. Zork, I wish I had a bunker decorated on the inside as O'Neill Ford would design it. Zork, 25 years of food and an underground aquifer. Meyer says, beautiful small town America. Zork, you're up there in Yankee Land, Gratu. No. Nah, I don't know, man. I don't think so. The people here are kind of more like the way Texans should be than the real Texans. Zork says, your blood is rebel red. Zork, laugh out loud. I still have my grandfather's Radio Shack weather radio. The one with a single button on the front of it. I have one too. And fall wood grain on the plastic. I have one too, but it stopped working. Zork, understand no help will be coming. And we are it. Each of us are the rescue army. For better or worse, that's reality. Zork, what you take with you into this maelstrom is all you will have. No resupply. Myers says, the day after. Remember when that premiered? There was a public service message at the beginning warning that what happens in the movie is going to happen soon. Did it say that? I remember watching that movie. See, where else can you hear songs like this on the radio? Okay, let's get the show on the road, man. I can't wait till she wakes up. We'll do what we can when she wakes up, but I'm gonna go ahead and get started now. Oh man, I've got the back is filled with boxes. I can't put water in. I got to get rid of these boxes before I can go in and get water. I've got to take all this stuff to the recycling place, which is just a block away. I forgot I had loaded up with all this junk. All right.
Well, love you more than I can ever tell.
162.45 megahertz. This broadcast originates from the National Weather Service at Des Moines, Iowa. The current time is 11:14 a.m. Central Daylight Time. Now for the official National Weather Service forecast for Corning, Bedford, Mount Ayr, and surrounding locations. West today, sunny. Highs in the lower 60s. North winds 10 to 15 miles an hour. Tonight, mostly clear. Cooler with lows in the mid-30s. Northeast winds 5 to 10 miles an hour. Saturday, sunny. Highs around 60. East winds 5 to 10 miles an hour. Saturday night, mostly cloudy until midnight, then becoming partly cloudy. Lows in the upper 30s. Southeast winds 5 to 10 miles an hour. Sunday, sunny. Highs in the upper 60s. South winds 10 to 15 miles an hour. Sunday night, mostly clear until midnight, then becoming mostly cloudy. Not as cool with lows in the lower 50s. Monday, partly sunny.
There we go.
Breezy and not as cool times in the upper 70s. Monday night, mostly cloudy. Not as cool with lows in the mid-60s. Tuesday, mostly sunny. Breezy with highs in the lower 80s. Tuesday night, partly cloudy until midnight, then mostly cloudy with a chance of showers after midnight. Lows in the upper 50s. Chance of rain 40%. Wednesday, mostly cloudy with a chance of showers with a slight chance of thunderstorms. Cooler with highs in the lower 70s.
Slow that down. Okay.
Looking over.
What is that?
57 degrees. Here are some conditions elsewhere in Iowa and Missouri. It was sunny. It was 54 at Cedar Rapids, 56 at Iowa, and 57 at Kansas City. St. Joseph reported 59, Omaha Council Bluffs reported 52, and Sioux City reported 49. Now for a few weather conditions around the region. At Grand Island, it was sunny. The temperature was 52 degrees. At Big Falls, it was mostly sunny. The temperature was 51
When we get back to
degrees.
the water, we'll look at some issues of the Warren magazine, The Spirit.
The temperature was 50
That
degrees.
was
Once again
another
at 11
Warren
a.m.
magazine that people don't think of that often, that
The temperature was
I really
51
loved as a
degrees.
kid.
Now
Okay, we're
here's
back.
the
We've unloaded the cardboard boxes. What does it say here? Move in a serpentine motion, Gratu. Prepare for the days of dodging bullets. Myers says, yes, serpentine movements and keep a 10-meter interval with other squad members. Yeah, that's what my dad always talked about when we were watching war movies. Is that the actors are all, when they're moving across a field, they're too close to each other or something like that. Because I think he noticed that in that Saving Private Ryan. But for a movie, they've got to be closer in so they can have a conversation. Sork, they teach them to stack up. No, it's idiotic. Um, Sork, the Hotel Orloff is the last island of the world we once knew left. No bunching up. Times of stress, oversized booze. Thing. Oh my goodness. Okay. How sexist of you. Almost forgot about this. So we already got about 4 of these at home, but I got 24 packs of spring water and a couple of jugs of distilled water. We got a bunch of already at home. That's not enough, but it's what I could do right now. What are people saying here? Get some Tabasco, Gratu. You need it to spice up the survival food. That stuff is pretty bland usually. You get a deck of cards, it'll be your only entertainment. Only entertainment. We got a lot of entertainment here. Boxes of comics. And Meyer says trappies, no clappies. A powerful hot sauce can sometimes treat symptoms of gonorrhea. An old Chow Holly home remedy. Oh, yeah, I don't know. I'll let my wife figure out the hot whatever she wants. Hot sauce, whatever. Um, LOL. Get some Twinkies. I hear they last 20 years. They probably last 200 years. I've been trying to kick sugar, though, man. I've been on an anti-sugar kick. My wife says my face doesn't look as bloatedly fat. I don't know. It's possibly true. I feel healthier. I can kind of bound up stairs quicker than instead of doing it one leg at a time. Like I'm trying to reclaim my health if I ever had it to begin with. Okay, now I'm gonna gas up.
Locations west of today, sunny. Highs in the lower 60s.
Home of Des Moines classic rock. 45
What is that shit?
radio apps today. A little tip of the hat there to Hank Snow, a big hit. Monster hit by Hank Snow back in the 50s. That's Sammy Kershaw. Bringing it back. I'm moving on. Week number 6 with KWMT's Meet the Farmer today on KWMT. Dwayne Burley will be broadcasting live from our winter location, and that is the.
This is where we're gonna vote later.
Mike
This
and
building here.
Becky Sexton, Mike and Becky Sexton, a farm near Rockwell City. Right, not too far from home this weekend on Feed the Farmer. And Paul has checked in this last hour. He's bringing that not just lunch, but that catered amazing meal from the Udall Bowling Alley. Keep in mind they have a complete menu each week, Wednesday through Saturday nights. Prime rib featured on the weekend, Fridays and Saturdays. And they do a lot of catering, and they are catering Feed the Farmer today. True Country 540 KWMT, available on the AM radio. Playing
Right about now, listen to So, the 24th hour. Great Price song, and done for you by Bobby Flores. Bobby Flores and the band. Bobby used to play in the Cherokee Cowboy Band. True Country on your radio, KWMT. Keep in mind, we are streaming online. That's right.
You can listen to the station online.
To start would be our website, yourfortdodge.com. You'll find a KWMT Listen Live button there.
KWMT. Listen to it online. It's a great station.
iHeart.com, as you've heard on the radio, also Odyssey.com, and we're also at TuneIn.com. Search 540 KWMT. If you have Amazon's Alexa on your device, your tablet, your smart speaker,
You're losing weight, Gratu, says Zork. It's a process. It will take a year. Meat and salad.
Be prepared with the winter weather advisor.
No sugar, no processed anything. Exercise 4 hours a week if you can. The only thing sweet should be fresh fruit and honey.
Buyers and sellers through land. That's Iowa.
Crappie's hot sauce, says Meyer, used to be at every table in our chow hall. We put it on our eggs every morning and said, Trappies, no clappies. This meant that by eating it, we were preventing STD transmission. It was a stupid army joke we said over and over every day. Zork says, honestly, a couple of large bottles of Tabasco or some such is a good idea. Long-term storage food isn't all that great. It will keep you alive, though. The Iowa version of the All Sups or Johnny Joe's. I don't know what All Sups or Johnny Joe's are. It's like a quick trip, I guess, is what. I don't know what it is. I don't know, man. Okay, I gotta check my text messages real quick.
Wait, are we on the wrong side?
Yeah. Subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate Fire and Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, Northwest Illinois. October is ending, but I want to keep the fall fun going.
What the hell?
So I shopped the lowest prices of the season. I saved 30% on top thrifted brands like Nike, Adidas, and Under Armour. Then I got my kids some boots for under $22. 40 to 50% off Food Network safety must-haves and free cold caps. Yep, it doesn't get better than cold. Flex Styles offers on October 27th. Coupons are not applied to Nike, Adidas, and Under Armour. See store for details.
You go into your shower feeling, but as soon as you reach for the Irish Spring, your day immediately gets better. That crisp, fresh, unmistakable Irish Spring scent trains your brain and awakens your senses. So when you finally emerge from the shower, 37 minutes later, because you pay the water bill so you can stay in there as long as you want, you're ready to take on the day and smell like doing it. Irish Spring Body Wash and Bar Soap. Fresh, green, Irish. Shop now at Walmart.
Coming up on KWMT, the midday show. Jesse Allen checking in with a market update straight ahead.
Okay, all right. All right, $37.52 for 18.942 gallons. What? Out of here, man! How dare you? Sork, I can't believe I had to become an Okie. I blame the flood of Californian locusts in a text for that. I will never forgive them. Yeah, Texas was changing, man. I really do feel like I was led here by God. I just had this. I can't really say that I heard words in my head. Um, I didn't, but I had this feeling. I felt it was a communication from God. Now, my wife did actually hear words about half an hour before that, before Trump was clipped in the ear. That you know, she was so it was that not to worry that Trump will be okay, but she did get a communication, and she just told me that she also had some communication about New York, but that he'd be okay. So that makes me nervous about his New York rally Sunday. But so when I was watching it, and I said, "Oh my God, what's happening? Trump is down." I'm hearing, and she came in from the bathroom and she was freaking out, and we were both praying, and then we saw him get up and say, "Fight, fight, fight." But I, she said that she had actually had that premonition, and so that another person, I don't know if he wants me telling you who he is, but another person that has come on the show recently has told me he had a dream about New York also. So I'm a little worried about this New York thing Sunday. Skip Savage. Remember the War of the Worlds movie with Tom Cruise, the part where they're in the van trying to escape, gets stopped by the panic crowds, and the guy with a pew pew that probably what happens. I remember thinking the movie was interesting looking and everything. I just don't have a great memory of it. It was a good. I enjoyed it. I just don't have a great memory of it. Uh, I mean, it's a lot better than that remake of I Am Legend, remake of the Omega Man with what's his face, Fresh Prince of Bel Air. That was terrible. Soldiers who have deployed overseas have seen what is about to happen. Civilizations come apart, and it's very similar every time. It's very, very, very ugly. So you will find out who people really are, and you will find out that good people are very rare. David Clark. What we do, stop for gas and ships. Where's Orloff? I'm here. Speaking of water and gas and stuff like that, which everyone should be doing. Yes, I'm now on full on my tank, so that's and usually when I gas up, it lasts a couple of months because this gas station is about as far as I ever go, and I could walk to this gas station. It takes me about 45 seconds to get to work, about the same amount to get to the grocery store. Uh, Everything it's a very small town. There's an Amish woman over there selling her goods out of her buggy. Look, there's an Amish sign that, be careful of Amish buggies. You don't see that very often.
East north of Pocahontas, up in the Errands area, with a land sale. Talk about that. Yep. We're right south of Errands, about 5 miles. That's 115 acres are selling down there for the Edmonds Farm Partnership. Nice farm down there. And, it's got a CSR2 rating, 83. Nice farm, too. And, like I said, we're just south of Lorenz Island this day. We're in Marshalltown, Pocahontas County, Section 16, yep. Okay.
Pocahontas County, man.
Sale, that'll be online. Will the Lynn Grove and the Lorenz sale, will those be online as well?
Yep, those are all online and live. So you got to get online and live. And the online part will be through Equipment Facts. Yep.
Okay, and then the toy auction, is that through Equipment Facts too then?
So it's kind of a sister company of equipment.
There's something here that my wife wants me to get. I may need to go in here. I wonder if they're open. Are they
I just
open?
wanted to kind of be clear on that. So
She wants
lined up ahead of time to get their
something
bid
in
numbers
this
and
antique
get
store.
everything in place before the sales.
They can just click onto our, they go to the sale barn, that net, and there'll be a link to the.
I'll be back. Yeah. Sorry, I would have taken you in, but I just feel weird just going in there with a phone and filming, and plus they're playing real loud country music, so that would have gotten me a copyright claim if I don't already have one from earlier. Yeah, man. I was talking to the lady in there.
Mommy's not feeling good.
Is the wife of our veterinarian that runs this antique store, which is a converted church, and they got cool stuff in there. Man. Really do. And we were talking about Trump and what may be coming. She's completely on board with what Zork said earlier, and yeah, completely aligned. Trump sign, Trump Vance sign.
Identity thieves can exploit to gain access to your personal information.
Oh, look at that tree, man. That's glorious. Can you guys see that?
Comprehensive identity theft protection. There is
I just spent. I'm probably going to get in trouble for the amount of money I spent there, but part of it was what she wanted, this butter dish thing that she saw. Although the lady said it's something called uranium glass. I'm going, God damn, man, we're bringing uranium into our kitchen now? I hope not. I hope it's just called that. It's supposed to glow. But I don't know. We may wind up with extra eyes growing on our head. It was the thing she said. She saw it on Facebook from that store and wants to get it. And I said, okay, then I'll get it for you. Kind of expensive. I'll show you what I got when I get back to the crib. I always hated that word, crib. To the pad, man. It's a mad pad, Dad. Have we been out an hour? The Fox News is on again? Is that on the hour or is that every half hour, man? Can't believe we've been out for an hour.
Two Israelis died as the result of Hezbollah rockets that were launched into northern Israel not far from
oh boy.
Tel Aviv.
She said we're in for a rough couple of weeks.
Reportedly hit as well. Multiple people injured.
I said, yeah, just stocking up on stuff.
Right now, the IDF also just announced that
She started talking about the tornadoes that
brings the total of 13 Israeli soldiers.
Hurricanes that, you know, we all pretty much agree that that's artificial.
Agency says an Israeli airstrike hit guest houses.
So,
we're saying in southeast Lebanon, killing
it's a beautiful day in the neighborhood. Let us join.
Agencies. As the Justice Department launches a probe into competition in the airline industry.
I forgot to go to the Dollar General, man. That's okay.
Selling off some of its jets worth millions of dollars. As its financial struggles continue, Spirit says it will cut about $80 million in costs starting early next year, including through layoffs.
These rose bushes back in Texas in our backyard that my mom planted would bloom once a year, but these roses here, they seem to bloom several times a year, and every time they bloom, they're like a different. That's gone mad. Okay, show you. Is the mail here yet? Uh-oh, I'm in trouble. If you can hear me or not. Oh man. Can't believe that. Oh, stupid. I didn't put my gas cap back on after I drove over to the gas station. Okay, can you guys hear me now that I'm back in the Wi-Fi? Okay, what's going on here, man? How much is gas there? I don't know. $2.79. Myers says 10 pounds of bacon, 10 pounds of flour, 5 pounds of hardtack. So just ditch us like that, huh? Says David Clark. I've got 6 months of everything and I don't feel like it's enough. But I think it's better than nothing. Zork says, I wish I had 5 years of everything, but the storage issue is just too big. I'd have to have an insulated Quonset hut or something. Zork says, most people can't afford to move, and that's by design. God, this is bad. Myers says, I made it out of, just seeing a flashing, it says the Washington Post will not endorse any candidate. And the Los Angeles Times will not endorse Kamala either, I heard. Myers says, I made it out of San Francisco with little time to spare. Feel much safer in this little mountain town, even though it's haunted. Zork says, do everything you can, folks. Vote, come home, lock up, monitor, and pray. Zork says, yes, you did. It was a good decision, though. What Carville said last night was an order issued in plain sight to the invaders. I guarantee it. This one is going kinetic. Myers says, I know for certain 6 months ago that I had to move up here. I made it happen, even though I'm a procrastinator. I didn't stop and worked everything on getting out of there. Zork says, a lot of good people get stuck. I hope Providence shines upon them. That's all they have. No help is coming. Alamo time is here. Zork says, the trees are so pretty there. I'm going for the walk to the mini mart, says Meyer. I expect to run on everything a few days before the election, says Zork. It's going to be like a snow day in Texas. Meyer says, yes. Okay, anyway. So I just was at the antique store. And I got this. Look, I got a Jenny C. Riley record that's autographed. God bless you, love Jenny C. Riley. It's for Bill and Vicky. Oh well, Jenny C. Riley. Okay, that's pretty good, ladies and gentlemen. Where do I put it? Over here. Um, I got a Trump hat, and because I got this Trump hat, she says she's giving a free Trump flag with every Trump hat that she. So I got a free Trump flag in here somewhere. Whoa, shit. Let's see what this Trump flag is like. Come on, you swine. I need to put it up. I need to put it up. Let's go over here where we can see it better. Beef jerky, beans, an AK-4, yeah, and Jenny C. Riley. Yes, that sounds like the name. That sounds like a hit song. Someone could come up with a song with those lyrics. Look at that, man. Oh, you can't even see it, can you? Huh. I should hang this in the front window, shouldn't I? Hmm. Perhaps I shall. Would someone look up uranium glass and see if it really has uranium in it? Because if it does, man, I don't know if I really want this, but Apparently, it's valuable. This is apparently, I guess, what my wife wants. She said she wanted a butter dish from this place, and it's like, she saw it on online and said it was at the store. It says butter on it. How about that? Apparently, it glows in the dark. Maybe we'll glow in the dark too if we eat butter out of this thing. Maybe I'll hold it up to the light and see if it really does glow. Let's take it into a dark place. If the elevator is on this low, let's see, man, does it glow? Is the elevator here? No. Fall to my death there. I can't frickin' tell if this glows. Anyway, she's got a butter dish now. All right. And then don't I have a skull to put that on? Okay. And the only other thing I got in there. She's still talking, man. I guess Trump's still in there talking to Jeff Rogan. What is his name? Joe Rogan. Okay. I got this little set of. I open this. Zork says, "Yea, though I walk through the valley and in the shadow of death, I shall fear no evil, for I am the baddest mofo in the valley." There used to be a poster of that you could get back in the 70s at Helen Gallagher's in the Forum 303 Mall. Zork says it may take 15 minutes to charge up under a lamp. Nixon Pyre is the best. I like Jeff Rogan better, says Gotham. I don't even remember who Jeff Rogan is. These are, I think they're neat. They're little metal dishes, a little bit rusty. This one's a little worse for wear. This was, $5 for these. There's a little cat. How about that, ladies and gentlemen? And that. You think I'm insane, don't you? I thought they were neat. Yeah. Oh, well. Oh, I see. Wonderful. It's neat. Have you eaten today, Gratu? I had breakfast. That's something I was just thinking about. I should have gone in to that Casey's and gotten something to eat, but instead I I don't know what I'm thinking. Oh, I gotta get all the water in from the car. Then I can worry about this other nonsense. Tape. Oh, let me get the water. You can grab a burger or a chopped beef sandwich when you vote. Yeah, I just don't know when she's going to wake up. I think you can vote till 4:30, but it's just 12:15. Okay. Whoa, dude. I'm gonna have to get much more. My wife and I go through this water real quick. We've got several more upstairs. Zork says, I wish I had a Sonny Bryan's chopped beef sandwich, but one from the 80s when it was a single location and Sonny made your sandwich. Zork says, some cherry poppers and jalapenos and onions on the side and a frosty root beer. maybe a cup of German potato salad with bacon in it on the side. Now, Sort brings up a Dallas institution, Sonny Bryan's Barbecue. But in Arlington, there was a place called Red Bryan's on what was that? Collins Street. That was somehow like the same family. I don't know if there was some family. I don't know why all the locations weren't called Sonny Bryan's, but somehow Red Bryan's had something to do with it. And then seems like there was another location in Arlington. Oh, well, there was another one called Danny D's in Arlington. And that guy was somehow part of the Bryan family. And then some guy started working for Danny D's, and they stole his recipe, and they opened another restaurant called D2's. And that was right there. We ate there right after we saw Flash Gordon in 1980. So let's see. I'm calling up my local barbecue joint and ordering a large barbecue chopped beef sandwich with jalapenos, pickles, onions, and cherry poppers on the side. Tell with that I'm going to treat myself. This is why I don't wear those caps. My hair is all messed up. Let's fix that. Well, we haven't seen many comics today. Oh, hey, treat. Yeah, I read it as treat, but I guess it said trat. But that's okay. I can read. Trust me, I can read bad spelling created by computers to embarrass people. Okay. I don't trust that damn thing. My wife wanted some uranium glass. Shit. I'm gonna actually a root beer too. And he says, I normally don't eat bread or barbecue sauce, but it's been a long time and I'm hankering for one. I'm gonna look up uranium glass real quick. Hold on. I gotta go to the internet. Okay, apparently there's a trace element of uranium. They say, can you guys hear me? Apparently they're considered harmless or barely above background radiation, they say, on a real sensitive Geiger counter or something. I just don't like bringing that shit into my house. I'm sure that's what's in all these Aurora model kits. But, if you want to store stuff I think she really wanted to use it as a real butter dish, man. But she said, I don't know. See what my wife thinks. Okay. So, earlier, about 4 hours ago, I was talking about these milk bottles, and there's another. I want to get all these milk bottles together. Link. Oh, Link, come on. Oh, okay. I have this Borden's one. I need to wash it out. Borden's. They'll see the cow, whose husband was Elmer of Elmer's Glue, which has always been troubling because LC, represents Borden Milk. Her husband is the guy that represents Elmer's Glue. And in old advertisements, cereal advertisements in magazines, they would always put the cereal into Elmer's Glue because it looked more like fresh milk when they photographed it. Looks like maybe Myers here. Hey, what's up?
Hey, can you hear me okay? I just got coffee and cigarettes and I'm walking around downtown. I thought I'd try and see how the connectivity is. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, sounds
Can you
good.
see the picture okay?
Yeah, let me give you solo layup. Oh, wow, look at that. Zork says he's got to go pick up his lunch order. Be back later. Cheers, fellas.
See you later, Zork.
Did you hear his appearance? Probably not at the very beginning of today's show. Oh, here's Kevin.
No, I just saw him in the chat. Can you guys see this okay? I'm going to walk kind of slow and try and keep the camera in front of me. We're walking up Main Street, Grass Valley. All of these buildings are well over 100 years old. All this whole area is just built because of the gold discovered in 1849.
Wow,
nice. It's all, it's a new little town, but it's all original. It's like a Wild West now. It is a Wild West.
Where is that store that's supposed to be a comic store, but looks like it's all cards?
Oh, we're going to walk right by it. We're going to walk directly by it in a second. Everything is small here. Like, even though the town is larger than your town, I have a feeling that the downtown area and the general town itself, the main part, is about the same size as yours, but it's all the outlying areas that make this place have a higher population. In that there's tons of little mountain roads that go in every direction versus lakes and country clubs and like a small town. And been like a 7-minute walk.
And I think we won a little, but I don't think that we have nothing to worry about. If you look at Brazil, they actually have a politician there, a president of Brazil, who banned Twitter from the entire country. Every single thing you do.
Well, what's up, Kevin?
It's usage and using a VPN, which should register you in a different country.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Oh, I'm just at the post office getting my mail.
Oh, okay. Do you usually get stuff for next week's comic day on Fridays?
Yeah, I have next week's stuff today.
So by this evening, we'll be able to see some of the stuff that's going to be out.
Yeah.
I don't know, Meyer may be frozen. Oh, he's moving.
Are constantly facing in this country again. I think even worse if there is.
I had to go pick up my ballot.
Oh, okay. Vote for Kamala. Like
Who's that?
everybody else, all the cool people are voting for Kamala Harris.
This is a light that's always on flash red. So, you know what I mean? It's a four-way, doesn't actually work.
Maybe
Four-way stop.
maybe there's times, maybe when it's real busy, they actually turn it on, and then otherwise it's just like a four-way stop.
Yeah, yeah. I would, because this place gets really busy, busier than usual, but the morning will be way more like a zoo that come every single weekend here.
Yeah, I bet they turn the lights on Saturdays or when they have festivals or something.
Yeah, that makes sense. I didn't think about that. So this is this idyllic mural that everybody like. There's like postcards of this mural and stuff. Wolf Creek, and it shows what Grass Valley would have looked like 100 or 300 years ago, which makes it kind of sad, right? Because, which is
yeah.
And would we look like Venezuela, Brazil, possibly the UK?
comic shops right down here. That's like in Poltergeist or like in The Shining. It's built on a Indian burial ground. This whole town is built on an Indian burial ground, basically. Not basically, it is.
The comic store is built on Bob Kane's grave. So what, do you know, have any idea when Joe Rogan normally
So I don't know
uploads?
what
How
this
often?
place reminds me of. Every day. He uploads every day to YouTube.
So he's a daily guy.
I think you're going to want to look for a channel. Yeah, you're going to want to look. Well, I mean, he uploads to multiple platforms every day. On YouTube, you're going to want to look for, I think it's JRE is the name of the channel, capital J, capital R, capital E. Stands for the Joe Rogan Experience. That's what you're looking for, I think.
I'm already subscribed to him, but it seems like in the old days he'd only give you little clips of his show.
Oh, well, then you'll see it.
Yeah, but in the old days
he does that, but then also there's going to be other. You'll be able to find the full show.
Oh, I know, but I mean, I'm just wondering how does he
So
make
you think
money?
That this is,
I thought he got a contract through.
So you don't think like most little towns they don't decorate like this? Not all little towns decorate like this?
No, I don't think so. At Christmas, but
Here's the
not
comic
Halloween.
shop or game shop. My son said that he said you're going to go in this place. You're just going to let your walk out. That's what he said. That's what he told me. I don't know if that's true or not. He said
They don't even
supposed to
put
be all
comics in it.
Games. It says comics. It says Grass Valley Games, comic collectibles, and cards.
I see that. Yeah.
Very nice place, but it doesn't look like a place for actual like comic book collectors where you're going to find real back issues. My son said there's no back issues in here.
Oh,
I don't know. I haven't been here yet. We walk by it like every day.
What time does it open?
So this downtown area, they decorate for every holiday like this.
Oh, okay.
Robert came over, RFK Jr., of course, was a defendant, now over. So let's let some sponsors here here in a second right now on.
Let's go look and see if there's anything at the theater talking about any upcoming like horror things, any Halloween stuff. I haven't looked yet.
Gold, silver, precious metals.
Hey, everybody. This is kind of like what I do on my channel, except I'm doing it on Grati's channel. I don't have to make a video today. This is today's video for me.
The
Well,
comics just got here.
oh, are they?
Yeah.
How exciting! Are there any
These black
facsimiles
skeletons,
coming up next week?
pretty creepy.
I gotta let him in through the front.
He's like a 12-foot tall.
Oh, look at that theater, man.
Yeah, here's the theater, the Del Oro, 1942, built in 1942.
Oh, nice.
Disarm system now. Disarmed. Ready to arm. Time.
They're showing Scream 1996 for on Halloween night. One show only. Tickets $5. Interesting change.
Yeah.
It kind of shows the age of the clientele. To be honest,
Yeah.
like, and then also this as well will show you a little bit more about this town. That there is an opera season here. This whole block that we're on right now used to be an opera house. Where the theater is the whole block was a huge opera house that burned in 1898.
Oh.
There's a deep history to this town that's kind of interesting. It used to be much more than it is now. You saw that bank in this downtown area. At one point, there were the three richest counties in California were Sacramento, San Francisco, and Nevada County, the county where we're in right now, because of all the gold that was discovered so quickly. So with gold, you know, with money comes corruption and problems, and that's why there's such a strange, deep history in this little town, because a tremendous amount of money was, you know, wealth was discovered here early on, and the whole town boomed up from that in a short period of time. But at one point, this was an art center. Like this whole block this place was famous. Like there were famous acts that came here, people that came here and performed here. There were casinos. There's still there's still nightlife all night. There's restaurants and bars open all night in this little town. But the history of it all is that this was like a promenade for wealthy miners that would come here. See the bank down there? There was a tremendous amount of money that was just the idea of how they brought all of the materials to build that bank to this little town in like 1870 when it was built is kind of bizarre. Like, why and how did they build that bank in the middle of this valley, in the middle of the mountains in the 1870s? I don't know. It's a trip. Anyway,
Well,
that's what's up here.
that theater is not a typical small town theater. That's a big one.
Klaatu Barada Nikto. Did you see that car?
No.
It said Klaatu Barada Nikto on the side of it.
Oh, weird.
And it had American flag flying from it. Anyway, let's go to Kevin or something.
Yeah.
Has everybody seen enough?
Well, it's cool, man.
Do you guys know NECA bought rubies?
No, I didn't know that.
So I bet you NECA's gonna make that creature.
Oh, yeah. It would make sense to do the creature.
Yeah, they'd be crazy. You know the foam one, like we used to, like I used to have. You have.
Yeah.
This country. She has broken the economy. She has broken the border.
I got it.
Is the one with the plan to fix it.
I think this is a New York Comic Con exclusive.
So I can hardly keep up
Oh.
with where he's going. I have to check the calendar every day to make sure I'm right about where he's going. He's traveling all over the place, but you know, we really see him surging in the polls right now, especially in our internal polls, because
It goes with these guys.
with Kamala Harris's policies and the havoc that they have caused in their lives.
Exactly. So when you see the polls, when you see the boots on the ground, it's also just personally, we see it was better under President Trump versus what we see now under Harris and Biden. And speaking of those two, their rhetoric has gone to an all new low, unprecedented information that they just shared over the past 48 hours.
Huh.
That's exactly right. The Democrats and Kamala Harris, along with their buddies in the mainstream media, continue to use this hateful rhetoric about President Trump. But you know, if there's one thing we know about President Trump, he's going to rise above it. They've been attacking him for going on probably 7 years now.
My Marvel, the Marvel comics just came for next week.
Okay.
Attacking their political opponent because they know that they cannot beat him at the ballot box. They have to come at him with all of these untrue accusations.
Steinacker packed your package, huh?
Trump's policies are going to get us.
The good thing about this company, they don't use gang members.
So that's really true. That what's the company that uses gang members?
Yeah, Diamond.
Diamond. Okay. And
They
Marvel's
don't have
done
very
by.
much left. They're down to one warehouse, and they only distribute a few comics.
Okay. And then Marvel's what? Houghton Mifflin or something like that.
Marvel's Penguin and
Penguin.
DC is Vision.
Okay.
Wonderful stuff that he does, like at McDonald's, how he interacts with people. You know, it's not.
Oh, one of those dirty Wolverine comics.
Yep.
Supposed to do these same types of events. They're so forced. They're very awkward. Not a life.
What's that called?
This Wolverine of Revenge.
No, the other one was like some I don't know what it was.
That was the back.
Oh, okay.
That was just an ad on the back.
Oh, okay. So that's okay. Time slide. Okay, I don't know what that is. Yeah.
It's thing called Timeless, I think. Oh, Time Slide. You're right. I didn't even see that.
Crazy radical policies, and Kamala Harris is not going to change a single thing. She continues to double down on the same thing. Nothing to change about the last 3.5, 4 years.
Oh boy, they've got an all-star lineup, don't they?
People of our great country cannot
Okay, that was just one box. We got another box.
Okay.
Hopefully, this other box has something good in it.
President Trump has been along the southern border. So
yes, well, I would expect President Trump to talk about border security today in this moment. Border is not thanks to Kamala Harris' policies. President Trump has called because he values the safety of American citizens above Kamala Harris and the Democrats continue to
Well, I'm gonna. Last Frontiers wants to come on tonight. That'll be a different stream.
we were a sovereign country. It was America first.
Okay, so it's not just Marvel. You've got Dark Horse in this.
So President Trump, I think, will be talking about
Yeah, the same company distributes Dark Horse
Okay.
and a few other things.
Let's talk about stopping the influx of drugs and
So how does Joe Rogan make money if he doesn't have an? I thought he made money because he was exclusive to what is that thing called? Spotify.
Okay, so here's the new Moon Knight everybody's excited for.
It's a Disney princess now
Looks like it. This
with a
should sell
wrecking
great.
ball. Okay, well,
It should be a great seller today or next week.
historic moment. So you talk to us a little about moving around. This is a very historic time.
are you being in a big city? Are you seeing a change lately like a marked change, whatever. Who keeps sending me these messages? Are you busy with work? Is this some scam?
Yeah,
Oh
it's
my
blocked.
god. Let me check and see what that is. Hold on. Yeah, it's a number. It says earlier at 10:03 it said hello, and now it says, "Are you busy with work?" Have you ever heard
Just
of anything like that?
I just blocked those numbers right away.
But have you ever gotten something like that before, where it tries to act like someone you know?
Yeah, all day long I get that.
Okay. So is this some TNA cover from some important artist?
It looks
Can you
like
guys hear me?
looks like an Adam Hughes cover. Yeah, it is an Adam Hughes cover.
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh shit! I didn't realize you could. You could hear all that traffic sound. Hold on.
No, it's not bothersome to me. Maybe to some of the viewers, I don't care. Is the inside Adam Hughes? Probably not.
No, they wouldn't. They couldn't pay him to do interior work.
Yeah, I would have Google searched it, but I'm on my phone doing the show. It's just kind of a pain to do that. I really don't think it's someone I know. Because if it was someone from work, they wouldn't be asking if I'm busy with work, since work is not happening today. They would kind of know that. So this is the Amazing Spider-Man issue what?
60. Nobody cares.
Yeah, the real issue 60 came out in the 1960s. Captain America is now Doctor Doom. That makes a lot of sense. Okay. Is that
You can
Namor
barely
with
even tell what that
dreadlocks?
is. You can't even tell
Does he
what
have?
that is.
It looks like Wolverine with dreadlocks. What is that supposed to be? The Submariner
Yeah.
with long hair. Okay. What? Someone was telling me this Fantastic Four comic is good.
Probably not this one. This one's a Venom War.
Oh, they said it's like got good science fiction stories. Or someone in the chat or something recently.
Yeah, the main series is decent most of the time, but nobody buys it.
So how does Joe Rogan make
There's the new
money?
Moon
What? What
There's
is
the
it?
new Moon
Oh, he has sponsors during his show. Thank you, Skip Savage. I just haven't watched him in a long time. It's not that I don't like
Yeah, you
him.
don't.
I just
He's on like the top tier level of merchandising and advertising. Gratu. He
okay.
wears a Red Bull hat, and that's all he has to do. And that Red Bull hat that he might wear once a month or something like that, that's all he has to do to get a giant Red Bull uh, deal.
So
You know,
does
he's
does he regularly smoke pot in front of his
yeah.
guests or?
Well, not that much anymore. It used to be part of the entire show was that you went on his show and then smoked weed and talked about conspiracy theories. And he's become much more current event news savvy. He used to really be a fence sitter, and he's a liberal at heart. He's from San Francisco. He's a Californian guy that grew up here and has been in the entertainment business his whole life, pretty much his whole adult life. And he's awoken. Good morning.
All right, so next week's
He's
garbage.
woken a couple people up.
Is Cyclops now a little girl?
This is like one of the worst comics right now. Oh, here I didn't
Oh
show you.
my
Maybe
god.
this might sell.
Why?
'Cause it's Deadpool and it's Wolverine and Hulk's on there.
Yeah, there are people. I've got to keep my
Liefeld
whatever
has his
Hulk
fans.
collection going.
Rob Liefeld
Oh,
has his
Rob
fans.
Liefeld. Oh my God, he's still just as bad, but I hear he's a
He's
nice
watching.
guy.
Rob Liefeld is one of your viewers.
Yeah, right.
Youngblood's
No,
my
he.
guy. Anytime Youngblood, anything Youngblood comes out, I'm on. I'm on it. He's a great superhero. That guy, Youngblood.
So how does yeah, but he just puts his show up at like at a certain time, or it gets uploaded. He has a show daily, or is it every few days?
I think it's daily. I think it's probably 4 days a week.
Okay.
So that was a waste of paper right there.
Yeah, but it might keep you warm. Well, you don't have to keep warm. You're in Arizona. What am I talking about?
My AC just kicked on actually.
Yeah, so you don't have to worry about keeping warm during the apocalypse. You just have to worry about keeping cool. I guess you can use the comics as fans.
Look at this! Holy crap! Hey, can you show me for just a second, Gratu? Just for a second,
Sure.
just to show the camera which one I walked up on. I've never seen this before. I just walked up on this. Look at this. They're carving a tree out of wood with an axe. Look at that. You see it?
Yeah. Did it start as a tree and then it died and they made it look like a tree out of a dead tree, or is it? I can't really figure
That's what it
out the
looks
point
like.
of that. What?
Carving a tree
Okay.
out of a tree. Isn't that it? I mean, they're the project. It looks like we're in the middle of the project right now. Look at it.
Yeah, that's definitely a new one on me.
Let's carve a tree. When I first saw it from down the street, I was walking up on it. I thought it was a giant garden gnome,
Yeah,
but no,
yeah.
it's a tree carved out of a tree. Yeah. But look at these
Okay.
houses. I mean, I'm looking at this stuff, and I passed a few just a couple blocks ago. A lot of these old Victorians are homes and businesses, and I was like, damn, how cool would it be if one of these old Victorian houses was Gotham City Comics on the ground floor, and
Yeah.
then Kevin's snowbird residence on the top floor.
Yeah. See, you're trying to get him to move there, and I'm trying to get him to move here, because that
Yeah,
place a
yeah,
block from me has apparently
that's
gone
it.
down in price. It's that I was asked. Someone was telling me that
Everything
it's,
is dropping in price right now.
and then the tenant that was in the apartment above it has moved out because he didn't like the sound from the bar, which is next door. So
Look
Wait
at
till
this
the
cool
stock
tree.
market collapses. How cheap things are gonna go.
yeah,
Even the blind store has got cool Beetlejuice window painting on it.
yeah. But Beetlejuice came out and said that Trump and
Yeah. Well, they're
yeah.
just jumping on it because of the movie that just came out and is playing at the theater or was
But
playing at the theater. Right?
but Beetlejuice and Elvira have betrayed us. Yeah, Kevin sent me this long 2-page thing written by Elvira. Very depressing.
Wasn't that a horrible post that she posted? That thing that Elvira said. Did you see that
If you notice, she
yesterday?
posted that and then tried to bury. She blocked the comments. You couldn't write a
Oh,
comment, and then she buried the post by putting like 3 new posts on top of it
instead of just removing it, why would she do that?
because she doesn't want to remove it.
Yeah, maybe she realized she's going to lose a lot of fans. I mean,
She had like 1.5 million yesterday. We'll see what she has today.
Yeah, I
was
bet
this
she's going to lose half of everything.
was that a
You
post
can
on
take me off,
Twitter
Doctor, and go
X?
back to Kevin for comic books.
Oh yeah, yeah. Well,
And it's
the
loud. It's
comments.
loud.
Yeah,
Put the volume up.
we'd probably rather watch you walking around than see these comics, man.
These are horrible. I don't even want to come in next week and sell these.
Well, we outdo that. What is that comic book palace where they trash all the comics? It's
This
just
is the
like,
only good comic right here. This is
yeah, well, the cover's good. What does the artwork
that's
inside look
good.
like?
That's pretty good too. Hey, they can't even see me back here. You're
Yeah,
welcome.
I almost want
There's
that.
Spider-Man. Yeah, everybody's gonna want
What?
this. This is gonna
How
sell out
shitty is?
instantly.
How shitty is
You
it
don't want to
inside?
read. It's a garbage comic. Nothing in this comic
Oh,
is worth reading.
oh man, how much does it cost? Like
Yeah,
$8?
yeah,
Literally?
for a cover.
Oh, I guessed right.
I'll
Oh
Xerox a
man.
copy of it and send it to you.
Yeah, $8. The think of you could get a couple of Silver Age comics for $8. You know, not name brand like mint condition ones necessarily, but okay. I'm starting to feel like I gotta eat, so I may run out to the. I'll stay on, but I may have to do what Zork did. Justin says, I wish you could pick the covers and just make a poster. Yeah, well, yeah, I just wish we could take Adam Hughes and tell him what to draw. You know, I don't know, man. It's all a bunch of shit. Uh, uh,
And when you do that, you will have the agents available to work in areas of the field so they can stop the fentanyl, the heroin, the meth, and the sex trafficking and the abandoning of so many children on our nation's borders.
Yeah, you probably already said it, but if we were to just summarize and you had a message to give to the American people, anyone at home that is still undecided, whether they live in a border town or not, what would you say to the American people?
I would have to tell them, look at the last 4 years of the current administration compared to the 4 years of the Trump administration. It's a no-brainer. Moving forward,
oh boy.
we will not survive as a nation if we have 4 more years of what we've had right now. It's the future of our kids, our grandchildren. We won't survive as a nation. And this election is not about.
You believe people want 4 more years of this crap? And then they'd rather have 4 more years than have mean tweets.
I think more and more people are waking up. When I watch those man on the street interviews that Nick Shirley has been doing on YouTube, so many people are Trump supporters now. It's interesting.
Have you been in that shop yet over there?
I gracefully climb back up onto the media risers. What an incredible interview, though. I love being able to jump down with some of
No,
these people
I haven't.
and talk to them, especially an expert in what we're
They don't
talking about today.
open
That
till
was our
12, and every time I go
most
by there in the
recent
afternoon,
What
interview.
is going on,
my
man?
arms are always full.
For the National Border Patrol Council. So an incredible man, and what he's doing takes a lot of courage. And it's really great to finally meet him. I want to give a quick shout out to our partners over at Birch Gold. We all know there's a lot at stake this
I
week,
call this the
regardless of who wins.
Bavarian Motor
The fuse on your
Workspace.
economy has already been lit. Even 4 years of a conservative presidency will not be enough to turn the tide on our $35 trillion national debt. And if the left wins, it's like throwing gas on a dumpster fire. You don't have much control over the election's outcomes. But what you can do right now is
There's
protect
my
your
Halloween
energy
costume.
by diversifying into gold with.
Oh, you got Twinkies. That's good.
Yeah, I got Twinkies at the mini mart.
What's the expiration on the back?
November 11th, 2024. Only a couple weeks.
What the hell? Those must be like from the 70s then.
Yeah, so yeah, these are. These are from production date 1989. I think it says
These
on the
one of
back.
a kind coins honor a
Lenox,
significant moment in
Kansas.
history. The design caught the
No,
attention
it's
of President Trump, who
2019.
immediately got
It
one for
really is
himself.
though. It is 5
Now
years
you can
old.
have one just like
I
Trump.
just
Go
bought
ahead and take
5-year-old
this easy
Twinkies.
step into securing your
Really?
future financially. Protect your savings
They
and
must
get
have
your
changed
free
the
Trump
recipe because they
silver
used to last
coins. Text
longer
Trump
than that.
to 989898.
Yeah,
Text Trump to
and look,
989898.
What is going on?
All right, everyone, thank you for tuning in.
What is
It's
happening?
12:45 Central
I'm hearing
Time.
that
We are live.
chainsaw again. I wonder if the chainsaw that I've been hearing has been those guys carving that tree out of that tree. I was wondering why. I'm like, people cutting wood, and I've been hearing it recently, and I think it's that tree that guys are carving out of a tree. Can you guys hear the chainsaw? I can hear the chainsaw. It's pretty loud.
I can't hear it now.
Oh, good. I'm glad. So no, I can't pass judgment on that comic shop that we walked by, a half hour ago, because I haven't been in there yet. But my son has been in there, and he told me, he said, "Dad, you're going to want to walk in, and then you're going to look, and you'll turn around and want to walk right back out," because that's what he said he did. He said he walked in, he looked, he turned around and walked right back out. Nothing for us is in there. None of our stuff is there, he said. But I'll check it out anyway.
Hey, did you say they had a sign that says no back issues?
Broadcasting network will be there as well. There will be live
I don't think he had a sign.
No, I didn't see a sign.
Because I've heard there's stores that have signs that say no back issues right when you walk in, so that you don't even walk in, you just leave.
My back yet to see
Oh,
everything
okay.
that's going on. So if
Well,
you'll do
see, like I was saying, it just delineates for us how badly this town needs a comic shop. And also, this is supposedly a crazy haunted town, or it is a crazy haunted town. There's like people that come here, ghost hunter people come here, and there's no scary shop. There's no mask shop. There's no magic trick shop. There's no novelty store. So you could fill a number of wanted areas, not only back issues and comic books and comic savers. I asked my son about comic savers. I said, "So do you think this shop on Mill Street has comic savers, like with previews, and you get previews at the end of the month or the beginning of the month, and you bring it in and show the guy what you want to order?" He goes, "I don't think they do that at all." And I was like, "Oh, really?" So this town might not even have a present day shop that fulfills the needs of present day collectors, let alone back issues.
I think
So
Kevin would do better in your town than mine for sure. Yeah, I think so. And that would give us more reason to come visit both of you in one beautiful town. That would give us a resort vacation destination.
And also there is, I was talking to Kevin about it. There is some provenance in this town regarding comic book collecting. The Bud Plant Comic Book Company was here for decades and decades.
Oh
And
yeah.
maybe it only applies to us or a certain generation of people, but my son knows all about it because he buys a lot of stuff that probably came from Bud Plant. And I was asking Kevin about that, and he said, yes, for sure, there is a floating stock of material in the town that is left over from the 70s, 80s, and 90s when Bud Plant was in operation.
Yeah.
Bud Plant is still in operation here, but they're no longer a brick and mortar location. They're just a mail order catalog, internet situation.
Yeah, that sounds like Lone Star Comics, and back in Arlington is now mycomicshop.com. All right. Yeah.
So this place is supposedly famous for comic books, but they don't have any. So yeah, so it needs to happen. I even think things like Kevin's cases of his like glass cases that he has of the vintage figures, like the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles from the 80s and 90s, the G.I. Joes from the 80s and 90s, that kind of stuff might actually sell here, not even to collectors, just to dads walking in off the street, tourist dads coming in and going, "Oh my gosh, look at all these old action figures," right? And you might sell a 10 or 15 or $20 action figure just on that alone a couple times a day.
Yeah, this is a small week for Marvel, and then I noticed they have nothing on FOC this week.
What does FOC mean?
Like final order cutoff.
Oh.
So they don't have anything planned coming out in 3 weeks from now.
3 weeks. Maybe they know what it's gonna be like in 3 weeks. Maybe.
Probably they might know, yeah.
Because I mean, Disney would be, they've been fueling all this.
I feel like Marvel should be focusing more on facsimiles in the way that DC is. I mean,
Yeah.
just honestly, my son even asked about it. My son came over and looked at the stuff that I got from you this week, and half of the stuff I bought from you were facsimiles, and 3 of those were DCs. And he looked at how good they were, and he goes, "Is Marvel doing this?" And I said, "Kind of, but not as well, not the same way." Because he would buy those. He would. That's the stuff that my 30-year-old son would buy. He won't buy anything new, not much new. It's got to like appeal in a certain way, but he's not buying, Hulk, Amazing Spider-Man, Avengers, or anything like that. Uh,
I mean, I
Just
think
think
you really have.
they should
what he
license
would
out
for
the
PlayStation
Mego. They
7.
should remake the Migos too.
Well, wasn't someone talking about that earlier?
You
That
guys were
that
talking about it. I was thinking, oh, they don't make Marvel Migos anymore.
yeah, but
They
someone
make DC
said that
ones.
they're going to start, and Migo's going to only have them available in Disney stores. I don't know who said that. Someone said that in the chat.
I mean, they took out all the Disney stores out here.
Yeah, I don't even know that Disney stores exist. You're right. Yeah, I remember them being in malls. Uh, what do I know?
These trees are changing colors. Just in the past week, they've been changing colors, and it just looks beautiful, doesn't it? It's amazing.
Yeah.
Everything died out here. Even the cactus died.
So like Charlie Brown, I got a rock.
Yeah, so I'm used to seeing cactuses and palm trees, and there's none here. There's no cactuses or palm trees here that I've
Yeah,
seen.
there's a tree out back. It never got watered, and like it hasn't gotten watered in 6 months. So I have falls leaving, or I have leaves falling, but it's not because of fall. It's because the tree died.
Uh, do you expect any other packages coming in of masks or anything else
Yeah,
from other?
I expect a really cool mask. You guys are gonna be happy when you see this mask that's coming today.
Oh, cool.
You'll recognize it right when you see it. It's from a comic book.
Uh,
Should be coming through the door any second now.
oh,
Oh, did you see Zagoni Studios is going to be on Me Tunes next Monday morning?
yeah. You sent me that. You sent me that that's going to happen. Me
I
too.
can't forget. I don't want to forget about it because it's you can't watch a rerun. It's just going to be on live TV.
What is it again? It's
Zagoni Studios
I know,
and
but
one of
what's the
their
name of the channel again? It's
Me Tunes.
I think
Me
that what
Tunes,
I've
the
got.
cartoon channel. Has
Yeah,
Popeyes on it. No.
I think that I can. We subscribe to something that gets what is that channel? Am I the aluminum from the chemtrails? Me TV. It allows you to record shows like you have a VCR. So I might be
Uh,
able to capture that. What is it called that we subscribe to that allows us some stupid thing? Yeah, maybe I'll figure out or where I could leave a. It's on at 8 o'clock. I mean, I could leave a disc recording on that channel, and then it'll. There might even be a timer system on my DVD recorder where I could record.
which was just a day after his massive event with Turning Point Action in outside of Atlanta, Georgia. So this man has been working like crazy to get out and get to some of these swing states. We've got Nevada, we've got Georgia. I know there's a lot going on in Pennsylvania. We've got Michigan, and then today we've got Texas. So if you want to take notes on how to run a campaign, I would follow this one pretty closely. Ladies and gentlemen, to recap, for those who are just now joining us,
Is everybody still there? Just gone dark?
I'm here. I'm just
I'm realizing
counting.
what's going on here.
Yeah, I'm here.
It says President Trump is moments away, so they're in Austin. So that means that Trump is right now talking to Joe Rogan, and he's going to walk out of that studio or whatever, and then he's going to talk to these reporters, and he's going to fly to wherever he's doing some other rally tonight. So not in Texas. So so as soon as he starts talking, then probably Joe Rogan will put that show up. So there's that's what's going on there. Because Joe Rogan normally does what, 3-hour shows, right? I'm trying to figure out what else I need to get. I promised my wife I'd get. The dog is really not into this wet food from Burt Ward, and it's just I'm having to get something to put. If we put it on into a dish that has a little bit of leftovers of something we've eaten, then she'll gobble it down. But it has to. She's getting real spoiled, so we're gonna have to get something.
That's good. I only have one left over of these.
What is that?
Got Moon Knight. I only have one left over. Shell copy. We'll see if it sells.
Oh, you mean people subscribe to it and they're going to get that?
Yeah.
They're probably going to cancel their that comic being pulled, I would think.
Yeah. We don't get stiffed with it.
Well, it is kind of funny just as a prop to show how far Marvel has descended.
Yeah, if I didn't have to pay for it, it would be cool.
Oh, that's right. I'd forget. So if it's an $8 book, you pay $4, or is it exactly half?
Yeah, but look, good thing. I don't think that one was an $8 comic. Moon Knight, I think, is $4. Hopefully.
Okay, so you're at $2. Someone would buy that, I think. Maybe. I don't know. I don't know what these fat swine buy, just because it looks like a Japanese a cartoon girl.
I think they're trying to go after the anime and manga.
Yeah, I know, but I say cartoon because there's nothing that pisses off an anime person more than to call it a Japanese cartoon. As
I
I
like to
saw
call them
that
Chinese
happen,
cartoons. That pisses them off even more if you just say, "Oh, what is that? One of those Chinese cartoons?" That's what I say. Refer to everything Asian as Chinese, just like my Uncle Joe used to, right?
Yeah.
Oh, and this comic, I have none left over.
Now, what is that comic? Hold on, let me go to you.
This horrible one.
Ultimate X-Men? Okay. Well, those people get what they deserve. Okay. What is the biggest selling comic you have, a regular comic?
Maybe. Well, it's going to be Absolute Batman now.
Oh, okay.
But Ultimate, Ultimate Comics, Spider-Man, Absolute Batman, Spawn. I'd say those are the big three.
Okay, so Absolute and Ultimate are the big things right now.
Well, Ultimate Spider-Man, the other two Ultimates, they don't sell at all.
Oh, okay.
And I think that's what's going to happen with this, with these Absolute Wonder Woman and Absolute Superman. Nobody's going to buy those.
So you still haven't sold a copy of the Absolute Wonder Woman?
No.
I mean, I kind of look at it and think maybe it would be cool. I don't know, but then you told me is the writer famous for being some feminist
I think
reactionary?
I think so. I haven't really read anything that was that great from her.
There's another Trump sign. Well, my wife's thinking maybe she's in so much pain she might have to go ahead and do this surgery in January, and her mom says she can come and for a while and hang out with her during the recovery, and she may bring a couple of cats with her to leave with us because that are cool cats, but they're so that might be that Alan the cat will have two friends, because Alan's kind of alone. Bro, we'll see what happens. Of course, don't know what the world's going to be like later tonight, any more than we do a week from now or in January. It's all very strange and surreal. But the average person is just like, well, what football team are you for? What team's gonna be winning this Sunday? There's the Amish lady. I wonder what she's selling. What if that Amish cart is filled with vintage comic books and I'm just not checking it out because it's all just Journey into Mystery comics from the 60s.
How's it going? Good.
Front door. Terrible. Front door. Damn, Meyer, that Batman looks cool there. What is
That's
that what kind of Batman is that?
that's the 1/6 scale Mondo Batman, the animated series Batman.
Oh, okay.
He's huge.
All right, I will be back.
Big Batman. Okay, everybody that's watching, let's look at stuff on a little screen. So there's a few things that are just within hand's reach or arm's reach right here, so we're going to grab them, whatever's closest at the top of the stacks. So the first thing are these 3 books by this cartoonist from the 70s named B. Cliben. It's a series of books. Cat, the first book. Then Nothing or Never Eat Anything Bigger Than Your Head and Other Drawings is the second book. And then the third book is called Whack Your Porcupine. I loved these books when I was a kid, probably in about 4th or 5th or 6th grade when I discovered these at the bookstore. They're classic. There's all kinds of incredible art in here. This is people's fascination with cats pre-internet. I don't know that much about B. Cliben other than I think he died young. Cancer, maybe. He was one of the early San Francisco cartoonists connected to a bunch of other people like Spain and Crumb. And he was married to somebody famous. I can't think of her name right now. He was married to a famous cartoonist, a female cartoonist, obviously. Can't think of her name. Maybe Gratu knows. So that's a cat. And then here's Never Eat Anything Bigger Than Your Head. These are great.
Well, the clerk in the gas station knew who H.P. Lovecraft was.
Oh, wow, really?
He
How'd
says,
that
I
come?
like your shirt. He said, I like your shirt. And he says, H.P. Lovecraft. And it's like looks like he's about 18, about 9 feet tall. Uh, yeah, he looks like someone that would know who H.P. Lovecraft is. You know, he's real tall, but you can kind of tell he's on the nerdy side, you know. All right. So there may be a hidden market even here for that kind of stuff. Oh, gosh.
Hey, do you remember who was the female cartoonist that B. Cliben was married to? Who was that?
Who?
B. Cliben. You know Cliben, the guy that did Cat. B. Cliben.
I don't know what that is.
Oh, you don't know who it is? Oh, okay. Yeah.
I don't think so. I mean, I might if I saw an illustration, I might understand who that is.
Okay. Here's some digests.
I can't look right now. I will in a minute.
Oh, it's okay. I'm just showing the audience, people that are out there in TV land, they're watching. Oh, here's a Christmas one. This should stay out.
Is that a newspaper strip?
No, these are Archie and DC digests, the best of DC Blue Ribbon, and then all the different Archie digests that I have. There's not very many.
Oh, okay. Those were hard to read when you were a kid. I can't even imagine what they'd be like now.
Yeah, they're tiny.
They're tiny and that they're printed in the same way that big comics are, so the hard to make out the words. I think there was in one of those a plop,
I've never
which means
seen
my
one.
plop collection is not really complete unless I have the digest. Because I think it has stuff that was going to be like in another issue that never got printed.
You know, Alf used to eat cats, just like those people in Springfield, Ohio.
I
Alf was
know.
eating cats before them, remember?
Right. And he was also an undocumented alien.
Yeah, and nobody had a problem with him.
They made a TV series about him.
Yeah, he had his own show. He probably hosted the Emmys or something like that. He probably came on TV. He was probably
Yeah.
on Mercury. Here's some TV guides from the 70s and 80s, I think.
Oh my gosh.
Frank Sinatra
TV
was
guide.
on the movie of the week.
What's the best TV guide? Is
Hold
there
on.
is there
The
is there a
best,
TV guide that's worth a lot?
I don't know. The fall previews are
Oh,
probably the best ones. I don't know. I haven't got them.
Is there a
I,
first issue?
yeah, I think I've seen the first issue. I don't remember what's on it. George, I think something with George Reeves Superman would be cool, but I don't know the. I mean, they're cool, but I don't know the collector market. Why do you have a TV guide?
No, I think I threw all mine away. I used to have a little collection of them,
Yeah.
or
Real
I lost
people.
them. I don't know what happened to them.
Real people.
Sometimes it might be a regional edition that would be really interesting. Like if you had a region, like Vampirella is going to be in the LA only, the LA TV guides, and so I would
Or if you had
think
one
if
where
you had
it
a
had the
regional
first,
LA ish, huh?
if you had one where it was like the first time this movie was on TV.
Yeah, yeah. Usually when a big movie would come on television, they'd have a special little close up, and they devote half a page to it and talk a little bit about the movie. Yeah, I've got some of those, but if you had an old TV guide with an ad for the Vampirella show, that would be pretty neat. Trump still hasn't come out. Oh wait, Donald Trump just posted on Truth Social. Shit, I missed it.
Well, you know
If
what
he
I
just
just thought of?
posted,
You know, Trump might even be posted. You're going to have no problem finding that Joe Rogan
oh, I
interview.
know. Yeah, I know I won't, but
He'll
I'm
post it.
anxious to see it.
Trump has his own YouTube channel, and usually he posts every single one of his appearances on
Oh yeah,
his
what
YouTube.
shoot you're going here? Okay. Okay, what are we looking at? Is this what magazine is this?
This is a flyer. This is that creature board fear
Oh
flyer
yeah. I wrote
that has
down
ads for Gotham City Comics on the back.
yeah, I know. I've got it when I order from him next, I'm gonna have him include that.
But these 6 feet posters look kind of cool. See that?
Yeah, yeah.
That moon monster. I'd like to get that moon monster. I don't have that.
How do we get in touch with these guys, man?
It's on here. It's on the flyer.
I know, but I posted
It,
on that board. I don't think they've seen it yet.
it's creatureboard.com right there.
Mm-hmm. I posted on there, but I don't know if anyone's responded. Because I'd like to get them on the show.
Yeah. You guys ever have these cookies before?
No. I can see the cat thing now. If you want to show me, I was driving.
Okay, so this was kind of it was a bestseller. This was a New York Times bestseller.
That's
All
what
over
I
the book,
thought you were talking about when you said that. I
all over
remember I was
it was all over the bookstores in the early 70s. He followed it up
right.
with a couple other books. And then
Yeah.
he was married. I think that he was married to that cartoonist that died recently. What's her name? Trina Robbins.
Oh, was he?
So
Okay.
I think this guy Kleiben was married to Trina Robbins. I almost said here in San Francisco. I've lived in San Francisco for so long. So I'm pretty sure the two of them were married and part of the early underground comic scene in San Francisco. They had a daughter together, but they never got married. He died of cancer young, like in the mid or early 80s. And yeah, I'm pretty sure that's the story. I don't know for sure. Somebody could easily Wikipedia it. B. Kleiben. He was actually really funny and really talented. Like this stuff is really good. You look at his art is just great, I think.
Yeah. Yeah,
But
I remember
you can
that.
look through here and read it, and he's a leftist, right? You get it. You get the where the humor is coming from, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, he hates jocks, right? That sort of thing. But I mean, some of this stuff's great. Like this, it says I like his the font that he uses. It says short on brains, but a terrific dancer.
Yeah.
See, I just think it's really cool stuff. It was very influential to me.
Yeah, I remember that artist, and that's what I immediately thought of when you said cat. And I think there was even a parody of that artist in National Lampoon.
Yeah, and actually, he was in National Lampoon. He did some work for National Lampoon, at that time too.
Okay.
But yeah, But yeah, that's what I was talking about, the cat thing, Keith Kleiben. So
I
everything's
think
about the
Trina
same.
Robbins was married to some other comic book guy too.
I could be wrong about what I could be misremembering, or
Those are the circles she moved
Tim
in. I
Walls,
think she had.
Tim Walls, did he even say he was misremembering? He said he misspoke, which is different than misremembering, right? What Tim Walls said. Misremembering is admitting that you might be wrong in what you said, which would have been the right direction for him to go. But instead, he said he misspoke, which means it was an accident. The lies that he told over and over and over again were accidents, which makes it now we don't believe him. Right?
I think he said it was a mistake of grammar. Like almost. I think it was ridiculous. He said he clearly was very clear what he said.
What a complete goofball. A self-proclaimed knucklehead.
Yeah.
These are kind of cool. I wish I had more of these, and I wish I had saved them. There's actual a level of collectability for some of these, and they're expensive. The Dakin Company made these souvenirs that were mostly sold at souvenir shops. Not really toys, but we've seen them. Kevin has a couple like Flintstones ones that are still sealed in the bags the way they used to come. But I really like these toys. I think that these are really well made, really cool. They hold up. It's lucky when you get one where all the fabric is still pretty intact and it looks pretty good, like this one. The ones that had fabric clothing sometimes didn't last, because this is probably from 1974 or something like that.
Okay, yeah. I remember those things.
They're fun to collect. Yeah. This is one of my favorite ones because it's from this weird, like, rarely seen or rarely thought of, I guess, a Hanna-Barbera feature called Mervyn the Magician, I think.
Oh.
You know what I'm talking about? I think
I remember that character in something.
And
I thought it was maybe a TV
he's
special.
W.C. Fields, so he talks like W.C. Fields. You can see that he's W.C.
Fields. Yeah.
And he's a magical mouse. He's a mouse who's a magician who talks like W.C. Fields. and I think it was like an hour-long feature, kind of like the Gay Paris. You know what I mean?
Oh, okay.
He wasn't in like actual feature cartoons like the other characters. That's what I know about it. And then, of course, they made Disney ones too.
Yeah.
Obviously, it's up to the governor of Virginia and Youngkin, but I assume they're going to be appealing it. I think he's going to, and they feel real strong. We'll see how it goes. But you have to get the confidence going for elections. When you have decisions.
These have a real. What does that feel that you get from old plastic or a familiarity with something, with an object made from a certain material that doesn't exist anymore? These toys kind of fulfill that sort of, what is it? What do they call it? It's a satisfying feeling of handling something that you haven't.
Kinesthetic.
Did you say kinetic?
Kinesthetic.
Kinesthetic. Yeah, that's it. Yeah, there's something to this, you know.
Yeah.
It only applies to people of my age, though, because some younger people that are just like 10 or 20 years younger than us, they get the same feeling from those Fisher-Price family toys. Remember the little wooden ones with the round heads on top and everything that we didn't really play with?
But over the past 4 years, this state has become Kamala's staging ground to import.
That's pretty good, that one.
Yeah, this is a nice Pluto that's completely articulated, and you can really see how the blow molding was made, and it's very nicely blow molded. And all of these are neat because they say Dakin, San Francisco, on them, product of Dakin Company, San Francisco, Walt Disney Productions. These ones.
So they were made in San Francisco, huh?
The company's always been in San Francisco, but at some point they began making them in Hong Kong. I'm not that deep of a collector that I know at what year, like in the late 50s or early 60s, that they switched production from San Francisco to overseas. I don't know, but collectors are into that stuff.
Yeah.
Some of like the early, I don't know for sure, but like there's some of the earliest ones that I remember ever seeing as a kid, and you probably will remember it too, were the Smokey the Bear ones. Do you remember? There was a Smokey the Bear one that they made that you could find at every truck stop and they had Roadrunner and Wile E. Coyote. So I'm thinking that was like the late 60s, 67 or 68. So there must have been things that would happen sooner that we don't know anything about. Dakin's an old San Francisco toy company, like 40s, 50s. But it doesn't exist. I don't think it's here. Maybe there's a headquarters in San Francisco still or something, an office.
Yeah, I don't know much about that company. Well, I see Trump's on now, but
I got this.
I'm watching something that I just realized I rewound this, so he may already be finished now. Let's see what you got here.
I showed you. I got the Batmite and the Commissioner Gordon for that new McFarlane New Adventures of Batman set. So to get Batmite, you have to buy Commissioner Gordon. Batmite comes from Commissioner Gordon.
Huh.
Cool, huh?
Yeah.
I'm a collector.
Who would have ever thought they'd make a Batmite?
Yeah. Yeah, well, we never thought that they'd make, like I was saying, when I started doing this predominantly as like a vintage toy collector and then a high-end 6-scale kind of toy collector, and then it turned into now I'm aware of all the new stuff just like Kevin, and so now I'm aware of all these new companies and this new stuff that's being made that's really high quality. How could I pass it up when you would never thought they were, like you said, you would never thought that they would make a line of Batman toys based on a cartoon from our childhood? That's kind of, who are they selling them to? 55, 60-year-old men, I guess, right?
Yeah, because they'd have to be.
stocking up. I got Pop Rocks. I got Big League Chew.
Well,
You're
if
doing
Zork's
exactly
watching, is this going to help him? Oh, Zork,
Zork.
well, you were asking about whether I have an email. Yeah, I do. I don't know. Should I give an email on the air? Does it matter? I don't know.
Yeah, I'm in a central store now. I have.
Yeah, you're like I said, you're doing you're following Zork's suggestions for the day after.
Well, yeah. I just wonder how much nutrition is in Pop Rock. I've never had Pop Rocks in my life.
You can. It's also a weapon. I could do something very dangerous with those.
Really?
Yeah, Meyer, you know about it, right?
Yeah, I feel like
you're trained.
Yeah, I feel
You're
like you could
trained,
MacGyver a number of things with Pop Rock. You could like improvise C4 with Pop Rocks. Very small
All you need is Coca-Cola and Pop Rocks, and you can do some damage with that.
Yeah, and you drop a Mentos, and it's like a mortar. It'll fire that Mentos at high
Oh,
velocity.
you guys are being funny. But I've heard about all those little things. Man. So that customer that came in, did he buy something?
Yeah, I sold my first Wonder Woman.
Oh, you did?
Excellent.
Yeah. Did he buy anything else? Just that?
No, he got his subscription, and then he added that to his pull list.
Oh, okay. What kind of stuff does he subscribe to?
Mostly DC and a little bit of Marvel.
Oh.
But I got look at this. I got this shelf cleared out. Remember how many comics used to be down there?
Yeah.
That's cleared, and then you're gonna have to tell me, is the top cleared or is anything up there?
I see nothing.
Yeah, it looks clear. All clear.
Yeah, it's all clear.
Then now I just have this shelf and this shelf.
Where did it go to?
Just into the store, mostly.
Oh, okay. You put it out on the floor for sale.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, Kevin, show the chimpanzee mask inside the astronaut helmet again, real quick, so I can tell Grotto about it.
I still haven't. This helmet barely fits me, and I haven't tried the mask yet. But I don't know if I'll be able to wear the mask and the helmet at the same time. I'll have to try.
Yeah.
Might get stuck on my head after that.
So what's funny about this is he sent me a picture of this like last night, I think, or yesterday. And I had just mailed you something, Gratu, and what I mailed you in with what I mailed you, I slipped an old punk flyer that I just happened to have two of the exact same punk show flyers. So I mailed one in the envelope to you, right? Well, on that punk flyer is an image of a chimpanzee in an astronaut suit. And isn't that weird? Yeah. It's like a really strange coincidence that I had just mailed it to you, and then he showed that to me like the day after. And I was like, whoa.
It's not that strange on this show, I don't think.
Oh,
Yeah,
I can send a private message to Zork.
But
I just remembered I can send a private message. How do you do that? How do you send private messages to someone?
I don't know.
Oh, well, he sent me one earlier, so I could do that, I think.
Are you talking about YouTube, or are you talking about on StreamYard?
On StreamYard, because he wants.
Yeah, there's a button that says chat. There's a little button right in the middle. It says chat with a.
Okay.
You push that. You push that, and then I can chat with everyone in the studio. Can you still see my screen?
Yeah.
Well,
I just saw you just sent a message.
I don't know what I'm doing. Hold on.
I see what you wrote, and I just wrote something too.
It just says
Zork,
just an email that doesn't matter and isn't linked to anything. Okay. I don't know how this works. Oh yeah, you sent me one. And then Meyer sent. Okay, all right. So how do I chat with Zork?
There's one called comments, and there's one called Oh wow, I didn't know there was a comments. You can actually see the comments.
Yeah, you can read the stream comments on there.
I never knew that.
And then once you click on it and read it once, on the icon at the bottom of the screen where it says chat, every time a new comment is posted by someone in chat, it'll pop a number up telling you how many you haven't read yet. I've been doing that for years. I thought you guys knew how to do that.
Zork, you sent me a private email earlier. Send another one to me and I'll respond to it. Yeah, I guess
Yeah,
that
that's
was
how I
all.
read the chat while I'm on stream.
I never knew about that. I never knew you could read the chat from right there. I always need to go to YouTube to read it.
Yeah, I don't know how to do it either when I'm on someone else's show, which doesn't happen very often. So what else do you have to clear?
Lots of DVDs, CDs, vending machine, couple masks, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 short boxes. That's about it. Some records, some figures.
Those VHS tapes that you were showing a while back, are those all for sale? Are you keeping some of them?
I think I'd like to keep probably most of them.
Oh yeah, go ahead then. I just wasn't sure. There was a couple of King Kong ones that were really neat.
I have a copy of this. I don't know if you saw this box. Did we see this box yet? Has
I have no idea.
Born in East LA.
I forgot there was a movie made based on that song. I think it was a song first. I think.
Then I have. Can we look at these?
I don't remember them.
Anything good in here?
It doesn't really look like it.
Forrest Gump.
I mean, I'm sure somebody's
this one's
nostalgic
good.
for this stuff. Yeah, okay, that's all right.
Terminator.
Yeah, that has some nostalgic value, I guess. That.
Oh, here's another King Kong.
Oh, I have that one. Yeah. I don't even know if I have Psycho on DVD. I think I have Piranha. I'm pretty sure I do.
Fun movie.
Did they film that at Lake Havasu? Is that right?
I don't know. That makes sense. If they did, that would. Now that I think about it, it looks like Lake Havasu.
Yeah, it's a pretty good selection of DVDs. What happened to that director that made Napoleon Dynamite? I think I've already asked this question a couple months ago, and it's like deja vu.
Yeah, this looks like my collection. Actually, I feel like I have all of them.
It is a pretty good collection, actually.
All of mine are on VHS. I don't have all of these on DVD. Mine are on or Blu-ray. Mine are VHS, but I have all these same movies on VHS, except for the new stuff. But all the old stuff, these are all essentials. I raised my kids on this stuff.
Not the Saw movies, but
This was an estate.
No,
I
not
remember this
the,
one. This was an
the
estate
earlier
I
stuff.
bought.
All the
yeah,
earlier stuff we're looking at.
right.
This was all out of a hoarder's estate I bought.
Well, the guy had somewhat good taste, except he never watched his movies. But really, do you have any other boxes of comics you haven't gone through in a couple of years? You go through all of them.
That's up here. Let's see what I have up here.
What do you mean, Zork? Everything's going real quiet today. The lights are turning out one by one. Spooky. Wonder if that's code language.
The lights are going out one by one.
I don't know what he means.
Go tell the Spartans.
All the people I usually interact with are not around.
They're probably got banned because they're starting to do. I think they're starting to ban people.
Yeah, my wife said a lot of the people are starting to get kicked off of Facebook that she was interacting with. They're doing mass um, removals of people. I reckon they are all finishing preps and going off the internet radar.
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe. Um, I'm dragging today because I got up too early in it, but I'm enjoying the show. Well, what'll be fun is if everything goes down while I'm doing a live stream, that'll then we'll have people way to. It's kind of like a way to communicate with people. As long as the internet's up, then we can, you know.
What was the name of that song? Is it The Eve of Destruction? This is kind of like
Yeah,
this is
Barry
like
McGuire.
yeah, this is like a countdown that's happening right now. What are we at day 12 right now? This is like a
Oh
deadly countdown. There's no telling what's going to happen on
no, it's
November.
day 10. I think
Is it day
it's
10?
almost like in a few hours. It's gonna be we're gonna be down
Yeah,
to
so it is like the eve of destruction. It's
yeah,
interesting.
yeah, right.
Here, we can ask Zoltar.
I see you
What
over
Zoltar
there.
thinks.
Yes, you. Come on over and let Zoltar be sharing with you your fortune. I am Zoltar, the great gypsy, and I can see your fortune. Come see it too, no?
Speaking of which, that name, Eve Destruction, would be a great like punk rock singer stage name, right?
Man, it
Eve
seems
Destruction.
like didn't they have a movie Eve of Destruction where
They
it was
should
a
have.
girl? I could have sworn something like that. So is Maricopa County? That's in Arizona, right?
Yeah, that's everything.
That's the big one.
Okay. Are you in Maricopa County?
Yeah, everybody is. If you're in the valley, you're in Maricopa County.
Because they say it's gonna. They're already saying it's gonna take us 2 weeks to. Oh, Drew. Oh shit. No, Drew. No, no, no. No shit.
They're
Drew.
already been
Drew.
catching
Drew, come
people.
here. Drew, come here. Hold on a second. Drew.
People are trying to steal the ballot boxes. They've already caught people.
I saw that story. Where was that at? Was that in Arizona?
I think it was here. So I'm gonna fill out because I have a mailing, but I'm gonna fill it out, and then I'm gonna take it on the election day, and I'm gonna actually physically put it in the box, and then I'm gonna see what goes down because last time it was like a party over there, and the box got so full that they had to sit it on its side, and then to fit more in the box, and then like ballots are like coming out of the opening and stuff.
Oh.
Machetes, in broad daylight, first went into the woods, tied them up together, and then several things raped the young girl. Opened the entire thing, put it on camera, put it out for everybody to see.
Hey, we got a box. We got a box from Illinois. Is Captain Strange Life watching? Does anybody know?
I don't know.
Yeah, we got some from Illinois. I was talking to him about this company. All right, it's a company called Devil's Workshop. Here's their fan club card. You can take this number, write this number down. You can have my membership number.
Okay.
Everybody's the same. Anytime you get a card, they're all the same number.
All right, 0013. I got it.
But if you go on the website, you can get exclusive access to a special section. Sometimes you get to buy stuff early. But this guy's based out of Illinois, and he's also teams up with Zagoni Studios, which is also out of Illinois.
Yeah, cool.
So they have him sculpting, and then Zagoni Studios doing the molding and stuff. He sent me a bumper sticker. What's this? Oh, maybe this is his wife. I think this is his wife, Devil Woman. Maybe she sells her own products.
Some pretty strong policies that we're putting into place immediately.
I think that's what that is. And Myra, this is what I was telling you about. I was getting today. It's based on a. Where's Brock too? He needs to see this.
I'd like to invite a very special person. He made such a good speech last night. They endorsed me.
He put in a black bag too, because there's I think 13 of these, and they're all different paint jobs, and you didn't get to pick which one, so it's a mystery. On this mask. Oh, there's only 8, and I got number 3. Let's look.
Wow. Oh shit.
They endorsed me something they're not really probably even supposed to do. I won't get into.
Where's brought to?
I don't know. I want to wait until to show him because
do the reveal.
Even me, I didn't know I was going to do this. We had a very good first election.
Tell me if you can tell what it is. Wait, no, you won't be able to tell. Can you tell what it's going to be? No, you can't.
No.
What's it say?
A psychotic cavalcade of electrifying horror.
It says October 8. October 8, Black Bag Edition. Can you tell? Can you tell what it's going to be?
No.
Paul just to come up and say a few words, and I appreciate very much. Thank you.
I don't know who that is. Witch, Grim Witch. Okay.
You guys have these the Grim Ghost Story books.
Oh, really? From Gold Key? This is going to be the Grim Witch from the Gold Key Grim Witch story.
Remember the Ghost Story books, and they always had the witch.
Okay, I've read a couple, and I have a couple. I just don't remember offhand.
Yeah. What, do you have them right there with you?
They're deep in a box somewhere, buried.
Here, I think. Let me look in this box. I think I have one.
They're underneath a bunch of stuff. I can't get to mine.
I think I have one in this box right here.
Exactly the threat that these people, these animals, the threat
that they bring to our communities that will harm our families. And these scumbags from these pictures here are part of the Kamala crime wave. And because of that, the Kamala crime wave has devastated cities. President Trump strikes fear in the enemies
There
of
she
America.
is. There she is, right there. Look.
Oh yeah, of course I remember her. Of course, of course, of course. Yes.
The criminal cartels have greenlit firing on border patrons. They would have never. Okay, what are we?
She's
Where
like
are we
the,
at now? What's going on? I had to. Drew was got a hold of some aluminum foil, and I was trying to get it out of her mouth. Is this a book that's for sale, Kevin?
no, this is the one I always have this on display.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I was eating a cheeseburger and she got the aluminum that it was in out of the trash. I didn't want her eating the aluminum, so I was chasing her around and she was growling at me and I had to chase her upstairs. So I don't know what I missed.
No, we're gonna look at a new mask I just got. It's from
Oh, okay, cool.
it's from Devil's Workshop in conjunction with Zagoni Studios. Because both
Okay.
these companies are in Illinois, and it's limited to 8, and it comes black bagged. And it has a header card. Here's the header card. I'm gonna pull these staples out so I can save the card. I don't want to just rip the card. Do you ever do that?
Yeah.
Just pull the staples out?
Yeah, that's exactly how I do it. Is I take the staples out.
8 is pretty limited.
Yeah, I just use my fingers and
Yeah, I use my fingers or a pocket knife and I bend them up.
I don't want to throw this. I don't want to throw this header card away. I want to save it.
Yeah, I save them. If they're cool, I save them. I do the same thing. I've got a whole box of header cards from Japanese Safubi, from Japanese vinyl, over the years.
Oh, this last one is. Oh, there we go. All right, that's see if you wrote a secret message in here. No.
Oh, it's the mask of the witch from Grimm's Ghost Stories.
Let's see. Let's open this bag. Let's see what color I got. Because there's 8 different colors.
And you got number 3.
Oh, I got a good one.
This is only number
I got
3.
a good one. I got a good color that I liked.
That's pretty cool.
Oh wow, this is cool. Look at this thing.
Whoa.
Yeah. Okay. Nancy Pelosi.
Yeah. Zagoni Studios made the hood too, so it's a quality hood. This thing's gonna glow. Let's turn the black light on.
What difference does it make?
All right. Oh dang!
When I got distracted, I was trying to send a private email, or I was waiting for Zork to send me. Did he ever do that? Let's see here.
Look at this thing.
Wow. That hair.
Yeah.
That's with the light on. Let's turn the light off and see. Hold on. Oh, this is crazy.
Oh yeah, there you're getting it. That's the cool effect, like the comic book.
Said that I said about dead soldiers that there was something. What was it? Suckers and losers. Think of it. Consequences. The graves of soldiers with people, military people or whatever, making a statement like that. I mean, can you imagine? Can you imagine anybody doing it? I think I'd end up in. I may be the president, but I think somebody would start a fist fight, and probably I would say, "You were right enough. Who would do this? They make up."
It doesn't glow in the dark. It just glow. It's black light reflective or
Yeah,
reactive.
They say, "What would be bad?" I have a
Can you
bad
see it?
yeah, it's good.
It
It
releases
glows
its
better in person. I'm looking through the lens. It's not.
which was totally fabricated.
Imagine if someone had a dark ride and had nothing but hosts of horror comics from the over the years in it popping out at you.
That's my goal. Yeah. This whole hallway, I want it all glowing back here. Oh, we had the black light on. I forgot to show this. I forgot to show this in the black light. Get this back out. Are you guys there still?
Yeah, I'm here.
Let's look at this Invisible Man. Charge him up.
Wow, looks good.
Should have made the package glow though, huh?
Yeah, that's the same thing that I feel that Super 7 should have done too. Super 7 made all those really cool cards for those glow in the dark figures, but the cards themselves, the images don't really glow in the dark. They just look like they're going to, but they don't. You know?
All right, let's charge all these guys up.
Kind of disappointing. I feel like it would look better if the card art glowed as well.
I gotta move the magician. Mandrake has to move. All right, look at. All right, now we got everybody together. I think the mummy and the creature are the best.
Yeah, the creature looks best, I think.
The mummy's second best. Look. Pretty good, huh?
Yeah, it looks pretty good. I approve.
I need to get a bit
I
different
think it's
comic maybe with her face real big on the comic, and then display that
yeah,
next to her.
display. I agree. I think it's
This I
awesome
like
that
it.
this is so limited, and you got the third one.
I like displaying this comic next to like a devil character.
Yeah, well, it's a good cover. It's like a magic shop, perfect cover for a magic shop or a horror display. It looks cool.
Yeah. You know, I got lucky with this because he had a time that it was going to go on sale,
Yeah,
and I didn't know what time it was, and I don't know the different time zones because we never change our clocks.
right.
And I knew it was too early, but I went on the website and he accidentally put them up early.
Oh, that's great. Worked out.
So I got one, and then later on he said, "Oh, they're all sold out. I'm sorry." He goes, "Some of you guys got them early. They accidentally went up like an hour too soon."
Okay, I don't think you guys. Was I just did I just disappear and you couldn't hear me talking?
No, I
Yeah,
couldn't hear you.
Oh,
you were
okay.
gone. Back.
Yeah, I was. Yeah, my wife called, and it when someone calls you when you're doing StreamYard, it takes you off. And I went upstairs. She wasn't really pleased with me visiting that antique store. Um, um, anyway, so I was asking, does the hood on the witch come down in a widow's peak like it does on the little picture of her?
Let me see if I can make it do that.
Thank you very much, everybody. We
No,
greatly appreciate it.
I
Thank you.
can't get it to do that.
Yeah, I was saying, but I guess you guys didn't hear me. It looks like that's a photograph on the comic book, the little picture. So there might have been a mask that was created because that doesn't look like a drawing or a painting. It looks like an actual photograph of someone wearing a mask on the actual comic book.
Yeah, I don't have any other these Grimm's ghost stories next to me. So, do you have any next to you?
They're upstairs, but just the one you've got there, that's the classic image of her. It just has but if you hold it up, her hood comes down to a point like a widow's peak.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Maybe we can show some of those on the ghost story night.
yeah, I could dig those out. In fact, I think I have the first issue of that, which I think I got from you. I think, but
When
I
is the
think.
ghost story night? Is that the 30th?
Oh, well, yeah, 31st, I think I was going to do Ghost Story, but 30th is supposed to be a masker, like a costume contest thing.
I'm gonna try and do a little bit of neighborly investigation because my neighbor told me he has lots of ghost stories. He used to work at that haunted hotel, and
Oh, yeah.
he's had physical, real experiences here. And he's lived here 30 years. He also used to live in an old mining camp. He rented a building that he lived in for a few years that used to be the chow hall of a mining camp. And he said that it had all kinds of ghosts and creepy old stories. And the more I got to thinking about it, so this town, there's like subterranean mines, gold mines underneath it. There's been cave-ins, there's been people that never made it out of the mines. The mines were so busy that they used to run 24 hours a day here for like years. For 100 years they ran 24 hours a day. So there's all
Wow.
kinds of weird ghost stories about it.
I can go like that with it.
Yeah,
Oh,
that's
there,
pretty
that
close to
looks
what
good.
the comic had on it.
Yeah, he told me that he was physically assaulted by a ghost, and that also that he's been sexually assaulted by a ghost. He told me that.
Oh my gosh.
In that hotel. A lot of people have the same experience because there's a lot of dead prostitutes here. I'm not kidding.
Sexually
I hate
assaulted by a male ghost or a female ghost?
a female ghost.
Oh, okay. I was thinking, man, I don't think I'd want to live in that. uh, man. Well, that's interesting. Um, does anyone watching? There's not many people watching. Does anyone know if the Joe Rogan thing's up?
I don't know. I haven't tried to find it
Let
yet.
me let me do a quick check here. All right. Can I be heard?
Yes.
Sam, 11 minutes ago, he put up an interview with someone named Sam Tripoli. I've never heard of him. So I don't know what that, so I don't know when the Trump thing's going up.
Now you can have one just like Trump. Go ahead and take this easy step towards securing your financial future. Protect your savings. Silver coins by texting Trump to 989898. That is Trump to 989898. All right, that is slowing down a little bit here. We got media picking up. I know it's like go, go, go. So many stops today. And for the following 11 days leading up to the election. Now, speaking of elections, there's nobody that worked harder for election integrity than Mike Lindell. I'm going to encourage everyone to support him by going over to mypillow.com.
Oh man, what is this?
Promo code RSBN for massive savings. It seriously is the best coupon savings code out there. Mike once told me that it was better than promo code Mike because RSBN got the best deals. So go support him. Christmas is coming up and get all your also the RSBN, and you can see a lot.
Okay, it looks like Trump's gonna have a rally at 6:30 my time tonight in Traverse City, Michigan. So he must have left Texas and is flying up there.
I can just mute the mic. Hold on.
Weighted blanket, but just like put it on at night and just feel like safe, secure, and cozy.
So
And you're giving back to an amazing patriot who values the same traditions and values that your family does. So go check him out. All right, enough for me. We've got to get this show on the road. We got to get tapped up. I'm headed to New York. If I got to go to Madison Square Garden and see President Trump.
okay, so apparently this girl's gonna be there in New York. She's saying for the Madison Square Garden one on Sunday. So
Over to you, Matthew.
All right, thank you so much. Liz Willis there live in Austin, Texas, as she mentioned. President Trump
okay, so
Joe Rogan. Of course, that'll be must-watch streaming on YouTube or listen to the podcast. And then President Trump.
I'm trying to build something.
boy. Okay.
Okay. My daughter-in-law just delivered me some lamps that she brought home that are nice. 3 lamps that I needed.
You just got some lamps?
Yes, some 2 table lamps and 1 floor lamp. They look pretty good. They'll be okay too. They're good.
Are they old style lamps or modern lamps?
They're like kind of modern looking.
Okay. Well, as long as they provide light.
That's what the main thing is. They're modern looking. They have marble bases, circular marble bases, and then they're kind of industrial bronze. I would describe it.
Yeah.
I'm just looking at them. Yeah.
This is promising. I'd show these hours ago. I found this in a convenience store in San Antonio. First issue of The Spirit. I didn't know that these were old comics. I just knew that I recognized Warren, and this is April of '74. So that would be, yeah, that would be the end of my 3rd grade year. So that's interesting. I didn't realize it was. Yeah, I figured this would have been 4th grade.
So I have that issue, but I didn't discover Spirit. So I saw Spirit magazine on the racks, but never even picked it up and opened it up. I just bought Creepy and Vampirella and Eerie. And then in not 7th grade, in 8th grade. So in 8th grade, the comic shop, when we moved at the comic shop in the town I moved to, he had stacks of comics that were old back issues and overflow stuff. Of course, no bags and boards. Comics were 25 cents, magazines were 50 cents. And that's when I first started buying Spirit in the magazine form. And I found like the first 10 issues for 50 cents a piece in
Yeah.
like 1978. That's when
Yeah,
I started.
I don't think there are much more now. That one I just showed that was bagged was my childhood copy. This one I got in a giant stack of Spirit magazines from someone on eBay years ago. But it's the shading that they put into these is really great. I think Richard Corbin had something to do with the black and white color shading. This one, the cover's detached. But there's issue 3 from August of '74. I feel like I'd do a better job showing these on a non-live show, but Eisner would do the covers, and then I think Richard Corbin or someone would come in and paint over them. I don't think that Will Eisner was really happy with that. I've got 2 copies of that, and then issue 4, October of '74. See, I have multiple copies of a lot of these issues because I bought the big stack of these, and so then to get the ones that I didn't have, and also ones that here's an ad for that book I showed earlier.
Scary shit, dude. I'll call you when you get
Sure,
your
the monster dolls from what is the company? AHI that did these. Is that AHI that did these monsters?
Yeah.
Oh, those are cool. Can I see a close up?
Yeah, let me move the thing over here. I think this would be better. Yeah, this is from the Warren magazine, Spirit number 4.
Oh, I have a Spirit. I need to check mine.
Yeah, because as long as you're before 1977, you're gonna have cool monster ads. After Star Wars came out, it was a kind of over for monsters. Okay, how do I get this? Okay.
I want to see how the creature looks in the ad because the figure kind of weird looking.
I'm having trouble figuring out how to do this. Okay, there's
It's horrible. Oh, they barely show it. You can't really see how bad it is.
He looks
yeah,
better in the picture of him.
Except they had these really wide hips, right? See those
Yeah,
hips
there
on
was
the
two versions. There was the male and the female. They called it.
oh yeah.
Well, they didn't call it that, but the fans did later. They
Look how
called
the
one the
mummy.
female. You know.
They've got the mummy in the exact Aurora pose, and then they did the same thing with
I really like
Frankenstein.
the Frankenstein. I like the head sculpt on Frankenstein.
Yeah, the Frankenstein head sculpt is almost exactly the Aurora sculpt, and they've got him posed like the Aurora kit there. The
And
photographer for this.
I have Dracula, but he's naked, so I dressed him up like Batman.
Right, I remember. Yeah,
And the
that's
creature are $1,000 figures, so I can never find one of those. And I used to have the Wolfman, but I sold it.
yeah. Well, Frankenstein was the best one. I
Those
mean, really.
figures, like 10 years ago, nobody cared about those figures.
And in 10 years from now, they won't care either. I mean, it's just, I don't know. It seems like there's 20 people in the country that are driving up the prices.
Well, I saw
I,
there's one guy that he has like 50 of those Frankensteins in his collection, like a whole army of them.
oh boy. This is the ad for the Mego stuff. This is how Warren posed them.
I really like the Riddler. I used to have the Riddler. I like that Mego.
I never had the Riddler. I still have the Joker. Yeah.
Yeah, I wish I still had the Riddler. I used to have a really clean one.
Yeah. The shading's really good, and when kitchen sink took over after Warren stopped doing these, and then kitchen sink, the underground comic company took over, and I just think that the Warren magazines look better. Here, see, they get to have more and more of it's more of a painting, and they went further and further with that. See, this is very much a painting over Will Eisner's originals, and I'm not showing all of them. Well, I've got a lot of copies of that issue, but this one I remember is a Ken Kelly painting over Eisner's art.
That's cool.
And Eisner was, like I said, wasn't liking it. I thought it was cool, but let's see, at what point did they switch over?
I opened that Grim Ghost Stories, and here's the witch on the inside.
Oh, let me see here. Yeah, yeah, it looks like your mask. It's just
Yeah, that's like a photo. That's like a Photoshop of her or something.
yeah, so they didn't have that. I'm thinking that could be a mask or it's a really good painting. Um, yeah, that's great. When
This is 1976, number 29.
okay, yeah. Yeah, you can see the the covers were definitely better art than the interiors on most Gold Key. Not always, but usually. Uh, see, when Kitchen Sink took over, they did these wraparound covers that are really neat, but the interiors don't have the shading that the Warrens did. I don't know. It's still beautiful art. I just prefer the Warren additions to these kitchen sink ones. And
This one has, look at the overspray on this one.
yeah, definitely. Let's take a look.
They would spray paint these for the different distributors.
Um,
And
is
that one
that
has
what they?
tons of overspray. Yeah,
Well,
they
I
did
know
it because when they stripped the covers, they wanted to know where they were coming from.
Oh well, that could be, but I know that the ones Marvel and DC did a little color on the top, but not on the bottom. And that was meant for different colors represented different months. And that way you could visually look down on the comics on a spinner rack and know by what color is there, which ones to pull, because they'd been on the stands too long. And if you get a comic box filled with comics from the late 70s, early 80s, you'll see all the different colors. But I didn't know about the distributor thing. That's probably what's going on there. If it's on the bottom,
Yeah, because
yeah,
they wanted
there's
to know, because there was like scams going on with this.
right, right. I believe it. Yeah, it was all very shady. Um,
Now, basically, if we have to do that, they want us to strip the cover off and take a picture of the cover.
oh, they want to have a picture that shows that you stripped it.
Yeah,
Oh, okay.
we have to show all of them. We can't just show like a, a pile of them. You have to actually have them all spread out so you can see them all.
Yeah. Well, I thought that comics weren't returnable nowadays.
Well,
I
some
thought,
of them they are returnable, but I only order what I need. I've never
yeah.
returned a comic. It's only if it's damaged, then then I want a replacement. So if I
What
have a
was it you
damaged,
had? Was it Vampirus Carmilla that was damaged?
yeah,
The
so then they'll tell me strip the cover and take a picture of the cover.
yeah.
That's
All
if
right.
they want. Sometimes they want it back. Most of the times the most they want usually is a picture.
Okay.
But what makes somebody from, you know, I guess you could take a photocopy of the cover and then strip that off.
Yeah, I was just thinking that there might be some way to scam your way around it, but
I mean, it's kind of an honor thing. You don't want to.
yeah,
You're in business with these people. You don't want to rip off somebody you're in business with.
yeah, because they're supplying your business.
Mhm.
So, man, I guess I should, um, if I'm going to be doing a live stream, my wife's awake now, and I probably need to end the stream, hang out with her, do what we got to do, and start a stream later on about after we eat dinner and stuff. So we've got some stuff we got to do today, but she's not in a good mood. But I think I'm gonna head out, and maybe you guys will be around this evening.
About what
Looks like
time?
they've already started. I'm guessing 7. I don't think it won't be a
Five.
stream that goes on this long. Right Side Broadcasting now started the coverage of in Wisconsin
Oh,
and
look at that
Tahoe.
Tahoe flavor.
Those are
I
good.
love
You're
it.
saying Pepperidge
These are
Farm
so
Tahoe?
good. I'm going to send you some of these, Gratu. These are white chocolate macadamia nut.
Yeah, that sounds great. I don't know if they're available. Is that a regional thing?
I don't know. Are these
I've never
regional? Can
seen
you get?
those.
You've never seen them?
No.
I haven't ever really looked. I just
Well,
remember I really
how
used to
about
like
Santa
Danish
Cruz?
wedding cookies, but I know
Because
that's
we
not
have
so
some other
much.
ones that are called Santa Cruz too. Do you like oatmeal raisin cookies?
Yeah, yeah.
So the other good California cookies here that we have are called Santa Cruz. They're also made by Pepperidge Farm. I don't know if it's regional or what. I don't know if anybody else gets these, but I'll send you some Tahoe and some Santa Cruz.
Oh, well,
I can
cool.
just send them to you off of Amazon. I think so.
Oh, okay. Yeah,
Yeah.
I know Cleo would be thrilled.
Yeah, so you can try them. They're tasty. Well, the Santa Cruz are soft. These Tahoe are crispy. These are like a crispy white chocolate macadamia cookie. They're freaking delicious.
Yeah. Zwerg says, Grow too. I wish you would go as Bat Boy for Halloween this year. You just need the
Oh,
plastic fangs, ears, and blue paint. Are you talking about? Was that from Nat Weekly World News?
yeah, Weekly World News.
I'm going as an old hermit that drinks a cocktail and listens to Van Halen. I found a Weekly World News. I forgot that there was a time period where they shrunk it down where it was the size of a regular magazine. But I found one over here just a minute ago.
It's
So
Halloween
it's
this
not a bad.
weekend? No, it's not this weekend, is it?
I think it's
No,
when
it
is it?
is
Next
here,
weekend?
but not.
Let's
No,
try
it's
these Twinkies.
It's Thursday, but in my town, they're going to celebrate it from 5 to 7 on Sunday. That's when all the town people will do it. So anyway, this is
Next Thursday.
this one's from. But you know, at a certain point, they were in on the joke, and it's like all intentional. It became like the Onion, August 14th, 2006, because they put on there the world's only reliable newspaper. So it's all at this point, it's all a joke. They're not even trying to fool people. They're just trying to be
Isn't
funny.
it funny how it's completely turned upside down?
Yeah,
And how
well,
all the boomers completely forgot about that movie Network, which is about exactly what is happening right now. And they
right.
completely forgot that they lauded that movie and gave that guy an Oscar and everything. And now they completely forgot that it even exists, and they're living it.
Yeah, except they always. I mean, he was always considered crazy in the movie.
You're right, he was.
And so, and it's like, you know, they'll do things in movies to make people that actually make sense look crazy. Oh, you're just like the guy in Network, or you're just like that general in Captain Strangelove talking about the fluoride. It's like, that's silly. Fluoride's good for you.
Yeah, you're like Charlie. The newest one is you're like Charlie from Always Sunny in Philadelphia with the strings and the push pins on the map on the wall. You're a conspiracy theorist. You're crazy. You're connecting all the dots.
Oh, yeah,
that's a newer meme. My son's age memes.
yeah.
Have
I
you ever
don't.
watched the show Always Sunny in
But
Philadelphia?
I know that it has a soundtrack that is the type music I like.
The music's great and the comedy's great. I love that show.
Well, I'll give it a never HBO. How do you see the
You should
show?
give it a try. It's a good show.
Yeah, I'll give it a
I'm
shot.
not going to try these Twinkies again though. I forgot that I really don't like Twinkies. I think a zinger is a better treat. I think a zinger is a better treat. Plus, zingers had a deal with peanuts, right? So that
Yeah,
makes more
that and Dolly
substantial.
Madison. Dolly Madison was always Dolly Madison and Coca-Cola were always the sponsors a lot of
Yeah,
times.
I'm going to get a pack of raspberry zingers next time. Not these things, raspberry zingers.
Don't those have coconut on them though? The zingers.
Yeah, they have purple coconut on them. I think. I love it. I love coconut. But this Twinkie's nothing special.
So still no mail. So I was eager to see the monkey in the helmet.
Hostess pies used to be good, but I don't think they're good.
Yeah, I don't think they're good anymore either.
There might be some rivals to Hostess that make imitation products that are actually better than Hostess.
Somebody posted that they're going to bring back Taco Bell's old menu.
I saw that. Yeah, I think that was me. I reblogged. You probably saw that on my Facebook page because I reblogged a Taco Bell ad because I thought
I heard it's on Halloween. On Halloween,
like
they're bringing it back.
And Choritos would be good again. And also, I used to like the beans and cheese. Remember that little cup of
Yeah, the little
beans
cup.
and
Yeah, with the olive on the top. Yep.
yeah, there's nothing on the Taco Bell menu that anyone that lives in Mexico would even recognize. They did once. They handed people from Mexico Taco Bell food, and they said, well, "We don't know what this is," but then they wound up liking it, but they didn't really. It's like,
They probably only liked it because it was different from what they're eating.
yeah, I mean, it's like, the tacos aren't crunchy in Mexico. Oh, well, I guess I'll end this and go see what I can do upstairs.
There's a Mexican restaurant out here, and the best thing they have is a hamburger.
That's the way it is at our Mexican restaurant. I like the
there's good Mexican food here. There's 3 different Mexican restaurants, and they're all good. I'll talk to you guys later.
All right, I'll talk to you guys.
All right, see you guys later. Take care, everybody. I'm going to end this stream. Goodbye.